In a global live broadcast, hundreds of millions hold their breath in anticipation. Four goddesses are revealing the past with eyes full of resentment. Memories of being abused, imprisoned, and robbed of the joys of childhood are being transformed into vivid projections through high-tech brainwave reading equipment. They accuse their foster brother, Yi Cheng, of being a vile devil and a parasitic piece of trash. The audience is incensed, and the chat stream is filled with furious demands to punish the monster. No one notices that in the darkest corner of a basement in the city, a youth wasted to skin and bone is struggling through the agonizing spasms in his stomach, watching the twisted and misinterpreted truth of his childhood on the big screen. Instead of offering a defense, he slowly pulls a long-sealed document from a drawer. Since the whole world wants to see the truth, then let it be as you wish. But when the mask of truth is finally torn away, who will be able to bear the weight of that love buried deep in the soil? Right now in the studio, the massive memory synchronization device has been fully activated. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, the first scene slowly illuminates the background wall. Welcome everyone to the documentary series Celebrity Childhoods. Our program is being broadcast live for all of you. Our show aims to broadcast the childhood memories of celebrities using high-tech brainwave extraction. We want to show everyone how the childhoods of celebrities were different from our own. Now let us welcome our four female guests to the stage. After the host finished speaking, four female guests with distinct styles, yet each possessing top-tier beauty and figures, walked onto the stage. They are Yi Yunxi, the cold and powerful female CEO of a multinational conglomerate, with a net worth of over 10 billion. Yi Yunian, the girl with the youthful face, yet she is the queen of the esports world, the undisputed champion of the global competitive rankings. Yi Yunian, the true national first love goddess in the hearts of fans and audiences, winner of the Global International Film Festival's Best Actress Award. Yi Yunxian, the versatile singing and dancing fairy who can master any style, a world-class songwriter and composer. Now, all four of them have come together to participate in this variety live show called Celebrity Childhoods, stunning the global audience. The moment the show started, hundreds of millions of viewers flooded into the live stream. At the recording site, the host looked at the four goddesses, each with their own unique charm, feeling incredibly excited. Soon, your memories will be played back to the global audience through this instrument. Is there anything you would like to say now? Yi Yunxi picked up the microphone, her expression cold. I will go first. Any audience members who know us four sisters even a little bit know that we have an older brother, but we have never acknowledged him, because he does not deserve it. It is not because he was adopted, but because he is shameless, despicable, like a rat in the sewers. He eyed the inheritance our parents left behind, wanting to claim it all for himself. During our childhood, he used coarse language towards us and kept us hungry, refusing to feed us for days at a time. When our relatives wanted to adopt us, he threatened them with a knife, stopping them from taking us to a better life. I will always remember what happened when I was 6 years old. I was so hungry I was about to faint, and a kind uncle gave me a lollipop to eat, but he snatched it away to eat it himself, and he even told me I did not deserve to eat such things. Not only that, he hit me. He beat my face until it was swollen. I eventually passed out and had to be taken to the hospital. Yunxi's public image has always been that of a cold female CEO, someone who stays calm even if Mount Tai collapses in front of her. At this moment, however, her eyes turned red and welled up with tears, adding a touch of fragility. Yi Yunian held her hand to comfort her softly. Seeing that she could not speak, she took the microphone. Despite her youthful face, she had the voice of a mature woman. My sister is absolutely right. He is a total piece of trash. He does not deserve to be our brother. She took a deep breath, filled with immense indignation. Whenever we achieved anything, he would start belittling us and snatch away the money we earned. Even when I entered the esports industry, he said these things were harmful, that they were useless and for losers. He would not allow me to play esports. He is a devil, a devil. Her chest heaved, and her fair, delicate face flushed with anger. Yunian also could not help but say, apart from those things, there is so much more he did. It is truly too numerous to record. And what sticks out most in my memory is when I went to audition for a movie, but he locked me in the room. He would not let me go. There was a power outage at that time, and it was raining outside. I was so scared that I cried and screamed, but he still would not let me out. He is a pervert. Yi Yunxian took the microphone. He must be regretting it now, regretting not treating us well. We have become the light, we have become the sun, while he remains a despicable, shameless piece of trash who probably died in some corner of the world without anyone knowing. So sisters, do not cry anymore. He does not deserve our tears. She faced the camera and the audience in the studio, speaking every word clearly. "We did not come to this show to make you pity us, and we are not intentionally trying to play the victim. We just want everyone to know that even though our parents flew up into the sky to become stars when we were young, and even with such a piece of trash by our side, we still could not give up on ourselves. We could not treat ourselves poorly. We must strive to be optimistic, strong, brave, and face life with a smile, to be role models for ourselves and for others, and to have no regrets before anyone." As she finished speaking, all the viewers watching the live stream applauded and posted messages of support. "Goddesses, you are the best. Goddesses, you are the strongest. Goddesses, do not cry." Seeing that the four sisters had finally calmed down, the host said, "Then let us begin the memory extraction now." A device connected to the brains of the four goddesses, extracting and reconstructing their memories and childhood scenes. At the same time, in a dark and damp basement, a young man held his stomach and looked at the live stream screen with a bitter smile. A voice rang out from the life review system in his mind. Host detected to be near death, initiating memory fusion and reconstruction, synchronizing video playback. Yuncheng was as thin as a bamboo pole. His face was gaunt, yet that could not hide his handsome features. The skin exposed outside his clothes was covered in old scars from beatings and cigarette burns. However, his eyes were incredibly bright and resilient, as if nothing in the world could ever knock him down. When other people transmigrate, they become rich heirs, but Yi Yuncheng was just an orphan. He finally got adopted, but the couple who adopted him were complete perverts. They beat and kicked him at every turn, cursed him, and would not give him food for days. Yuncheng wanted to run away, but he gave up that thought when he saw the four little ones holding him, calling him brother in their soft voices, looking at him with watery eyes. The saying, "Evil gets its due," is true. Perhaps the heavens could not stand it any longer. A car accident took the couple away, leaving behind the five siblings. And massive debts and endless trouble. To keep from starving to death while living on the streets, he worked desperately to make money, giving all the food to his four sisters while he himself remained hungry. Prolonged starvation gave him a stomach ailment. He would throw up anything he ate. That was why he was so thin. Yuncheng gave everything he had to these four sisters, willing to bear this despicable reputation. Because it did not matter, he was going to die anyway. What did all the honor in the world matter to a dead person? Besides, he did not care about those things. All he cared about was that his four sisters could live in peace, stand at the center of the crowd, and be surrounded by people when their time finally came. Unlike him, who would die alone. Inside the studio, memories of the four goddesses had been extracted and entered the stage of realistic restoration. Massive amounts of data turned into images, which slowly began to play on the giant screen behind them. On the screen, the sun is shining brightly, and there is not a single cloud in the sky. In a very luxurious villa, fish are swimming in a man-made fountain, birds are chirping on the branches, and bees are gathering nectar among the flowers. The sound of children's laughter and singing drifts out from within. A 5-year-old girl pulls open the large gate and runs out with a bright smile on her face, holding a lollipop in her hand. "Oh, Daddy cannot catch me, cannot catch me." A tall man jogs out after her. Daddy will definitely catch little Yunshi. He went easy on her for a while, then suddenly took a few quick steps and scooped the girl up. Daddy caught little Yunshi. People who get caught have to get their bottoms spanked. After being caught, the little girl did not look scared at all. Instead, she giggled. Such a warm and sunny scene made the audience in the live stream smile involuntarily. The goddesses really had such a happy childhood. Yeah, this dad actually plays along with them, unlike my dad, who never cares about me at all. It is a pity that this happiness did not last long, did it? When they were 5, the goddesses' parents died in a car accident. Woohoo, the goddesses were only that small back then. They must have been devastated at the time. I feel so sorry for the goddesses. Yunchi looks at the screen, presses her lips together and speaks, "This girl is me. When I was a child, my father loved me very much. He would give me whatever I asked for. I was the little princess in my father's and mother's hearts." As the memory images are extracted, she seems to have returned to that joyful time. Her usually cold face reveals a faint, warm smile, like the first ray of sunshine in the early snow. But soon that smile disappears and turns into anger. But all of this was destroyed by Yi Yuncheng. He was jealous that Dad was so good to me, so he forcibly took Dad away. That Yi Yuncheng was nothing more than a child, adopted by Mom and Dad from an orphanage. What right did he have to keep monopolizing our Mom and Dad? What right did he have to stop Mom and Dad from seeing us? When I was younger, I was still naive and would hold his hand and sweetly call him Big Brother. I did not even care about sharing mom and dad with him. We were a happy family. But after learning about the things he did later on, I never wanted to call such a despicable person Big Brother again. Because he does not deserve it. Big Brother is supposed to protect his younger sisters, spoil them, and stand up for them no matter what happens. But Yi Yun Cheng could not do any of those things. Not only did he not act like a big brother, but he was like a thief, wanting to steal everything we possessed. The audience in the livestream felt incredibly heartbroken seeing Yi Yunchi like this. I have never seen the goddess like this before, that Yi Yun Cheng is simply too despicable. Exactly why did not he think about his status? He was just an adopted child, yet he wanted to take over the nest. Do not cry, goddess. That kind of human scum is not worth your tears. The audience was indignant, but the footage continued. After Father Yi caught Yi Yunchi, he wanted to spank her, but before his hand could fall, he was bumped into by a small figure. It was a boy who looked like he was carved out of jade. Although he was only 8 years old, one could tell from his facial features what an exceptionally handsome man he would grow up to be. After he crashed into Father Yi's leg, he reached back and hugged him. Dad, come and play with me. Stop playing with the sisters. The sisters are not fun at all. Dad, come play with me. I have so many things I want to show you. Father Yi became interested. Oh, what kind of things do you have? Yi Yun Cheng kept him in suspense. You will know if you follow me, Dad. Father Yi thought for a moment, finally put little Yunchi down, patted her head, and said lovingly, be good, little Yunchi. I am going to see what your brother has to show me. As he said this, he took Yi Yun Cheng and left. The courtyard, which had been full of children's laughter, suddenly went quiet. Yi Yunchi tugged at her clothes, her eyes silently turning red. It is like this again, always like this. Dad only ever wants to play with brother and never plays with us, boo-hoo. She saw the glance Yi Yun Cheng shot at her as he pulled their father away. That must have been a show of triumph and smugness, showing off that Dad was his. Whenever he wanted, Dad would abandon them at any time just to play with him. Yi Yunchi clenched her fists, and the disgust in her heart welled up in her eyes. She remembered very clearly that this day was the last time she ever saw her parents. Because on the night of that very day, her parents were in a car accident, and both died in the hospital after unsuccessful rescue attempts. That night at the hospital was so cold, with the harsh white lights, the pungent smell of disinfectant, and the expressionless doctors wearing masks and caps. Everything about it was as cold as winter. All the warmth of her childhood ended on that day. The days that followed were all a cold winter. I will never be able to forget this scene, because from this day on, Mom and Dad left us for good. This was the last time we were together. Everyone knows how important a mother and father are to children's upbringing. Depriving them of their mom and dad was no different from depriving them of their whole lives. A dark and damp basement. Yi Yun Cheng watched the screen, unable to help his stomach churn, and coughed a few times. An extremely bitter smile appeared on his gaunt face. He remembered this day. After this day, those two demons finally left, and he no longer had to live in fear and worry that they would do something harmful to his sisters. Although he was saddled with massive debt, it was better than worrying about their physical and mental safety every day. The system extracted his memory, integrated it with the four sisters, and reconstructed it into a new scene. The image on the screen gradually grows dim. The two walk into the storage room and lock the iron door. Then in less than a minute, everyone sees the man who had been so gentle and elegant just moments before turn into a beast. All sorts of foul language are hurled, accompanied by physical beatings. He hits in very specific spots, all in places that cannot be seen. The boy who looked like he was carved out of jade bites his lip tightly, refusing to make a single sound. His dark, bright pupils are full of resilience and unyielding determination. Even though he is just a half-grown child, one can see an iron-like will. He would rather break than bend. Everyone watching this scene widened their eyes. Yi Yunchi, what is going on here? Her father was clearly gentle and elegant. How could he be this person in front of us? What is going on? Why is the goddess's father hitting someone? I do not quite understand what is happening. What is there to understand? He deserved it. He was stealing the goddess's dad. The audience's comments cannot influence the footage continuing to play. After a while, Father Yi was finally exhausted and stopped. Yi Yun Cheng was covered in injuries, yet his face was perfectly calm, as if the person being whipped until his skin was torn was not him. You have finished your vent. Do not you dare lay a hand on my four sisters. Father Yi spat on the ground and sneered. You little mongrel, you are quite something. I am hitting my own daughters. What is it to you? Do you really think you are their brother? Though Yi Yuncheng was covered in bruises that could not be seen, his eyes were as firm as iron. You may not consider them your daughters, but they are my sisters. If you are still not satisfied, you can keep hitting me. Father Yi shook his hand. I am tired of hitting you, so I will let you all go this time. Before leaving, he suddenly turned around with a wicked, sinister smile. How long do you think you can protect them? They are my daughters, and I will hit them whenever I want. He left. The heavy iron door closed, and the room returned to darkness. Yi Yuncheng lay on the floor for a long time before slowly crawling up. In the dim room, his eyes shone like stars. It was as if he was talking to himself, or perhaps making a vow. As long as I am here, I will never allow you to lay a hand on my sisters. Even though there was no light in the dark room, it seemed as if a light was emanating from his very body. The sign began to change. Yi Yuncheng, dragging his battered body, ran into Yi Yunxi. Anger filled Yi Yunxi's eyes. How dare you stop me from playing with Daddy just now? Daddy is not your daddy, he is mine. Yi Yuncheng lowered his eyes, lost in thought. Do you like Mom and Dad that much? Yi Yunxi shouted, Of course I do. But it is all your fault. If it were not for you, Mom and Dad would play with me and my sisters. Boo-hoo. You took our parents away from us. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. She ran away, crying. In the wide corridor, dim yellow light fell upon the floor. Yi Yuncheng's small figure looked incredibly lonely. If I call the police, my sisters will not have a mom and dad anymore. They would be so sad. Other children would bully them for being orphans without parents. I cannot do that. Think there must be another way. The four sisters watched the screen, feeling as if their world was falling apart. Yunxi's chest rose and fell rapidly. That is absolutely impossible. Mom and Dad would not want to hit me. And how could he have been trying to protect us? He must have done something wrong to get punished by Dad. Yunxian frowned, nervously twisting a lock of her curly hair as she thought fast. Then a sudden realization dawned on her, and her face turned pale with horror. Yes, Big Sister is right, that must be it. He just said there must be some other way. What could that way be? Could it be that because Dad hit him, he held a grudge and wanted Mom and Dad dead? So he orchestrated that car accident to kill them both. Yi Yunxian's deduction was accepted by all the viewers watching the stream. Right, that is highly likely. He grew up in an orphanage, so his mind must be twisted. Since he was beaten for doing something wrong, he wanted revenge. It makes perfect sense. As expected of our goddess, she figured the whole thing out from just a few small details. Oh my god, why is Yi Yuncheng's mind so dark? Where is he now? Why have not the police arrested him yet? Wanting to kill someone's parents over such a petty matter is just terrifying. The footage continued to play. Father Yi received a phone call, and he and Mother Yi had to go out together. They got in the car, leaving Yi Yuncheng and the four sisters behind. 4 hours passed, and the phone rang in the empty villa. Bad news came from the other end of the line. The couple had been in a car accident. They crashed through the bridge railing and plunged into the sea, dying despite all efforts to save them. After getting the call, Yi Yuncheng took his four sisters to the hospital. When they reached the operating room door, Yi Chen, who was a bit older and more aware, immediately burst into tears. What happened to Mom and Dad? Why are they in the hospital? The hospital is a bad place. Grandpa turned into a star after he was in the hospital, boo-hoo. Will Mom and Dad turn into stars too? Yi Yuncheng, carrying the then-infant Yi Yunxian on his back, told her firmly, Mom and Dad will be fine. They sat on the benches outside, waiting anxiously for the results. Time became incredibly long in that moment. Finally, the red light of the operating room turned green. The door opened. A doctor in scrubs walked out. Who is the family of Yi Jian and Tianzin? Yi Yuncheng got off the seat and trotted over to the doctor on his short legs. I am. The three sisters scurried behind him. The doctor was stunned to see the group of little ones. Why is it just you kids? Where are your parents? Yi Yuncheng pursed his lips. We do not have any parents anymore. And no other relatives either. Doctor, you can just tell me whatever it is. I can make the decisions. Yi Yunxi tugged at the doctor's lab coat. Doctor, are my mom and dad okay? The twins, Yi Yunian and Yi Yunying, looked up at him with teary eyes. The doctor felt a headache coming on. After a moment of thought, he decided to call the oldest, Yi Yuncheng, over. Little boy, come with me. As for you sweethearts, why do not you go sit over there with the nurse? The three sisters were led away. The infant Yi Yunxian was still strapped to Yi Yuncheng's back. She was only a few months old and understood nothing of what was happening. Her eyes, dark like grapes, rolled around. Her little legs kicked and her tiny hands tugged at Yi Yuncheng's hair. The doctor took Yi Yuncheng to his office. There were a few police officers in the office besides him. The doctor took a deep breath. "Little one, your mom and dad have gone to heaven." From the look on the doctor's face, Yi Yuncheng had already prepared himself. His expression was incredibly calm. "Can you tell me the cause of their death?" Police officer spoke up. He was driving under the influence, hit the gas pedal instead of the brake, broke through the bridge railing and fell into the river. A fellow officer nudged him. "Do not be so blunt with a child." "Yi Yuncheng, it is okay, officer, I understand. But my sisters are still young. Could you please not tell them? I am afraid they will have nightmares. Just tell them that mom and dad became stars and went up to the sky, and that they will always be watching over them." The recording studio and the audience watching the stream fell silent for a moment. Impossible. Yi Yunxian's face flushed slightly. How could that be? Did mom and dad really die because they were driving under the influence? The audience in the stream began to discuss it in the live comments as well. Why would he do that? Would not it have been better to just tell the goddesses the truth? Exactly, dead is dead. Why is that something you cannot just say out loud? He even had to lie to deceive the goddesses. The host looked at the comments. Perhaps I know why. Because the goddesses were still very young at the time, telling them the truth might have broken their hearts. That is why he fabricated this white lie. But what happened later? Yunxi, can you tell me about that? Yi Yunxi nodded, lost in her memories. I really did not understand what death was back then. I only knew that mom and dad had gone to the sky and become stars. Not long after we left the hospital, we held a funeral for our parents. In my memory, I remember very clearly that shortly after the funeral, some relatives came to our house. They wanted to take us back with them to take good care of us. But it was him. He was the one who stopped it all. The reason he did not want our aunt and uncle to take us away was because he wanted to seize our parents' property. Yi Yuncheng, why did you do that? Even if you did not plan the car accident, and you lied to keep us from getting hurt. But what about later? Why did you keep stopping us when relatives wanted to take us away for a better life? Children cannot grow up without the guidance of elders. To them, elders are like gardeners who prune and protect the saplings. They correct them when they grow crooked and help prune away their bad habits. Thinking back on the past, it really was so painful for Yi Yunxi. Living in that harsh environment, suffering from his verbal abuse every day. She never wanted to go through that again. And she could not bear the thought of her younger sisters enduring such a miserable time too. The audience felt their hearts ache. The goddess's parents passed away when they were so young. How much pain they must have endured. And to think they grew up to be such independent, strong modern women is truly incredible. I get it now. The reason he said all those things was to lower the goddess's guard so he could seize their inheritance. Right? Him not letting the relatives take the goddesses away is the proof. My God, Yi Yuncheng's ambition is so cruel. They were just kids. This guy is truly terrifying. Who could watch this and not call Yi Yuncheng deeply calculating? The video continued to play. At the funeral home. The sky was dim, the air cold, and a light drizzle was falling. Yi Yuncheng led the four sisters after they had finished attending their parents' funeral. Yi Yunxian was still being carried on Yi Yuncheng's back. Though she was only a few months old, she seemed to sense the somber atmosphere. For once, she did not grab Yi Yuncheng's hair. Instead, she bit her own finger, looking less lively than usual. The funeral hall was playing Buddhist chants for the departed. The atmosphere was as heavy and dreary as the cold rain outside. The ceremony concluded. The couple was sent off for cremation. Yi Yunxi, who was a bit more mature, held back her tears. Are mom and dad going to turn into stars? Yi Yuncheng, yes, they are going to fly into the sky and become stars. Tears streamed down Yi Yunxi's eyes, and she wiped them away clumsily, but I do not want them to go to the sky. Her crying soon infected her three younger sisters. They all began to cry along with her. The sound of their sobbing echoed throughout the hall. Yi Yuncheng's tone was full of mockery. What are you crying for? Even if you cry, mom and dad will not come back, because if they did, they would only come to see me. Mom and dad like obedient children like me the most. Yi Yunxi suddenly stopped crying. I am obedient too. Mom and dad will definitely come to see me. She would not cry anymore. It was true that mom and dad liked how obedient he was. It would be even more obedient than him. That way, Mom and Dad would like them more. After stopping her own tears, Yi Yunqi comforted the twins. Sisters, you should not cry either. If you cry, Mom and Dad will not come to see us. Yi Yunyan sobbed. If we be good, will Mom and Dad come to see us? Yi Yunqi, yes. Yi Yunyan wiped away her tears. Then I will not cry. Yi Yunyan followed suit, wiping her eyes. Little Ying will not cry either. Seeing that her sisters had stopped, Yi Yunxian probably felt there was no point in crying alone. She stopped crying as well. They took the ashes storage certificate and the cremation certificate and returned home. Just as they reached the doorstep, they saw a couple with anxious expressions. Seeing them, the couple immediately ran over. My dears, we have finally found you. Yi Yuncheng frowned. Who are you? Man with the kind face spoke up. I am your father's cousin. I have been living abroad for a long time, so you probably have not met us before. But you know, when little Yunchi was just born, I came back for a visit and even held you. Do you remember? Yi Yunchi tried to think, then slowly shook her head and replied in a crisp voice, I do not remember. The man sighed, you were just too young back then. It is normal not to remember. But I really am your father's cousin. When I received the news abroad that the two of them, sigh. I remembered that your parents had no other relatives besides me, so I dropped my international business contract and rushed back in a hurry. Are you all okay? Yi Yuncheng stood in front of the four sisters, staring directly at the man. You say you are my parents' cousin, but words alone are not proof. What reason do you have to prove it? The man looked at him with a kind and appreciative expression. Kid, it is good that you have this level of caution. That way, you will not be easily deceived by others. Come, here is a photo of him and me. Look, if I did not know him and was not a relative, how could I possibly have a photo together with him? Yi Yunchi snatched the photo from Yi Yuncheng's hand, saying happily, the person in the photo is Dad. It really is Dad. You really are my dad's cousin. The man smiled and nodded. Of course, what benefit would I get from lying to you? The reason I specifically returned to the country, this time is actually to take you back home to raise you. Your cousin is gone and you are all so young. I am very worried about your future. The woman behind him stepped forward as well. Dears, this is some food I brought for you, along with various toys and clothes. Now that Mom and Dad are gone, you must have been having a really hard time lately. At the recording studio, Yi Yunchi looked at the screen and said slowly, they gave up their international contract abroad for our sake. And they brought us so many things, just because they were worried about how we were doing. They are good people. Just then an inconspicuous comment scrolled across the live stream. Wait a minute, are not these two human traffickers who were caught a long time ago? However, this comment was buried among countless others and did not catch anyone's attention. The audience felt great sympathy for the goddess's ordeal. This couple is so kind, they actually gave up a multinational business contract abroad just for the sake of the goddesses. Exactly, and they look so gentle and kind-hearted. If the goddesses had ended up with them, they definitely would not have suffered so much. Yi Yuncheng is just too detestable. Father Yi really invited the wolf into the house. The video continued to play. Yi Yunchi felt the warmth and love radiating from the woman and her eyes turned red, but she still held on to her principles. Mom and Dad said we should not just take things from strangers. The woman smiled gently, but I am a relative of your parents, so it is all right, you can take it. Yi Yunyan was already starving. She tugged at Yi Yunchi's hand and said pitifully, Sister, I am hungry. Yi Yunchi hesitated for a moment. All right then, thank you, Auntie. Yi Yunyan's eyes lit up, and she reached out to take the items. But before her hand could touch them, Yi Yuncheng slapped it away. What are you doing? Yi Yunchi quickly pulled Yi Yunyan behind her to protect her. Yi Yuncheng sneered, you do not deserve to take these things. They are all mine. He quickly gathered the items into his arms and glared fiercely at the couple. Do you have anything else? If you do, hand them all over to me. The woman grew anxious. You child, how could you be like this? The man pulled her back. Calm down, honey. It is just a child. He looked at Yi Yuncheng. We definitely brought more for you, but it is too hot out here. Can we come inside to talk? Yi Yunchi also felt the heat was unbearable. Of course you can. She ran over eagerly to open the door. Uncle, Auntie, come on in. The couple started to walk in, but Yi Yuncheng was faster than them. With Yi Yunxian on his back, he pulled the twins and Yi Yunchi into the house in one go. Then before the couple could react, he slammed the door shut and locked it. Yi Yunchi was caught off guard and glared at him angrily. What are you doing? Why did you lock Uncle and Auntie outside? Yi Yuncheng's gaze was cold. None of you are allowed to open this door. Yi Yunchi puffed up her cheeks in anger. By what right do you get to decide that? She tried to push Yi Yuncheng aside to open the door, but he blocked her firmly. If you dare to open this door, I will hurt your sister. He was referring to Yi Yunxian, who was on his back. The three sisters dared not move. Outside, the couple kept shouting and banging on the door. Yi Yuncheng strode into the kitchen and came out with a kitchen knife. Under their terrified gazes, he put down Yi Yunxian, then took the knife and opened the door. His eyes were as fierce as a wolf from the northern desert. Yi Yunchi wanted to keep watching, but Yi Yuncheng closed the door behind him, standing alone outside to face the couple. Yi Yunchi and the others could only hear Yi Yuncheng's cold and ruthless voice. Get out of here right now, or else there will definitely be blood spilled here today. It is either you or me. In the studio, the four sisters were filled with immense rage. Hatred flashed in Yi Yunchi's eyes. Our fourth sister was only a few months old back then, and yet he could say such hurtful things to her. It is no surprise that a person like this would be capable of threatening someone with a knife. Yi Yunxian nodded, feeling incredibly indignant. Exactly. I was so small back then. What kind of person could say things like that? Thinking back on it now, Yi Yunxian felt truly terrified. This pervert and scumbag was already wielding a knife and threatening people at such a young age. And he even said he would hurt her. And she was just an infant at the time, completely unable to resist. If that piece of trash had lost his mind back then and ended her life while she was still a baby. Just thinking about it made Yi Yunxian feel suffocated. She felt even more heartbroken for her sisters. They had lived through so many more years of these traumatic memories than she had. The audience felt equally pained. Is this Yi Yuncheng a born sociopath? He was only 8 years old and already knew how to threaten people with a knife. I suggest the police track him down immediately and check his mental health. I suggest checking his criminal record. Who knows, he might be some kind of serial killer. A dark and damp basement. Yi Yuncheng ignored the ugly comments, his memories surfacing in his mind along with the images on the screen. That year his sisters were still very young. They could not read people's hearts and had not learned to tell good from bad. They naturally assumed those people were kind and that they were their relatives. But he could see the greed shining deep within their eyes. And he remembered perfectly well that the Yi family had no relatives at all. Yet suddenly a couple appeared, claiming to be relatives. There was no doubt they were bad people. He watched the live broadcast, a gentle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, they have grown up safe and sound. Especially Yunchi, who has learned to distinguish right from wrong and is capable of running an entire multinational corporation on her own. The video continued. At that moment, Yi Yuncheng was merely an 8-year-old child. With a youthful face, small arms, and short legs, he looked like a sitting duck. Yet anyone who looked into his eyes would never think he was easy to bully. His dark, bright pupils were sharp, like a lone wolf king prowling the vast wilderness of the Northwest. Anyone who encroached upon his territory would surely face the counterattack of his sharp claws and teeth. To the bitter end. The two human traffickers, clearly adults, were intimidated by the fierce aura surrounding Yi Yuncheng. A wise man knows when to retreat. They decided they could just come back in a few days when the brat was not around. Why is a kid like you so suspicious? We are not bad people. All right, since it is not a good time for you today, we will come back in a few days. The traffickers left. Only then did Yi Yuncheng put away the knife and open the door. The three sisters stared at him in unison, but he ignored them. He returned the knife to the kitchen and went upstairs. Yi Yuncheng dialed the police. Hello, officer. I am at number 20 on 20 Road. 2 human traffickers just pretended to be our relatives, brought us gifts, and tried to deceive us. I have put away the items they brought, which can serve as evidence. They have just been scared off by me. The man has a black mole on his left cheek and is wearing a black suit. The woman is wearing a red dress and carrying a white bag. There is surveillance at the entrance of my street. Please check the cameras quickly and catch them. Not long after hanging up, the police used the surveillance footage to identify the 2 traffickers based on the descriptions provided by Yi Yuncheng. They were successfully apprehended. In the live broadcast room, the audience seemed to have vanished, and the comment section went blank for a brief moment. And then all at once, it exploded. What? That couple were human traffickers. They were posing as the goddess's relatives to kidnap and sell them. So Yi Yuncheng drew his knife against them because he realized they were traffickers, not because he did not want the goddesses to live a good life. Oh my God, could this be true? Memories do not lie, this must have actually happened. I knew my eyes did not deceive me back then. Those are the exact 2 traffickers I caught. Childhood of Celebrities is a very popular live variety show. Beside the host is a tablet displaying their live stream. As he turned his head, he happened to see these comments. I just saw some comments saying they do not believe this is true, and others claiming that they were the ones who caught those traffickers back then. Would the gentleman or lady who caught those traffickers please call our show's hotline to verify if this is true? A comment quickly appeared saying, "Okay, I will call the hotline right away." The host asked others not to call to avoid clogging the lines, and within a minute, the phone in the studio rang. A slightly nervous male voice came from the other end of the line. "Is this really the set of the show?" Host, "Of course it is." 4 sisters also greeted the person on the phone to prove that it was indeed the live set. Host, "So now, could you tell us about the situation back then?" Hello to the goddesses and the host. The man's voice sounded very nervous. Actually, it is a coincidence, but I was the one who answered the phone back then. When I picked up the call, I was puzzled because the voice sounded so young, like a little kid's, so I was sure they were just playing a prank on us. Just calling the police line for fun. But once we heard his clear descriptions afterward, I immediately realized this was no joke. We quickly checked the surveillance footage, and sure enough, we identified those 2 suspects. Recalling the events of that year, the man's voice lost its nervousness. After we caught the suspects, they would not admit it. It was the little kid who called the police that gave us the items they had given him as evidence. He extracted their fingerprints and drugs from those items, and that was when the 2 traffickers finally confessed. They even gave up the large trafficking organization behind them. Since this was the first major case I worked on as a police officer, even though the caller was just a child, his logic was so clear. That is why I remember it so well. There is no way I am wrong. But what he did not expect was that the little child who reported it back then was actually the goddess's brother, Yi Cheng. With the police officer who experienced the case as proof, this memory was absolutely authentic. The 4 sisters fell silent. After a long while, Yi spoke with a hoarse voice. They were human traffickers. Why did not he tell us at the time? Why did he use that method instead? Watching the live stream, Yi Cheng clutched his stomach, which was churning with pain. His pupils were bloodshot, revealing a fatigue he could not hide. And his lips were dry, even peeling. He had not been able to keep down a drop of water for a long time. Every time he drank something, he would throw up, bile and all. He licked his dry lips. Why take that approach? Because he wanted his sister's childhood to be free from so much calculation, and he did not want them to think about how many bad people were out in the world. Even knowing they would eventually have to face the blizzards of the outside world alone. He still wanted to keep them in the greenhouse for one more day. Those dirty, base, shameless, and vile things. It would be best if they vanished from their sight forever. That was what he thought. But alas, life is just that unpredictable. He still could not protect them properly, allowing them to enter such a dirty world too early. He closed his eyes, feeling as if there were too many heavy burdens on his shoulders. He was truly exhausted. The call on set had ended. The host's brain worked at high speed. Goddess, perhaps you forgot, but he was only a child back then too. If you had been abducted, he would certainly not have been spared either. After all, he had already seen the traffickers' faces. They would never let him live. He said he was saving you, but in truth, he was also saving himself. After saying that, he felt he was truly clever. To have even thought of that. He was a genius indeed. The audience watching the live stream also began to reflect. The host is right. Yi Cheng must have called the police to save himself. Yeah, he was just a kid back then. He had no other choice but to call the police. When all is said and done, he is just selfish and only looking out for himself. On the spacious stage, Yi sat on the sofa, her beautiful face carrying a hint of coldness. I agree. She quickly regained her composure and considered the pros and cons of the whole situation. Yi Cheng was only a child at the time. He might have scared the traffickers for a moment, but he could not scare them forever. So the only best way was to call the police. He was not just doing it to save them, he was doing it to save himself too. How else could you explain what happened later? He is just such a base and shameless person. Iguo grabbed the microphone. He only did it to save himself, and perhaps he was scheming something else too. And that is, plotting to take over my family's assets. She said this while almost gritting her teeth. Her jade-white hands gripped the microphone tightly. The other three sisters were equally agitated. Yes, that is it. He just wanted to usurp our family's fortune. He drove the traffickers away not just to save us, but to take the company's shares from our hands. Our staying alive was his greatest interest. Their parents were dead. They had left behind a huge amount of property and the Yi family company. As soon as they came of age, they would inherit it. So Yi Yuncheng could not let anything happen to them. If something happened to them, he would not be able to get any of the inheritance. We say this because we have proof. Yi Yunchi was very calm now. Although I was young at the time, I remember Dad telling me. Even though he adopted Yi Yuncheng, he was never put on their household registration. So legally speaking, he had no right to inherit anything. There was only one way for Yi Yuncheng to get the inheritance. Take it from us. Yi Yunying was a very sensitive person. Hearing her eldest sister say this, she had tears in her eyes beside her. The only reason the four of them survived in the hands of that devil was because Yi Yuncheng was coveting their parents' inheritance. Yi Yunxian was only a few months old at the time, so she really did not have much of a concept of how much wealth the family actually had. But Yi Yunxi remembered. That big villa and the several luxury cars in the garage. Not to mention all the expensive ornaments in the house. Calculating everything based on today's prices, it was definitely worth tens of millions. Yi Yuncheng is just an ungrateful wretch. He just wanted to seize our family's assets. The host quickly asked, "Can you tell us a little bit about it first?" Yi Yunchi let out a long breath to calm herself down. "Of course I can." She fell into her memories. There was a hint of sorrow in her eyes, like a proud flower on a cliff whose petals had suddenly fallen, shedding sadness. That year I was 6, and I remember it very clearly in my memory. I was still under the covers when Yi Yuncheng suddenly burst in and pulled me out without any explanation. He shoved a suitcase into my hand and told me to get out of the house. She was only 6 years old at the time. Her parents had not been dead for long, and she had not fully recovered from the trauma. At night, she could only hold the doll her parents gave her and cry secretly under the quilt. Fortunately, they still had a home that held the scenes of their happy life as a family. Father would lift her onto his shoulders. Mother would tell her fairy tales by the bedside. She would swing while holding her parents' hands. Living here gave her at least some comfort, pretending that her parents were still by her side. However, her pretense was shattered by Yi Yuncheng. He is an evil man. He did not even let them dream. Why treat us like this? Yi Yuncheng, you are truly cruel. Even if my parents scolded you, they were the ones who took you out of the orphanage. Without them, who knows where you would be cast out as a stray dog now. Yi Yuncheng drove us out. He would not let us go home and made us live in a dark, sunless alley. The audience watching the live stream exploded. This Yi Yuncheng is going too far. How could he treat our goddesses like this? Oh, I am so angry. I thought he might be a good person before, but it turns out I was blind. Yi Yuncheng came from an orphanage, so it is entirely predictable that he would develop a possessive and domineering psychology. Amidst their righteous indignation, the production team retrieved the memory of Yi Yunchi when she was 6 years old and played it back. The weather was gloomy, with lead gray clouds hanging low. In front of a dim, damp, and cramped alleyway, Yi Yuncheng was carrying Yi Yunxian on his back, urging the 3 girls to hurry inside. Yi Yunchi looked at the dark alley and the garbage piled up in front of the sewer. Her fair little hands gripped her Hello Kitty suitcase tightly, refusing to move an inch. "I do not want to go in, I want to go home." Her eyes were red and she wanted to cry, but remembering what Yi Yuncheng said at the hospital, she forced herself to hold it back. Yi Yuncheng had a cold face and was unmoved. "You do not have a home anymore, get in there." Yi Yunchi immediately retorted, "Who says I do not have a home? It was you who kicked us out." They were living perfectly well at home, and it was this demon in front of them who kicked them out. Delicate doll-like little girl wearing a princess dress, clutching her Hello Kitty suitcase, stood before the foul-smelling, damp alley, accusing Yi Yuncheng. This scene of stark contrast caught the attention of passers-by, who all turned to look. Yi Yuncheng's expression changed suddenly, turning even more ferocious. "Get in there." He grabbed Yi Yunchi's little hand without explanation and dragged her into the alley. Yi Yunchi struggled desperately. "You bad person, let go of me, let go of me." Yet for some reason, Yi Yuncheng's strength was immense. She could not resist at all and was dragged into the alley. The twin sisters Yi Yunian and Yi Yunying were terrified by this scene, both clutching their small suitcases, not knowing what to do. It was not until Yi Yuncheng turned back and glared at them coldly, "Hurry up and come here." The twins shivered in unison, clutched their suitcases and Yi Yunchi's pink Hello Kitty one, and followed Yi Yuncheng into the alley. After turning a few corners, Yi Yuncheng took them to a building. He stopped on the third floor and took out his keys to open the door. "From now on, we will live here." The room was about 50 square meters, with a one-bedroom, one living room, and one bathroom layout. The walls were old and yellowed, and the sofa, having likely seen many owners, was filthy. The other furniture was damp and cracked. In the sweltering heat of summer, there was no air conditioning, only a broken fan covered in black cobwebs hanging from the ceiling. The moment Yi Yunchi saw the room, she exploded, "I do not want to live here." She missed her princess room, she wanted to go back. Yi Yuncheng blocked the doorway. "You want to go back? Back where? Let me tell you, that place is mine, and I will not allow you to live there. You four sisters only deserve to live here." Yi Yunchi's eyes widened. "What did you say? How could that place be yours?" "That house was bought by my parents. It belongs to me and my sisters." Yi Yuncheng's tone remained cold. "That was in the past. Now that place belongs to me, and I have already sold it. Either you live here properly, or you pack your things and leave to go beg on the streets." How could Yi Yunchi stand it? From birth until now, she had always been a precious little princess. Her little chest heaved with anger, and she was about to snap, "Fine, let us go, who is afraid of who?" But before she could speak, Yi Yuncheng interrupted her. He crossed his arms, his eyes full of sarcasm. "You will be with those beggars who have not bathed in years and only eat leftovers from trash cans." Yi Yunchi fell silent. The twins were frightened, looking at Yi Yunchi with terror on their little faces. "Sister, I do not want to be with beggars. Sister, I do not want to eat trash either." Looking at her three young sisters, Yi Yunchi finally compromised. "Fine, we will live here then." Yi Yunchi dragged her suitcase and led her three sisters into the bedroom. There was one large bed and one small bed. Yi Yunchi claimed the largest bed and began to unpack things resentfully. She had never done these things before. But now, Yi Yunchi looked at her two 3-year-old sisters and 1-year-old Yi Yunxian. She gritted her teeth. She had to grow up quickly to protect her 3 sisters. Outside the door, Yi Yuncheng looked at the fan overhead and sighed deeply. Even though he was only 9, he seemed to carry so much on his shoulders. Even his eyes were weary. He spoke slowly in a voice only he could hear, bankrupt and frozen. "There is not a penny left. I have to make money quickly." Live stream. What did Yi Yuncheng mean by that last sentence? What does he mean by bankruptcy? Why do I feel like there is a twist to this story? Yi Yuncheng was only 9 years old at the time, right? The look in his eyes just now seemed to carry so much weight. That look was simply not something a 9-year-old child should have. It carried too much bitterness and bore too many responsibilities. It was as if a mountain was pressing down hard on his frail shoulders. And yet he was only 9 years old. What on earth could he have gone through to make a 9-year-old so sensible and so deep in thought? Recording studio. Hearing Yi Yuncheng's final mutterings, the 4 sisters frowned, their eyes full of disbelief. "What does bankruptcy mean? What do you mean by having no money? Did not he sell our villa?" Yi Yunchi was already starting to get confused. She suspected that her own memory might be flawed. Host looked at the cue card. "I remember you mentioned in an interview a while ago that when you were 6, you experienced a major change that made you determined to earn money. Can you tell us now, was this major change what happened back then?" Yi Yunchi forced herself to stay calm. The bright lights shone on her, making her skin look as fair as jade. It was glowing. Her chin-length hair further highlighted her composure and determination. It was indeed because of this incident. On my 6th birthday, Yi Yuncheng sold our house and drove my sisters and me into that dark, damp alley. So from that day on, I secretly swore to myself that I would succeed in life. I would earn lots and lots of money and take back everything I had lost. She used to be a flower protected in a greenhouse by her parents, having never experienced wind or rain. Growing up delicate. But after this, she understood very clearly that her parents were gone. She could rely on no one but herself. At that moment, Yi Yunchi learned to be strong and brave. The little flower that had been pampered in a greenhouse her whole life bravely stepped out of it, to face the cruel and biting storm outside. So after I started earning money, the first thing I did was buy back my parents' villa. But now, as the memories of the past were unearthed, Yi Yunxi did not understand what Yi Yuncheng meant by bankruptcy. When did her family go bankrupt? She could not wait to look up at the screen. She also wanted to know the truth of this matter. The scene turned back to the previous day. Yi Yunxian was over a year old. She was no longer like before, only able to roll over and go nowhere. She had now learned to crawl. Yi Yuncheng was woken up by her movements. Xiangxian, where are you crawling off to again? He reluctantly turned over and got up, picking up Yi Yunxian, who had crawled to his feet and was hugging them at some point. The young boy, not yet fully grown, looked at her seriously. Feet are dirty, you cannot eat them. Yi Yunxian did not understand and thought he was playing with her. She held his hand and let out a giggle. Yi Yuncheng sighed like an old man, and just as he was about to continue, the doorbell rang outside. Who is coming over so early in the morning? Yi Yuncheng carried Yi Yunxian to open the door. Through the peephole, he saw several law enforcement officers in uniforms standing outside. Yi Yuncheng's expression turned serious, and he subconsciously looked back at the room where the three sisters were. They were sleeping very soundly and were not woken up by the doorbell. Yi Yuncheng opened the door and his first sentence was, "Could you please keep your voices down? My sisters are still sleeping." The three officers were stunned for several seconds before they reacted. Okay, we will try to keep it quiet. Clearly, these officers had already learned about the situation of the Yi family before coming here. The two adults who could make decisions had already passed away. There were only 5 children left in this house. The eldest was only 9, and the youngest was only 1. What made it even more of a headache was that there were no relatives left. They could only talk to the child in front of them. The officers had a headache. What kind of situation is this? This 9-year-old who has not even grown up yet, what does he know about anything? Yi Yuncheng had already guessed it. Uncle police officer, are you here to arrange where we go? We are not going to the orphanage. 9-year-old child had already shed his childishness, looking as calm as an adult. The officers did not expect the child to have guessed it himself. Half of the reason we are here is indeed because of that. Yi Yuncheng appeared so mature that the officers could not help but use the tone they would use with an adult. The other half of the reason is that the way your adoptive parents obtain their wealth involves illegal activities. So all the assets here will be counted, verified, and frozen. If it is confirmed that all the property here is illegal, then according to the laws of our country, all this property will be confiscated. Yi Yuncheng thought about it for just a moment before he understood. Uncle police officer, do you mean that everything here will be confiscated? Your situation is special, and we have already discussed a plan, the officer said. We will send you to an orphanage. Yi Yuncheng only had that one sentence. My sisters and I are not going to the orphanage. The officer frowned. If you do not go to the orphanage, how will you live? You are still so young. Yi Yuncheng's gaze was firm like a rock. Uncle police officer, I can support my sisters. You are only 9. The officer's words got stuck in his throat at Yi Yuncheng's steady gaze, and he could not say anything more. The child in front of him was serious. Another officer who had been silent until now spoke up. May I ask why you insist on not going to the orphanage? Yi Yuncheng looked down at the innocent Yi Yunxian in his arms. She did not know what had happened. She had been pulling on Yi Yuncheng's hair. Seeing him looking at her, she gave him a silly smile. Yi Yuncheng patted her head. I do not want my sisters to feel like they are children nobody wants. And I do not want my sisters to be separated. Uncle police officer, do you think when people adopt children, they would adopt all 4 at once? Yi Yuncheng did not tell the whole truth. Besides worrying about these things, he was also incredibly worried that the couples coming to adopt his sisters would be just like their parents. Also trash with human faces and beastly hearts. He was an adult and had thousands of ways to leave. But the sisters were different. They were truly just children. Yi Yuncheng looked at the law enforcement officers before him, his thin shoulders already bearing the burden of raising his 4 younger sisters. I can take good care of my 4 sisters. Please believe in me. The morning sun was bright. Birds were chirping joyfully outside the window. Dust motes danced in the sunlight. A young boy made the most determined and difficult vow of his life. Inside the studio, Yi Yunxian watched the screen, racking her brain, desperately trying to recall whether this really happened when she was just over a year old. But she was just too young at the time. She had absolutely no memory of this scene ever happening. Yi Yunxi, however, could not help but ponder over what Yi Yuncheng had said. She could absolutely not bear the thought of the four sisters being separated. Generally speaking, typical families would not adopt 4 children at once. So the 4 of them were bound to be separated. Was Yi Yuncheng making them live in that dim, narrow alley actually for their own good? The playback of these memories began to change Yi Yunxi's perception of Yi Yuncheng. This person did not seem to be exactly what she thought he was. A base and shameless person. But why? She did not understand. Yi Yunxi looked at the small boy on the big screen, who was only 3 years older than her, and her heart remained in turmoil for a long time. In general, what are other 9-year-old kids doing? Skipping school to play, watching cartoons at home, or playing games to burn off extra energy. But Yi Yuncheng was already thinking about the future. To keep his sisters from being separated, he used his frail body to hold up this home. Even if this home was completely misunderstood by the 4 sisters. Even if this home was despised by the 4 sisters. Even if he was the only one who found joy in this home. But as a man, he had no regrets. Yi Yunxing was the most soft-hearted among the 4 sisters. Seeing this scene, she could not help but shed tears. As if questioning herself, or perhaps doubting reality, could it be that we really misunderstood Yi Yuncheng? The audience in the live stream also joined in with likes. Judging by the clips shown in these memories, this Yi Yuncheng does not really seem so despicable. A young boy with such thoughts and such a sense of responsibility, what a prodigy he would have become if he had grown up. Never mind the future or anything else, the current Yi Yuncheng is truly a man, even if he is only 9 years old. Yi Yunxian did not believe it, absolutely not. I remember now, our country's laws have explicit provisions. People in our situation are entitled to a monthly subsidy. But our subsidies must have been swallowed up by him. Otherwise, why were we going hungry every other day that month? We even had to count every single grain of rice just to eat. When my oldest sister and I saw it with our own eyes, he would come out of the internet cafe every day. The reason Yi Yuncheng would not let us go to the orphanage was not because of the fake excuses he gave. It was because he wanted to swallow our subsidies and use the money for himself. The host also remembered, that is right, Goddess Yunxi mentioned that when she was 6, you went days without a meal, and an uncle gave you a candy, but he snatched it away. That happened during this time too, right? Yi Yunxi let out a bitter sigh. It was indeed during this time. Not only that, he hit me too. I fainted completely from that slap and was rushed to the hospital. The female audience in the live stream felt as if they had been slapped in the face. What? Yi Yuncheng was actually thinking like this. Oh, and here I thought he was a good person, but he turns out to be a born villain. Spending all the money on games while letting his own sisters go hungry, is this what he calls raising his sisters? Disgusting, as expected, men are never any good. Yi Yuncheng lowered his head and looked at his hands, a hint of nostalgia appearing in his eyes. These hands had become skin and bones, wrinkled like the bark of an old tree. The skin was as thin and brittle as paper. Anyone who saw his hands would never think he was only in his 30s. They would think he was at least 60. But back in those days, these very hands had led him to win countless game championships and defeat countless difficult bosses. It was by selling in-game equipment and playing for others that he was able to pull his sisters through those difficult days. And that slap was only because the footage began to play. In a narrow, damp street, there was a doorway with a simple wooden sign that read Internet Cafe. Several young men with colorful dyed hair were smoking. Standing nearby were several sexy women dressed in revealing clothes. They approached with smirks and grabbed the men's hands. Handsome, want to come for a visit, it is only 30. Youth smiled, took a puff of his cigarette, put his arm around their shoulders, and headed straight upstairs to the shop next to the internet cafe that Red Hair Salon. Yi Yunxi was holding Yi Yunxian's hand as they walked along this road. They kept their heads down and walked quickly forward, trying their best not to let anyone notice them. Just then, Yi Yunxi suddenly saw someone walk out of the internet cafe. It was Yi Yuncheng. Yi Yuncheng was also surprised to see them there. He walked over to them in 3 strides. What are you doing out here? Get back home now. Yi Yunxi glared at him. You have the nerve to tell us that. What are you doing here then? She looked at the internet cafe behind him with utter disdain. Yi Yuncheng sneered. I am here to play, obviously. What do you want to come in and play with me too? Yi Yunchi was disgusted, pulled Yi Union back a few steps, and put some distance between them. I would never play with you, sister, let us go. Yi Union let herself be pulled away, her eyes glancing at the internet cafe with some curiosity. Through the wide-open door, she could clearly see countless people inside playing games. That was the future esports queen's first time seeing a gaming scene. After Yi Yunchi dragged her home, she searched high and low before finding a single biscuit. Sister, did not you say you were hungry? Take this biscuit and eat it. Yi Union's eyes brightened suddenly at the sight of the biscuit. They had not had a full meal in 3 days. She was really, really hungry. However, when she tore it open, she saw Yi Yunchi staring intently at the biscuit, swallowing a mouthful of saliva she thought was hidden. Yi Union then realized it was not just her. Her sister had not eaten anything for a long time either. Yi Union pushed the biscuit back. Sister, I am not hungry, you eat this biscuit. The two sisters kept pushing it back and forth, and in the end, neither ate it, giving it instead to Yi Union, who had just woken up. Yi Yunchi's stomach had actually been growling with hunger the whole time. So as not to make her sisters worry, she went out alone. She sat downstairs, holding her stomach in pain. Still hypnotizing herself, I am not hungry, I am not hungry. Just then a man stopped in front of her. Little sister, are you hungry? Do you want a candy? Various live streaming platforms. Yi Yuncheng was faking it all along. He just wanted to swallow up the goddess's subsidies. Oh my god, the goddesses actually went hungry like that when they were little. My heart aches for them. Yi Yuncheng is too much. He actually took the money meant for the goddesses and spent it on games. The audience was grinding their teeth in anger. They wished Yi Yuncheng was right there so they could give him a good lesson. In the recording studio, Yi Yunchi's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia, her short hair highlighting her heroic spirit. The man at the end of that scene was the one who gave me the candy. It was because of him that I knew not everyone in this world was as evil as Yi Yuncheng. There are still good people in this world, and I am lucky enough to meet them. You never know the pain until the needle pricks your own skin. Those watching these memories could never know just how desperate she felt back then. After their parents died, they fell from a life like a princess to that of a Cinderella. Yi Yuncheng was like the wicked stepmother in Cinderella, targeting them at every turn. Yi Yunchi's fragile heart had even begun to lose faith in people. She was on the verge of a breakdown. But because of that man, she was convinced that there were still kind people in the world. Even when she was eventually slapped by Yi Yuncheng and ended up in the hospital unconscious, she still held on to hope in her heart. It does not matter, even if she encountered many hardships now, it did not matter. Because one day, someone would appear in her life. Reach out to her and lead her out of the darkness and into the light. Yi Yunchi smiled. I really miss this man, if he is watching this program right now. I hope he can contact the production team. I want to thank him in person. And I also want to repay him within my own capabilities. After all, he is the one who made me believe that light still exists. Under the lights, Yi Yunchi's smile was gentle, filled with nostalgia and emotion. The people watching the stream could not help but get teary-eyed. The goddess is just so kind. Where is this man? If you see this, please give us a call. Thank you, sir, for filling the goddess's heart with light and hope. A mahjong parlor. The center of the hall was live streaming the show Celebrity's Childhood. A man in his 50s watching the stream was stunned. What? I am the one who gave Yi Yunchi hope in life. She even wants to repay me. Ha ha ha, to think such a good thing could happen in this world. His mahjong partners were confused by his remarks. Old Lin, what are you cheering about? Hurry up and play your tile. He pushed his tiles aside and laughed wildly. Play what? I am done. I am telling you I am going to be rich. The one who gave Yi Yunchi the candy back then was me. I had even forgotten about it, never expected her to remember. The partners were shocked. What? You are the one the goddess Yi Yunchi was talking about. Hey, I really cannot tell, Old Lin. You're someone who beats women, and you actually had a heart like that. Old Lin retorted smugly, get out of here. I do not beat women, I was just disciplining them. He took out his phone and impatiently dialed the show's hotline. The call went through quickly. Old Lin explained his purpose in a few words. Yi Yunchi listened to the voice on the other end, shocked. You are the man who gave me the candy. Old Lin said eagerly, of course. Yi Union was a bit skeptical. You say you are my sister's benefactor, but do you have any proof? After all, everyone has seen that memory now. Old Lin, I have my old photos. I can post my old photos and my current photos together for comparison. He found the photos on his phone and posted them online. Millions of netizens rushed to verify them. It really is the person from the screen. The goddess has found her benefactor. Oh my god, I do not know why. Even though it is not me, I am so excited. The goddess is just too good to remember such a small thing for her whole life. Yunchi confirmed it via her phone. Ecstatic, sir. It really is you. I am so grateful to you. Is there anything you are struggling with right now? As long as it is within my power, I will help you with all my might. Old Lin shed crocodile tears. Boo-hoo. If you ask about hardships, I am truly struggling. My beloved wife had a car accident over a year ago. Both her legs are disabled, and she can only lie in bed. Every cent I earn goes to her treatment. We have no money. My dearest daughter and I are often starving. For my 7-year-old daughter, she is so thin she looks like she is only 4 or 5. Boo-hoo, if you still remember the kindness of that one candy, please come and help me. Yunchi heard that her benefactor was in the same state she had been in, poor to the point of having no food to eat. She was instantly touched. I never thought my benefactor would be living such a miserable life. Please rest assured, I will take care of this. I will not let you go hungry again. A mouse scurried out of the sewer, cautiously scanning its surroundings. It discovered a bowl of rice porridge on the table. Confirming there was no danger, it scurried all the way under the table. Just as it was about to jump onto the table, Yi Yuncheng, who had been calmly and gently watching the broadcast, suddenly coughed in anger. This man, he actually has the nerve to show his face. Consider yourself lucky I did not catch you back then. You want to harm my sister now? No way. The mouse was startled and ran back into the sewer. Yi Yuncheng endured the discomfort in his stomach, his fingers flying across the keyboard to quickly locate the man's current position using the photos Old Lin had uploaded. Just as he was about to call the police, he unexpectedly discovered a few videos uploaded by others. The protagonist of the videos was none other than Old Lin. In the videos, he was beating and kicking a woman, even taking a chair and smashing it onto her legs. Beside the woman, a little girl was crying. Old Lin did not care at all, even going up to give her several slaps. Finally, he pointed at the person filming and cursed at them, telling them to delete the video immediately or he would kill them. The video shook for a moment and then went black. Yi Yuncheng was furious. So this is the so-called wife's car accident and broken leg. There must be more to this story. He did not hesitate to bundle these up and send them to the police station. Then he waited for the next memory to play. That candy was no ordinary candy. The police department. The police received a tip-off letter. Upon opening it, they found dozens of pages of evidentiary documentation. It also included various videos of women being subjected to domestic violence. The police began to take it seriously, quickly verifying the authenticity of the evidence chain. They discovered that every piece matched up. While shocked, they also felt puzzled. Why does this person look so familiar? They quickly checked the past criminal records and, sure enough, found that this person had a prior record at the police station. He was a repeat offender who preyed on women. Previously, they were frustrated by the lack of evidence to arrest him, but now with all the evidence laid out, it was time to act. The big screen began playing back the memory. The sun was high in the sky, and there was not a cloud in sight. Yi Yuncheng, wearing a thin little jacket, walked into an internet cafe. As he entered, he was met with the heavy scent of perfume, mixed with the smell of smoke and alcohol. An illicit internet cafe would not care if a child was a minor or not. They only cared if there was money in his pocket. Yi Yuncheng walked in smoothly, but he did not head to the counter to rent a computer. Instead, he looked around. His gaze quickly locked onto a few girls playing Crossfire. Their skills were terrible. They were essentially just handing kills to the other side. Yet despite being bad, they loved to play. They kept starting new matches, only to feed the opponents repeatedly. After yet another loss, one of the girls with long curly hair slammed her mouse down in anger. I am done. Every time we play ranked, we lose, lose, lose. Can we not win even once? The girl with short hair was also furious. I am not playing either. This is so frustrating. I keep missing my shots. Arg, my rank is going to drop to nothing. Yi Yuncheng knew his chance had come. He ran over, looked up, and asked, Big sisters, do you want to get revenge? He was only 9 years old. Even though he tried to act like an adult, he still had baby fat on his face. His eyes were like starlight, and his delicate features could not hide how incredibly handsome he would grow up to be. The curly-haired girl could not help but pinch his cheek. "Oh, where did this little kid come from? What, you want to help us get revenge?" Yi Yuncheng stepped back to dodge her hand and rubbed his cheek. His expression was very serious and earnest. "I can even help you reach the rank of Gun King." The short-haired girl burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, you little kid are quite funny, you wanting to get the Gun King title." The curly-haired girl thought she saw through Yi Yuncheng's intentions. "Little kid, you want to play games, but do not have the money to pay for a computer, right? Fine, this big sister will be kind for once. You can play this round. My rank has already dropped anyway, it does not matter." Yi Yuncheng wanted to retort, but he knew that in his current appearance, he did not exactly look reliable. He did not refuse, sat in the chair, and started the game. 5 minutes later, the two girls stared at the screen, dumbfounded. We won. It only took 5 minutes. Even for a team match, that is way too fast. Yet Yi Yuncheng did not feel it was fast. At his peak, he could finish a battle in 3 minutes. It was just because he had not played for so long. He was rusty, and his fingers were too short right now, making it hard to control. That was why it dragged on to 5 minutes. But this was enough. The skills he displayed were proof enough that he could secure the Gun King title. The two girls' attitudes were certainly different from before. They scooped Yi Yuncheng up into their arms. "Wow, little brothers, you are amazing. We believe you now." Yi Yuncheng was pressed into their softness, struggling desperately to lift his head and breathe. This is too much. It is practically a lethal weapon. As soon as he escaped the den and finally caught a breath, a kiss landed on him from above. Moi, the curly-haired girl, excitedly kissed his cheek. "Little brother, quick, help me keep playing." Yi Yuncheng. "Say no to seduction, it starts with me." He reached out looking impartial. "Me, I am a professional gamer for hire. Give me money and you can become stronger." So Yi Yuncheng went to the internet cafe not to play games, but to make money. When he was being held, I was actually a little envious. Damn, his finger speed is even better than mine, and I have been single for over 20 years. Based on my years of experience playing Crossfire, he really could get the Gun King title. So, the 9-year-old Gun King. I am here playing with mud while he is a god of gaming on the internet. Someone save me. Most of the netizens in the live stream were envious. Yi Yunshi remained calm. Even if he went to the cafe to make money, so what? That does not cover up the fact that he slapped me and sent me to the hospital. The call with Old Lin was still connected. Old Lin also chimed in. "That is right, I remember that brother of yours. I was only trying to be kind and give you some food back then, but he was so excessive. I think he was just trying to starve you to death on purpose." The netizens gradually calmed down. That was true. Even if he was able to reach the Gun King title at only 9 years old, so what? Just because he is good at games does not mean he is not a scumbag. However, the netizens were still feeling a bit emotional. Yi Yuncheng did not have bad intentions. With his ability to reach Gun King at 9, he could definitely have dominated the esports world later on. Yeah, what a pity he took the wrong path. What happened later, play it quickly. The footage continued. The ranked matches could not be finished that quickly, of course. Yi Yuncheng helped them reach Grandmaster and then got off the computer. "I have to go back and cook for my sisters. I cannot play anymore." If he had not been penniless, he never would have come here. The two girls were disappointed, but they let him go. "Little brother can even cook. That is so impressive. Remember to come back and help your big sisters rank up tomorrow, okay?" The two girls were in high spirits. Each of them gave him a sweet kiss on the cheek. Yi Yuncheng did not dare stay any longer and hurried away with the money. Just as he left the internet cafe, he ran into his sisters, Yi Yunshi and Yi Yunian. That was not the important part. The important thing was that there seemed to be someone with malicious intentions following behind them. Yi Yuncheng's face changed instantly, and he scolded his sisters, telling them to go home immediately. After they left, he wanted to chase after the person who had been following them. As it turned out, that person seemed to realize they had been spotted and vanished from the spot, just as Yi Yuncheng ran over. Finding no one, Yi Yuncheng decided to let it slide for now. He decided to head to the wet market to buy some rice and ingredients to bring home. When he returned, fully loaded, he arrived at the entrance of his building. He saw the same man he had lost earlier, standing right in front of his sister. The man was holding a lollipop, handing it to Yi Yunshi. The plastic wrapper on the lollipop had already been torn open. There was suspicious white powder on it. Yuncheng did not have time to think. He dashed forward and snatched the candy out of Yunchi's hand. "You are not allowed to eat this." The man was old Lin when he was younger. "Hey, what are you doing, little brother?" Yuncheng turned to look at him with a fierce expression. "Get the hell away from me." He looked just like a wolf when he got aggressive. His gaze seemed as if he would devour his prey whole without leaving even a bone behind. Old Lin had never seen such a fierce kid. He cursed no good deed goes unpunished and ran away in a hurry. Yuncheng turned to look at Yunchi. "Spit out that candy right now." Yunchi had just taken a bite. Hearing this, she hurriedly tried to swallow it. Yuncheng was so panicked that he slapped her. He wanted to knock the candy out of her mouth. There was no telling what was in that candy. He absolutely could not let his sister eat it. But he was still a step too late. Yunchi had already swallowed a large chunk, with only a tiny piece spat out. Before Yuncheng could even scold her, Yunchi suddenly fainted. Yuncheng caught her as she collapsed, anxious and worried. Sister. He carried Yunchi and rushed out of the alley to hail a taxi. Meanwhile, the candy Yunchi had just spat out was discovered by a mouse, which began to gnaw on it. As a result, no sooner had the mouse taken a tiny bite than its legs stiffened, and it fell straight to the ground, foaming at the mouth. It was actually dead. The audience in the livestream were all struck dumb at the sight of the mouse dying. It took a long while before the live comments started to increase again. "My God, did that mouse die from eating the candy? No way, is it really what I think it is? If that candy really was problematic, did not Yuncheng figure it out right from the start? That is why he grabbed it. What about the guy on the phone? Is he still there? Hurry and ask him what is going on. Are you crazy? Would a thief ever admit to stealing something?" At the studio, Yunchi stood up from the sofa in excitement, looking at the events on the screen in disbelief. "No, this is impossible. This absolutely cannot be true. That mouse could not have died because of the candy, right? Uncle, tell me, was it really?" She was so agitated that her chest heaved rapidly, causing a series of ripples. Even at this moment, the call between the production team and Old Lin had not been disconnected. Old Lin had naturally seen this moment in the livestream. His brain, once dominated by greed, finally regained a shred of sanity. He remembered. He had added plenty of good things to the candy he gave Yunchi. Now that it was being broadcast to everyone, how could he possibly continue the call? Old Lin was about to hang up the phone and run away immediately. However, someone was faster than him. "Police, do not move." The police seized his phone and quickly detained him. All this chaos was transmitted in real time to the studio via the phone. Yunchi still clung to a sliver of hope. "What police? This is all a trick, they are just acting, right? Uncles who gave me the candy, you are definitely not a bad person, right?" Yunian, seeing the disbelief on her eldest sister's face, held her hand with compassion to give her strength. Eldest sister. Even when the company was on the brink of bankruptcy, she had never seen her eldest sister look this broken. This kind of breakdown was as if her entire faith had crumbled in an instant. If faith and hope are both gone, how can one go on living? Yunchi roared in the studio. "Uncle, say something. Uncle, speak up, tell me the truth. That candy absolutely had nothing in it, right? The mouse's death was just an accident." Finally, a voice came from the other end of the phone. It was not Old Lin's. It was the police. "Hello, is this still connected to the show, Celebrity Childhood?" Yunchi snatched the microphone from the host. "Yes, this is Celebrity Childhood. Please tell me what happened on your end. We received a tip-off report." The police officer's voice was very calm as he briefly recounted the tip-off report and the details of the domestic abuse. All evidence has been verified, and furthermore, his claim that his wife's legs were crippled in a car accident was a lie. The fact is, he broke his wife's legs himself. And his daughter was also frequently subjected to his brutal beatings, leaving multiple scars on her body. There is also one more important thing. This man is a habitual offender who attempts to assault young girls. Someone filed a report 13 years ago, but unfortunately, there was no evidence to catch him back then. Now, Ms. Yunchi, your memory is the evidence. We can finally bring this habitual offender, who has been on the run for 13 years, to justice. Yunchi felt as if everything about her childhood was shattering. How could it be like this? How could it end up like this? It only takes one sentence to destroy a boy's childhood. Ultraman does not exist in this world. And it only takes one sentence to destroy Yi Yunxi. The uncle who gave you the candy actually wanted to assault you. It had been 13 years. Yi Yunxi had actually fallen into darkness before. After all, her family had gone through such a massive upheaval, and her growth environment was inextricably linked to this filthy place. Like most rebellious girls, Yi Yunxi had once been rebellious too. It is just that she did not show it so clearly, and in the end, she managed to walk her way out of it. And the secret to why she was able to escape it was this uncle who gave her a piece of candy. During the time, she was knocked unconscious by Yi Yuncheng and sent to the hospital. Her consciousness was not completely lost, but she remained in a dazed, lethargic state. Someone was talking by her ear. She could no longer remember the specific content, but the power of those words remained. Warm, full of light, full of hope, like the Big Dipper shining brightly and hanging in the sky. No matter how dark the night, as long as you look up and find it, then you will never be lost again. It would use its faint light to guide you toward the exit. This strength had been sustaining her in her subconscious all along, pulling her out of the darkness, helping her find hope. However, now, cruel reality was telling her that the uncle she had always believed in, who gave her strength, back then had actually just wanted to assault her. There is no greater collapse of faith than this. Big sister Yi Yunying hugged Yi Yunxi, her eyes turning red with heartache. But she was also helpless. She could only hold her and offer her a shred of comfort. Yi Yunxi was trembling all over, feeling icy cold. If he just wanted to assault me, then who was the one talking to me while I was unconscious? Who was it? She looked at the big screen with accusation and questioning. The footage on the big screen slowly continued to play. The hospital. The air was filled with the pungent, distinct smell of disinfectant. Yi Yuncheng carried Yi Yunxi on his back and rushed into the emergency room. Doctor, please save my sister. I do not know why, but she suddenly fainted. The doctors and nurses quickly took Yi Yunxi down, placed her on a bed, and pulled the curtain around her. Little one, wait outside for a moment. We are going to check on her right away. Yi Yuncheng stood anxiously outside the door of the rescue room. He stood on tiptoe, trying to peer through the window to see what was happening inside. However, the curtain blocked his view, and he could not see anything at all. About half an hour passed. Amidst Yi Yuncheng's anxiety and nervousness, the curtain was finally drawn back, marking the end of the emergency treatment. Yi Yuncheng waited for the door to open and rushed forward to ask the doctor. Uncle Doctor, how is my sister? Is she okay? The doctor recognized Yi Yuncheng, as he happened to be one of the doctors involved in the rescue when his parents were in the car accident. Therefore, he knew that Yi Yuncheng was different from other children. He was remarkably mature. He spoke to him as he would to an adult. Rest assured, she is out of danger now, just still in a deep sleep. There is no major issue. The doctor's expression turned serious, but do you know what your sister ate? Only this candy. Yi Yuncheng handed the candy he had snatched to the doctor and pursed his lips. Uncle Doctor, could this contain some kind of sedative? The doctor nodded and then shook his head. We can only confirm now that this substance is in her stomach, but whether it came from this specific candy requires lab testing. The test results came back quickly, confirming that there was something wrong with the candy. The doctor called the police. While waiting for the police to arrive, Yi Yuncheng stayed by Yi Yunxi's side. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and she looked as though she were trapped in a nightmare, sleeping restlessly. Yi Yuncheng guarded her side and held her hand. Sister. There was no response. Yi Yuncheng's pupils were deep and dark, like the night. I know you must hate the life you are living right now. With no more princess rooms or dolls, and no parents by your side. Reduced to living in a small alley with me, and even going hungry for days at a time. But no matter how much you hate it, it has already happened and cannot be undone. Yi Yuncheng's eyes grew resolute. If you want to change your current situation, you can only rely on yourself. No one is born to have a smooth life, and no one can always have the last laugh. We are not on a stage we chose, and we are not performing a script we wanted. But no matter how terrible the script of life we receive, we must strive to perform it well, rather than quitting. And I believe that you are the one who can perform until the perfect final curtain call. In her deep sleep, Yi Yunxi could only vaguely sense someone speaking in her ear. Her tightly furrowed brows slowly smoothed out. She actually looked much more peaceful. Just at that moment, the police arrived. Yi Yuncheng let go of Yi Yunqi's hand and went out with the police to give a statement. The result was not much different from what Yi Yuncheng had guessed. The man had indeed intended to assault Yi Yunqi. Fortunately, Yi Yuncheng arrived quickly, and she had not finished the candy. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far worse than just a deep sleep. Not long after Yi Yuncheng left, Yi Yunqi woke up. She looked a bit dazed and reached out to cover her chest. It felt like someone had been talking to her while she was unconscious. Though she did not know what was said, it made her feel so warm. Could it be that the uncle from earlier was talking to me? Yi Yunqi jumped to the conclusion that it could not possibly have been Yi Yuncheng. Therefore, from that point on, she always believed that the person who told her those powerful and hopeful words was that uncle who had originally wanted to assault her. In front of the recording studio, Yi Yunqi watched these authentic memory scenes, utterly devastated, so those words were actually said by him. Unable to choose the stage, unable to choose the script. But no matter what, we must perform this script well. That is right. It was precisely because of those words that every time she reached the verge of falling into darkness, she struggled desperately to pull herself out of the mire. Because she did not want to quit, did not want to declare her life a failure so quickly and sloppily. The other three sisters also had complex expressions. These words were actually said by him. How could he possibly say something like that? He was always hanging out with shady people and never even finished his schooling. How could he possibly come up with such philosophical words? It could not possibly be him. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was completely different. My God, was Yi Yuncheng only 9 years old at the time? How could he think about life so deeply at 9? The goddesses said he only finished first grade. He dropped out after that and never went to school again. An elementary school level education, and he is outperforming me, a college student. Is Yi Yuncheng a genius? He was really so smart. I have a bold thought. If he had not suffered this life-changing tragedy, could his achievements be even greater than the goddesses today? That is ridiculous. Give me a break. His achievements greater than the goddesses. The goddesses are global movie stars and CEOs of multi-billion-dollar companies. What could he do? What did he have? Exactly, Yi Yuncheng fanboys, please wake up. No matter what, you cannot change the fact that he was a piece of trash at his core. In the studio, Yi Yunqi gradually began to calm down. But she still could not believe it. She could not believe that the person who said those things could be Yi Yuncheng. The person she thought of and recited in her heart every time she was in despair. How could such words come from someone as despicable and shameless as Yi Yuncheng? She started to deny it. It must be that this memory was just too beautiful. That is why she thought her life's brightness had something to do with this moment. But it actually did not. Everything was achieved through her own hard work. No one helped her. She climbed out of the mud step by step on her own. Yes, that must be it, absolutely. She could have risen up just the same without those so-called words. She could have fought the darkness just the same. The production team conducts a background check before filming. Naturally, the production team knew a little bit about Yi Yunqi's life experience. The host held the cue card, glanced at the information and asked, "So, after experiencing this major change, you started to study hard, right, Goddess Yunqi? I heard that it was also at this time that you became interested in competitive math and started to showcase your incredible talent in that field." Yi Yunqi nodded with poise and a touch of pride, yes. She did not rely on Yi Yuncheng. Everything she had was achieved through her own struggle and hard work. Host, Goddess Yunqi, could you tell us what exactly sparked your passion for math Olympiads? After all, at your age back then, most kids did not even know what math Olympiads were. Math Olympiad was something Yi Yunqi took immense pride in, and she was more than happy to share it. Of course I can. Back then, I was passing by a park and saw someone drawing romantic mathematical formulas on the ground with chalk. I think you have all heard of this formula. 14 characters in the Cartesian coordinate system that form the most romantic heart shape. From that moment on, I became interested in formulas, which led me to realize that this was mathematics, and beyond mathematics, there were math Olympiads. What is a genius? Naturally, it means being more outstanding in a certain field than others from a young age. Yi Yunqi was, without a doubt, one such genius. Ever since she entered the world of math Olympiads, the championship belonged solely to her. She is the goddess of the math Olympiad world. And the audience who has always followed her knows this just as well. The The female audience watching the live stream began to fire back. Exactly, Goddess Yunqi achieved her current status through her own efforts. She did not rely on that Yi Yuncheng at all, so what are his fans so proud of? Yi Yuncheng might have contributed a little, but the goddess mainly made it on her own. Later on, not only did he not help, he actually held her back. Goddess Yi Yunqi proves to us that women can hold up half the sky. Men only ever hold us back. When there are no men in your heart, you become a divine blade. I just looked up that Cartesian 14-character coordinate system. When solved, it forms a heart. It is truly so romantic. Am I the only one more interested in who actually drew that equation in the park? Probably some couple confessing their love. It just happened to be discovered by the goddess and became her mathematical enlightenment. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Yuncheng took a few deep breaths, suppressing the rising stomach acid. His stomach was becoming increasingly painful, and his brain's perception of hunger had gone completely numb. He did not know how much longer he could keep watching. Perhaps in the next second, or the one after that, he would starve to death. But before he died, he still wanted to witness it with his own eyes. To see his 4 younger sisters become the brightest stars, shining in their own respective fields. The Cartesian heart shape, huh? Recalling this, a gentle smile could not help but appear on Yi Yuncheng's face. His promise to support his 4 sisters on his own was not just a fleeting impulse. He had thought it through carefully and had considered countless ways to nurture them. It was just that before, he could not decide what his sisters' ultimate goals should be. After all, he did not want them to become puppets, living to be who he wanted them to be. They are human beings with their own ways of thinking. They also have their own goals and dreams they want to pursue. So in the end, Yi Yuncheng decided to first understand their hobbies and then let them shine in their own areas of interest. Through careful observation, Yi Yuncheng discovered Yi Yunqi's sensitivity to numbers. That is why he drew the Cartesian coordinate system in the park, to spark Yi Yunqi's interest in mathematics. Once he discovered she was exceptionally gifted in mathematics and particularly loved it, Yi Yuncheng began to use the concrete ground of the park to carry out his teaching. Those days, looking back, they were truly warm and wonderful. Memory fragments were extracted and played on the giant screen. Golden sunlight filtered through the lush leaves, casting mottled shadows. The air was filled with the fragrance of unknown flowers. Occasionally, birds would chirp and fly overhead. A 6-year-old Yi Yunqi passed through the park. She was looking down, and she did not seem very happy. Thinking about returning to that suffocating home made her mood even worse. Although her 3 younger sisters were cute, she did not want to see Yi Yuncheng. Feeling very dejected, Yi Yunqi kicked a small pebble. The pebble rolled away. Yi Yunqi's gaze followed the pebble to a heart-shaped pattern on the ground. But there were many numbers written beside it. It did not look like a simple heart drawing. Her interest piqued. Yi Yunqi squatted down to look at it. Naturally, she was too young to understand it, but she found it quite fascinating. It was not until a long time later that she reluctantly headed home. She had a good memory, so even though she did not understand the numbers, she managed to memorize a few. Yi Yunqi took out a pencil and paper and scribbled down the equations she had memorized. Yi Yunyan ran over, curiously peeking at her. "Sister, what are you writing?" Yi Yunqi blushed. "I do not really know, I just think it is fun. So I just wrote it down from memory." Yi Yunyan stared at the pile of numbers on the paper and felt overwhelmed. "Ah, those are all numbers I do not understand. I hate numbers." She ran off after saying that. Yi Yunqi was not bothered and continued writing. Yi Yuncheng walked over to her side when she was not looking. Seeing the Cartesian heart formula she was transcribing, he reached out and snatched the paper. "Yo, what is this stuff?" Yi Yunqi stood up immediately, reaching out to grab it back. "Give it back to me." Yi Yuncheng used his height to keep it out of her reach. Looking up, he teased, "What are these messy characters? Can you even read this?" Yi Yunqi stomped her foot in anger. "Even if I cannot understand it, it is none of your business. Give it back." Yi Yuncheng handed the paper back. "It is just scribbles, who would want that anyway?" Yi Yunqi immediately hugged it protectively. "You are the one who is scribbling." Yi Yuncheng countered, "Oh yeah, if it is not scribbles, then tell me, what is this?" "This is," Yi Yunqi paused. She truly did not know what it was. Yi Yuncheng, perhaps intentionally or perhaps carelessly, said, "Is this messy heart you drew part of these scribbles too?" "Messy numbers that summoned a heart, ha." His laughter was mocking, but for Yi Yunqi, it was like unlocking her imagination. "That is it." Could this heart be the result calculated from these numbers, just like the arithmetic the teacher taught? You are childish, I did not summon it. This is arithmetic. This heart is calculated using these numbers. Yi Yuncheng looked skeptical. A heart can be calculated. Are you pulling my leg? Yi Yunchi looked at him with disdain. That is only because you are stupid. That is why you do not know. Yi Yunchi clutched the formula and ran back to her room, her face flushed red. So was this heart-shaped the answer solved by this formula? How romantic. Could even cold, hard arithmetic have such a romantic expression? From that day on, Yi Yunchi developed a profound interest in mathematics. She would lose herself in her math textbooks. She was like a sponge, desperately trying to absorb every bit of knowledge. To make herself stronger. To enable herself to understand more. But sometimes individual effort has its limits. Although Yi Yunchi worked hard at her reading, she was still just a child. There was much she could not understand. And whenever she ran to school to ask her teacher, the teacher would just pat her head, smile, and tell her that these were not things she needed to learn yet. Then, without waiting for Yi Yunchi to speak, the teacher would go back to work. She felt that at her age, Yi Yunchi should not be looking at such advanced material. With no other options, Yi Yunchi had to figure things out on her own. One day, the sun was shining and there was not a cloud in the sky. Yi Yunchi passed by the park. She looked at the ground where the formula had once been written. The chalk writing had long been washed away by heavy rain. Only her memory held the image of the beautiful, romantic formula she had once seen there. She pursed her lips and walked over, staring blankly at the empty ground. Just as she was about to leave, she caught sight of a slightly damp piece of chalk under the root of a large tree nearby. On an impulse, Yi Yunchi walked over and picked it up. She wrote out the math problem she had not been able to solve. She got halfway through and put the chalk down, because she did not know how to solve the rest. Yi Yunchi placed the chalk back under the tree and went home. The next day, Yi Yunchi passed by the park again. She noticed with a sharp eye that next to the problem she had written, there was a very detailed step-by-step solution. Yi Yunchi ran over in surprise. It is really finished. And the handwriting was exactly the same as that day. Yi Yunchi took out her workbook and copied down the solution. Once back at school, she buried herself in working it out. She took the answer she found to her teacher to verify. The verification confirmed it was correct. From that day on, Yi Yunchi had a little secret. Whenever she encountered a difficult problem, she would write it down in the park with chalk. The next day, she would find a detailed explanation provided next to it. With that guidance, she could figure out the answer just by thinking it through. Looking at the memory on the big screen, the usual coldness on Yi Yunchi's face faded. Instead, a touch of softness appeared. She smiled with deep nostalgia. I do not know who that person in the park was, but I really want to thank them. It was their Descartes heart formula that sparked my interest in math, and when I felt lost, it was their help that allowed me to clear the clouds and see the bright sky. The host flipped through the notes on Yi Yunchi's life story. Goddess Yunchi, you once mentioned in an interview that there were two people you were most grateful for in your journey into mathematics. One of them must be this mysterious gentleman or lady from the park, right? Yi Yunchi nodded. That is right, it was them. They opened the door of mathematics for me and led me into that marvelous world. As the chairwoman of a multi-billion-dollar corporation, Yi Yunchi clearly possessed above-average intelligence. But no matter how much of a genius one is, no one is born knowing everything. During that period of confusion, it was this person who cleared the thorns from her path, guiding her to taste the sweet fruit. I actually tried to find out who that person was back then. But no matter how long I waited or how I hid in the corners, I could never catch a glimpse of them. They were like a shadow hidden in the dark, leaving me with nowhere to search. But I am very grateful to them. Without them, I do not think I would have developed such a deep love and interest in math, let alone persevered all this time. Lastly, I am also very grateful to my younger self for her efforts. Yi Yunchi was wearing a black professional suit. Her graceful figure was fully on display. Most striking was the fullness of her chest. The buttons looked as if they were about to burst. The black stockings added a touch of allure to her usual cold demeanor. Facing the camera, her eyes were sincere. I hope that after this memory is shared, it can bring a glimmer of hope to those who feel trapped in darkness. Back then, every time I got home, I faced Yi Yuncheng's sneers and ridicule. along with an incredibly harsh environment and a path that seemed to have no hope at all. But in the end, I made it out, and I achieved the success that most people only envy. So I want to tell everyone, even decaying bones can bloom into brilliant flowers. As long as you keep facing the sun, the darkness cannot corrode you. Yi Yunshi's words electrified the entire audience watching the live stream. Even knowing she could not see them, they were clapping frantically. The goddess put it so well, even decaying bones can bloom into brilliant flowers. As long as you keep facing the sun, darkness can never corrode you. The goddess is amazing. Just compare that to Yi Yuncheng. They came from the same environment. What kind of scum is he? What trash is Yi Yuncheng? Does he even deserve to be compared to the goddess? He is a hopeless case, that is what he is. The goddess is telling us that people should not complain about how bad their living environment is. It has no power to control your whole life. The kind of brilliant flowers your life will bloom into depends on what you cultivate step by step yourself. A spider crawled across the yellowing wall before his eyes. Yi Yuncheng wore a gentle smile, completely unperturbed by Yi Yunshi's words. He had chosen this path from the very beginning. He knew he was fated never to be understood, fated never to be forgiven. He was a shadow hidden in the dark. A shadow is not meant to have its true face known. A shadow is something that gets trampled on the ground by others. A shadow is fated to dissolve into the darkness and vanish completely. It is wonderful that you can now become an inspiration to others. No longer that little kid who would just cry. My little sister, you must become the most brilliant flower of all. Although Yi Yunshi made further progress in arithmetic with the help of that anonymous teacher, there was still a barrier between them. After all, they were still separated by a thin veil. In many cases, problems cannot be solved just by looking at the steps and detailed explanations provided. Yi Yunshi was often still very distressed. Yi Yuncheng passed by her and saw her holding a book, a warm smile appearing in his eyes. But that trace of a smile quickly faded, turning into a look of disdain. Holding a book all day, do you really think you are great at studying? Yi Yunshi detested him so much that she did not even want to talk to him. She turned her head away and ignored him. Yi Yuncheng insisted on leaning in closer. Why are you not saying anything? Did I hit the nail on the head? A sarcastic smile touched his lips as he spoke pointedly. Your IQ is only good enough for reading these books. As for the books in the Xinhua library, I bet you could not understand a single one. Yi Yunshi stood up from the sofa in anger. Who says I do not understand them? Yi Yuncheng deliberately provoked her. Oh, you do, but the Xinhua library has tens of thousands of books. It would be a miracle if someone with your IQ could understand them. Yi Yunshi's chest heaved with anger. She glared at him intensely, grinding her teeth in frustration. You are the one who treats math as some kind of summoning game, so you are the one who does not understand. As she fumed, a thought suddenly struck her. That is it. The Xinhua library has tens of thousands of books. Anything I do not understand, I can definitely find the answers to in there. From that day on, Yi Yunshi opened up a new world. She started running to the library to read. She discovered that the library really had so many books, and all of them were extremely useful to her. The things she could not learn from that shadow teacher could all be found in this library. Yi Yunshi became increasingly hungry for knowledge. That day, Yi Yunshi went to the library again. The books in the library were all neatly categorized. Yi Yunshi was reading a math book far too advanced for her age, looking quite out of place among the middle schoolers and adults. An old man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stopped in front of her. Little girl, why are you reading these books here? Can you even understand them? Yi Yunshi looked up from her math problems. The old man looked incredibly kind, his eyes as vast and tolerant as the sea. At that moment, his eyes were filled with vibrant curiosity. Yi Yunshi answered honestly and politely. There are some parts I do not understand yet, but that is okay. I will understand them eventually. She was still young, and there was still a huge amount of room for her to grow in the future. Yi Yunshi believed that as long as she was willing to work hard and put in the effort, she would eventually figure out every difficult problem. Hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up with surprise. Your attitude towards learning is excellent, little one. He smiled even more kindly. So what part do not you understand? Maybe I can teach you. Yi Yunshi's eyes lit up immediately. Grandpa, you want to teach me? She held out the math book. Grandpa, I do not understand these problems. Her small, fair hand pointed to a math problem that would not typically be studied until the 5th grade of elementary school. The old man was a bit startled. He did not answer right away, but instead pointed to other problems and asked, "Have you learned all these already?" Yunchi nodded, feeling a little shy. "I understand these, but I just cannot figure this one out no matter how hard I try. I am just so useless." The old man felt she was humble bragging, and he had the evidence to prove it. He casually asked a few questions to verify if Yunchi truly understood. Her subsequent answers proved that she had indeed understood and mastered the material. The old man gave her a thumbs up. "You are amazing, little one, to have learned so much at such a young age. Can you tell me how you learned to solve these?" Yunchi blinked her big eyes. "I solved them myself." In her own mind, she was not lying. That unknown teacher in the park would only give her the approach to the solution. It was she herself who did the actual work to reach the final result. Therefore, Yunchi subconsciously believed that she had solved all these problems by herself, without relying on anyone. The old man was even more surprised. These problems were actually solved by you alone. He muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear, "Hey, have I actually discovered two geniuses?" Not knowing what he was thinking, he suddenly spoke. "Little one, would you like to study math with me?" "Do not be afraid, I am not a bad person. If you do not believe me, you can look up my information online." The number of people watching the live stream was increasing. It was not just their fans anymore, there were celebrities from all walks of life as well. Inside the prestigious Huafu University, several professors who were on break gathered together to watch the program. Seeing the old man, the professors were all astonished. "Is not that elderly gentleman our dean? I heard rumors that the goddess Yunchi followed the dean for a while when she was a child, but I never expected it to be true." "I heard that rumor too. The dean thought very highly of goddess Yunchi, but unfortunately they had a falling out over some disagreement later on. Geniuses really are different from us. Goddess Yunchi was only 6 years old here, right? Was she already self-studying such advanced concepts?" "I would not call it self-study. Was not that anonymous teacher in the park teaching her too?" Regardless, goddess Yunchi is truly super amazing. In the same environment, she worked hard to become a billionaire CEO, while that person, Yuncheng, is probably rotting away like a sewer rat in some corner of the world. "Who said he is a sewer rat?" A deep, aged voice sounded from behind them. The teachers turned around, only to see the very principal they were discussing standing right behind them. They scrambled in a panic to hide their tablets. "Principal, we do not have classes right now, so we were just taking a break to watch the program." The old principal, Joe Kigwang, though over 70, was still very sharp. He glared at them. "You are not children. What are you hiding your tablets for? Take them out and watch together. You have no idea what kind of genius the sewer rat you're talking about, Yuncheng, actually is. No, genius is not enough to describe him. He is a monster more perverted than any genius." Joe Kigwang recalled the scene from that year, when he first met Yuncheng. The child was only 9 years old back then. The innocence on his face had not fully faded, but the light in his eyes was more determined than anyone else's he had ever seen. He was a sun destined to rise high, destined to hang in the sky, becoming an existence that everyone would look up to and admire. But heavy clouds had obscured him. Every time he remembered it, Joe Kigwang's heart still felt a deep pain. If he could see him again, he would really want to ask Yuncheng, "Was it worth it?" In the studio, seeing Joe Kigwang appear, Yunchi's face showed both excitement and nostalgia. "That is right, Dean Joe is indeed the second person I am most grateful to. The shadow teacher in the park introduced me to the basics, and it was Dean Joe who guided me through the vast world of mathematics." The host, having heard the rumors, asked, "Then why did you two have a falling out later on?" Yunchi shook her head. "There was no such thing as a falling out. It was just that the path I wanted to take was different from what he expected of me. But speaking of that, there is actually one thing I have always been curious about. You all just heard Dean Joe say that he met two geniuses in a row, and I was one of them. I have always been very curious about who the other one was. I once heard him mention that that gifted teenager was not much older than me, but his mathematical talent was several times more terrifying than mine. But I have never been able to find out who it was." Yunchi rarely felt curious about others. But this gifted teenager, who occasionally appeared in Dean Joe's stories, stirred up that rare curiosity in her. Who exactly was this person? Why would Dean Joe hold him in such high regard? And every time the dean spoke of him, the look in his eyes was filled with the regret of someone who had missed out on the whole world. He did not even look that regretful when he learned she did not want to pursue a career in mathematics. Deep down, Yunchi felt a bit unconvinced. Among all the students Dean Zhou had ever taught, if Yi Yunqi claimed second place, no one would dare claim first. How could there be anyone better than her? The audience watching the live broadcast was also intrigued by Yi Yunqi's curiosity. Our goddess is already so amazing. Is there really someone even more brilliant than her? Who is that person? I am so curious. Couldn't be Yi Yuncheng, the guy who tried to summon a heart shape, right? Ha ha ha. Hilarious. Is trash like Yi Yuncheng even worthy? He is not even fit to shine our goddess's shoes. Can you please not put Yi Yuncheng and the goddess's name in the same sentence? It makes me sick. Amidst the various comments, the video continued to play. It was a rainy day. The rain washed away all the dirt in the world, along with many other traces. After the rain stopped, Yi Yuncheng appeared in the park. The Cartesian heart formula written in chalk there had been completely washed away by the heavy rain. He stood there watching for a while, then turned and left. This scene left the audience watching the live broadcast completely confused. What did this Yi Yuncheng go to the park for? He did not discover this heart formula, did he? And now he is trying to sabotage it on purpose. That must be it. He just cannot stand seeing Goddess Yunqi succeed. Another day passed. Yi Yuncheng came back to the park. The ground that had been washed clean by the rain now had brand new mathematical formulas written in chalk. This was exactly what Yi Yunqi had written an hour ago. Seeing the unsolved formula, a smile of satisfaction appeared on Yi Yuncheng's lips. She really is his little sister. Having only just started learning mathematics, she already has such insight. He smiled and picked up the chalk from under the tree root, then wrote down the solution to the problem stroke by stroke. After finishing, he put the chalk back under the root, wiped the dust off his fingers, and walked away as if nothing had happened. The next day, Yi Yunqi found that the formula she did not understand in the garden yesterday now had a clear solution written next to it. Following this approach, she successfully calculated the answer. In the evening, Yi Yunqi wrote down the next formula she could not solve in the park before heading home. Yi Yuncheng was in the kitchen preparing dinner. After finishing, he brought the food out and noticed Yi Yunqi's notebook. It had the formula she had left in the park the day before written on it. The incomplete formula now had the answer written on it. However, another unsolved problem had appeared below it. Yi Yunqi noticed him looking, so she immediately hugged her notebook as if she were protecting a treasure. What are you looking at? You are not allowed to look. Yi Yuncheng placed the dishes on the table and sneered. Fine, fine, it is not like it is a treasure anyway. I saw you did not write the answer for the problem below. You really are a little fool. Yi Yunqi said angrily, just because I cannot solve it now does not mean I will not be able to later. She hung her head and muttered to herself, I wonder if the shadow teacher will appear tomorrow to write down the solution again. Yi Yuncheng pretended not to hear her. What are you mumbling about? Go call your sisters to come and eat. After dinner, Yi Yuncheng found an excuse and left the house. When he arrived at the park, he saw a new problem written there as expected. Yi Yuncheng looked at the somewhat childish handwriting on the ground, a happy smile on his face. Little fool, how can you not solve a problem as simple as this? Yet this time, his tone did not carry his usual sarcasm or disdain. Instead, it was filled with doting affection. Just like someone who knows their younger relative made a mistake, though they might sound like they are scolding, their heart is completely set on protecting them. He wrote out the solution once more. Halfway through, he suddenly thought of something and quickly erased it. No, this method is too advanced. She will not be able to understand it yet. I have got it. This approach is much simpler and better for a beginner. Yi Yuncheng wrote down the detailed solution with a smile on his face. He put the chalk away just like before, washed the chalk dust off his hands, and finally went home. At the university, the eyes of the professors watching the live broadcast widened in shock. What? The shadow teacher that Goddess Yunqi kept talking about is actually Yi Yuncheng. My God, how is this possible? Someone pinch me. The first solution Yi Yuncheng wrote was not that something only taught at the university level. Wait a second, I'm a bit dazed. I suddenly have a very wild thought. It was not just this professor, the others had the same thought as well. They swallowed hard. Then they all turned their heads in unison to stare intensely at Zhou Qiguang behind them. Dean Zhou, the mathematical prodigy you mentioned, who is even more talented than Goddess Yi Yunqi, could it be Yi Yuncheng? No, please, I beg you. Please do not let it really be Yi Yuncheng. Otherwise, we would be getting such a loud slap in the face. Zhou Qiguang saw that they were refusing to believe it. He smiled mischievously and said, "That is right. The prodigy I mentioned is indeed Yi Yuncheng." Slap. That hurt. It felt like a burning slap across their faces. 10 minutes ago, they were still calling the man trash and waste. And here he was, pulling out a mathematical solution that only university students could learn. What is even more terrifying is, Yi Yuncheng was only 9 years old at the time. When they were 9, they were still playing in the mud. So who is the real waste and garbage now? In the studio, watching the scenes from her memories, Yi Yunchi felt her world collapsing all over again. How is this possible? How could Yi Yuncheng possibly be my shadow teacher? She felt like she was on the verge of a breakdown. From the very beginning until now, every time she thought she was right, Yi Yuncheng would pop up to tell her, "No, you are not right." And in her impression, Yi Yuncheng clearly knew nothing and could do nothing. He was a total piece of trash who only knew how to feed off of them. However, as the scene from her memory played on, everything she believed was shattered. Yi Yuncheng did not seem to be the person they remembered at all. I do not believe it. Yi Yunchi was incredibly furious. This memory is definitely not like this. Is there something wrong with your machine? Yes, that must be it. There must be something wrong with this machine. After all, this machine was only just developed, and this program has only been running for a few episodes. It is highly likely that there is a problem with this memory extraction device. That would explain why so many nonsensical memories are appearing. The director and the expert team who had been on site turned pale upon hearing this. Even though they were fans of Yi Yunchi, that was true. However, this program and this machine were their proudest achievements. Questioning their program and the machine was equivalent to indirectly questioning them. Yi Yunchi's blind fans naturally sided with her without a second thought. The goddess is right. Who knows if there is anything wrong with this high-tech memory extraction machine? We cannot even remember what we did in the past, yet this machine can. I doubt if it is even that accurate. We strongly demand that the experts come out and give us an explanation. This could be considered a broadcasting incident. The director team and the expert team immediately gathered for a meeting. The expert team was furious. Our machine is absolutely fine. Have not you been using it all this time? Look at all those celebrities. Has any of them ever questioned that their memories were wrong? I think this Yi Yunchi just does not want to admit that someone is better than her. The director team was also very troubled. Regardless, this must be resolved. Indeed, if we let Yi Yunchi keep questioning it, our program's reputation will go down. The expert team said, by the way, Yi Yunchi's memory just now mentioned that Zhou Qiguang had met that genius teenager. If we call him to communicate and verify, would not that prove whether this actually happened? The director team also thought this was a good idea. They immediately notified the host through a wireless microphone. On the other side, they were also urgently looking for Zhou Qiguang's contact number. After receiving the notice, the host understood his task. Goddess Yunchi's skepticism is actually quite reasonable. But I can guarantee that our program's memory extraction machine is absolutely fine. If you want to know if this memory actually exists, there is a very simple way to identify it. That is to find Dean Zhou Qiguang and have him explain it himself. After the emotional outburst earlier, Yi Yunchi actually calmed down quite quickly. Having calmed down, she also felt that what she said was excessive. But since the words were already spoken, there was no way to take them back. And the method the program team proposed could indeed perfectly solve this problem. Even if the machine made a mistake and faked the memory, Dean Zhou Qiguang's memory would absolutely not be wrong. Yi Yunchi nodded. I agree with this approach. Meanwhile, the program team had already managed to find Zhou Qiguang's phone number through someone. The director team called him, explained their intention, and Zhou Qiguang readily agreed with a smile. Actually, I have been watching your live broadcast just now. Connect me to the scene and I will explain it to them. The program team connected the call to the live broadcast. Soon, Dean Zhou Qiguang's voice rang through the hall. Looking at the beautiful, cold woman on the screen, Zhou Qiguang smiled kindly. Yunchi, long time no see. Yi Yunchi sat up straight, her tone full of respect. Dean Zhou, it has indeed been a long time. Zhou Qiguang smiled and continued, actually, I have been watching the live broadcast of your participation in this program. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunchi quickly looked at the camera, stood up, and bowed respectfully. Dean Zhou, you are watching. Zhou Qiguang, yes, so I heard everything you said earlier. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Yi Yunqi's cold, beautiful face. It was shame. It is embarrassing for you to have seen that, Dean Zhou. What I said earlier was indeed my fault. Zhou Qiguang sighed with no intention of blaming her. It is actually nothing. Your skepticism was justified. After all, anyone who sees a scene that contradicts their own memory would doubt if something had gone wrong. Yi Yunqi felt even more embarrassed. Zhou Qiguang looked at the slender, long-legged, and stunningly beautiful woman in front of the camera, but his thoughts had been pulled back to that summer over a decade ago. Actually, your memory did not go wrong. The shadow teacher who taught you all that time was indeed Yi Yuncheng. Even though there had been foreshadowing earlier, Yi Yunqi still could not bring herself to believe it. The outcome was just too hard to accept. Zhou Qiguang's tone was full of regret. I have never seen a monster like Yi Yuncheng. He was just too clever, too much of a genius. It makes me regret to this day that he did not pursue a path in mathematical research. Yi Yunqi felt a profound sense of dissonance. The genius in Dean Zhou's words was actually the trash she considered Yi Yuncheng to be. No matter how she looked at it, Yi Yunqi felt like she was still in a dream. Zhou Qiguang suddenly said, Yunqi, do you know, actually there are not that many coincidences in this world. Many times what you think is a coincidence is actually carefully designed by someone else. Yi Yunqi was confused by this. Dean Zhou, why did you suddenly say that? Zhou Qiguang looked into the distance. Because our meeting might not have been a coincidence. Someone may have specifically led you to me. The reason he suddenly had this thought was because of the memory of Yi Yunqi he had just seen. Yi Yuncheng's line, the Xinhua library has thousands of books, made him seem to understand something. If it were really as he was thinking, then how meticulous must 9-year-old Yi Yuncheng's mind have been, how powerful his logic. To be able to come up with such an intricate design. Yunqi, if you do not believe it, just keep watching. It rains a lot in the summer, but it always comes and goes quickly. Yi Yuncheng walked on the cement ground covered in puddles, his canvas shoes so dirty that their original color was unrecognizable. He was heading to an internet cafe to make some money. But in truth, his mind was not on earning money right now. Instead, he was thinking about Yi Yunqi. Although he was currently helping Yi Yunqi with her studies under the identity of a shadow tutor. The progress was just too slow. And this method had another drawback. He had no way of knowing how far she had progressed in her studies or what other problems she might be having. He still needed to find a real teacher for his sister. A teacher, of course, should not be chosen randomly. A good teacher has a huge impact on a student's future achievements. Receiving an education from a good mentor can go a long way in preventing many bad habits. The saying that you are known by the company you keep is not without merit. Yi Yuncheng was now troubled over whom to choose as Yi Yunqi's teacher. He had not found an answer even by the time he arrived at the internet cafe. Because he often did gaming boosts at this cafe, he was gradually gaining a reputation. More and more people were looking for him to do it for them. As he helped complete their tasks, his 2 customers were chatting dejectedly. Do not even get me started. My mom heard from somewhere that the vice dean of the top university is coming here to give a lecture. She went to great lengths to sign me up. I have to go listen to it in a few days. So annoying. His friend patted him on the shoulder. We really are in the same boat. My mom signed me up too. She keeps saying he is one of the best in the mathematics world, that listening to his lecture will definitely make my math grades skyrocket. From where I am standing, I am not skyrocketing anywhere. I am just going to my doom. God, why does something like math even exist in this world? The 2 were completely crushed, essentially competing to see who was having a worse time. But Yi Yuncheng's eyes lit up. Once he finished the tasks, he could not wait to ask them, Hey guys, who were you just talking about? It was not a secret, so the 2 quickly revealed the vice dean's identity. The vice dean of that top university is named Zhou Qiguang. There was even information about him on the search engine. His profile listed a string of incredibly impressive mathematical achievements. As Yi Yuncheng looked at it, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Talk about getting exactly what you need just when you need it. This person was absolutely perfect to be his sister's teacher. He was the one. Yi Yuncheng quickly set his target. Now the only thing he had to figure out and struggle with was how to get him to become his sister's teacher. Got it. Yi Yuncheng noted down the time and place of Zhou Qiguang's lecture and had already come up with a plan. The next day, Yi Yuncheng woke up early and headed to where Zhou Qiguang was holding his lecture. But because he was not registered, he could not get inside. Yi Yuncheng did not complain and just stood at the entrance to wait. He waited until Zhou Qiguang finished his lecture and came out. Viewers in the live stream started speculating. Could Yi Yuncheng be planning to rush up and beg Zhou Qiguang to be his sister's teacher? How could it be that simple? Have you forgotten what Dean Zhou said earlier about carefully arranged coincidences? Could it be that he wants to lead Zhou Qiguang to see Yi Yunchi? But how is that possible? How would he even guide that? The audience had their own theories. Curiosity was gnawing at them like a cat scratching at their hearts. Meanwhile, the footage continued. Yi Yuncheng did not rush up as the netizens had guessed. He followed him instead. He trailed behind Zhou Qiguang, recording his itinerary and activities. Logically speaking, if someone is tailing you, you should notice it to some extent. But Zhou Qiguang was completely oblivious to the fact that he was being followed. He went about his daily activities as usual. 3 days later, after noting down his general activity locations, Yi Yuncheng stopped following him. Zhou Qiguang was not going to be here for long, so he could not afford to waste any more time. After gathering all the information, Yi Yuncheng hurried home. Passing by the park, he happened to see Yi Yunchi working on another problem. Ensuring she was not around, he picked up some chalk from under a tree root and wrote out the detailed solution beside her work. The focused Yi Yuncheng had no idea that the person he had been tracking, Zhou Qiguang, happened to arrive there too, and saw him bent over, writing out the solution. But the distance between them was too far. Though Zhou Qiguang could only see a child writing something on the ground from afar, without seeing the child's face. By the time he strolled over, Yi Yuncheng had already finished, put down the chalk, and left. At first, Zhou Qiguang thought it was just a child doodling on the ground. But when he walked closer and saw clearly what was written on the ground, he was instantly frozen in place. What is this? Could this have been written by that child just now? Zhou Qiguang looked around. There were no other chalk drawings in the vicinity. And the chalk dust still on the ground, coupled with the incredibly clear handwriting, clearly came from that child. Actually, any high school student could have written this reasoning process. But that is exactly the point. Keep in mind that the child he saw earlier could not have been more than 10 years old. Most likely still in elementary school. Yet he was capable of writing out knowledge that only high school students would be familiar with. What terrifying mathematical talent. Moreover, Zhou Qiguang's sharp eyes noticed that the initial solution process was not like this, because there were faint traces of chalk being erased underneath. Judging from those faint erased marks, the initial approach seemed to involve knowledge that only university-level students could grasp. This was a genius child who had already mastered university-level knowledge. After realizing this, Zhou Qiguang felt immense regret. Regretting that he had not walked just a little bit faster. He had let this genius slip right through his fingers. Just as Zhou Qiguang was feeling annoyed, Yi Yuncheng had already returned home. Seeing Yi Yunchi reading, he said the words, "There are tens of thousands of books in the Xinhua library." Yi Yuncheng was only 9 years old at the time. Although his face was still young, one could already see the aura of a man who would one day stand on his own. His eyes were bright, and his back was held perfectly straight, as if nothing could ever break him. It was meant to be a taunt, but it also sounded like encouragement. Go take a look at the library. Stop working in isolation here. Only by venturing into the outside world will you realize how small you are right now. Do not worry, do not be afraid. Even if the sky were to fall, I will be right there in front to hold it up for you. If I had not seen this memory, I might have thought he was just talking nonsense, but now, thinking about it, I am absolutely terrified. Oh my god, did Yi Yuncheng say that on purpose, because he knew Zhou Qiguang would often appear in that library? So he was not just rambling at all, and he was not trying to mock the goddess, he was leaking information to guide her there. My goodness, Yi Yuncheng was only 9 years old back then, right? His thinking and logic were so tight, he is basically a monster. I am sorry, I am the real trash and failure here. The audience in the live stream felt their faces stinging from a harsh slap of reality. Yi Yunchi fell completely silent after seeing this scene. How could she possibly believe it? Believe that the words Yi Yuncheng used to mock her actually had a deeper meaning. They could even be called a meticulously crafted plan by Yi Yuncheng. It was precisely because of those words that Yi Yunchi thought of going to the library to study properly. And it was precisely because she went to the library that she was able to bump into Zhou Qiguang and subsequently become his student. Yi Yunqi had always taken pride in this. She felt that everything she had achieved was the result of her own hard work and a bit of good fortune from heaven. However, now the memory was telling her, "No, you did not do it alone. In fact, from the very beginning, Yi Yuncheng had been helping you in secret." He used the Descartes heart formula to pique her interest and love for mathematics. Then, by mocking and belittling her, he ignited her competitive spirit. He made her study and research hard, just so she could hold her head up in front of him. And whenever she encountered problems she did not understand, it was Yi Yuncheng who stood by to provide answers and clarity. And after realizing that continuing like this was holding back her development a little, he immediately sought ways to change. Yi Yuncheng found a great teacher for her, and he calculated and designed every step just so she could appear in front of Zhou Qiguang. "Yi Yuncheng, what kind of person are you, really?" It was not just Yi Yunqi who held this doubt in her heart. The other three sisters also tried desperately to recall if there was any discrepancy in their memories of Yi Yuncheng, just like their eldest sister. But no matter how they thought about it, in their memories, Yi Yuncheng was just a piece of scum that no one could ever like. Big sister Yi Yunying, the most tender-hearted of the four, looked at Yi Yunqi with concern. She was afraid that she would doubt herself too much, perhaps because of the shocks they had experienced before. This time, Yi Yunqi did not act as impulsively as before. Instead, she remained calm. "I am fine. It is true, perhaps in my early life, he really was trying hard to help me. But even so, I will absolutely not doubt or belittle myself." Yi Yunqi's eyes were very firm, because my current achievements are the result of my own hard work. His guidance certainly set me on this path, but if I had not worked hard and studied myself, I could never have gone this far. This statement resonated with many people. Exactly, while it is true Yi Yuncheng helped the goddess, in the end, it was still her own effort that counted. That is right, Yi Yuncheng's help could not have made the goddess a billionaire CEO. Just because he taught her does not erase the mistakes he made later. Zhou Qiguang had already hung up the phone after finishing those words. Seeing the audience in the live stream expressing their diverse views, he did not feel angry. He just felt a bit disappointed. Although Yi Yunqi's achievements were inseparable from her hard work, one could not deny the role Yi Yuncheng played in it. Yet Yi Yunqi seemed to dismiss it entirely. Perhaps the ups and downs of the business world over the years had finally caused her to lose her original intention. It was raining outside again. The air in the already dilapidated and damp basement grew another degree colder and wetter. Yi Yuncheng felt not only stomach cramps, but also some pain in his legs. He was only in his early 30s, an age when a man should be in his prime and full of spirit. Given his facial features from childhood, he should have been an incredibly handsome man right now. But no one who saw his face would ever associate it with being 30 years old. Time did not seem to have been kind to him. Years of exhaustion had made his face look like that of a 40 or 50-year-old. And he was terrifyingly thin. It was like skin stretched over a skeleton. It made one suspect that a single gust of wind would blow him away. He hunched his back slightly, breathing with some difficulty. "It is not my time to die yet. I absolutely cannot die. I have not seen my second, third, and fourth sisters yet. I can definitely hold on." As if experiencing a final flash of vitality, he regained a bit of energy and continued to watch the live stream. Sensing the thickening atmosphere, the host did not immediately proceed to play the next set of memories. Instead, he asked the audience a question. I wonder if those watching the live stream have heard the saying, "Winning at the starting line." If you lose from the beginning, then you will always be a step behind others in the future. This concept is actually the philosophy behind why our program team organized this show. In the vast studio, hot and dazzling lights poured down. Everyone who manages to appear on this show is someone who has ended up winning at the finish line. We broadcast the childhoods of these celebrities to let everyone know that, in fact, not every celebrity's childhood was as they might imagine. Living in an affluent environment and enjoying the best education from a young age. Like the four guests in front of us. Although from the memories played so far, their growth is inseparable from the one called Yi Yuncheng. But did they have a privileged environment? No, they did not. Just as Goddess Yunqi said earlier, they relied more on their own perseverance, their hard work and resilience. That is how they finally managed to stand on our stage and shine. Yi Yunqi took a deep breath, and her eyes returned to a state of firmness. You do not feel pain until the needle pricks your own skin. Maybe many people watching now feel that Yi Yuncheng is not the person we described earlier. That he is a failure, a devil, a piece of scum. But we are the ones who experienced it firsthand. We spent over a dozen years with him. Naturally, we are the ones who clearly know what kind of person he really is. The white lights shone on her cold and stunning facial features, making her appear even colder. He is definitely not the person presented in those memories. His crimes, they are too numerous to list. Yi Yunqi's words landed with a heavy, resounding impact. Not only her, but the three women beside her also spoke in turn. We also do not believe Yi Yuncheng is a good person. We know exactly how we have lived these past 10+ years. Yi Yunian is already 26 years old, yet she still has a baby face. Anyone who sees her would think she is just a middle school student. However, her figure is just as hot as Yi Yunqi's. Perhaps before this he still kept a pure heart, but he went astray later on. You are only seeing one side of things. He caused my third sister to suffer from autism. For this alone, I will never forgive him. Yi Yunying has the softest heart among the four sisters. With her pure face, she is the first love goddess in the hearts of global fans. Even though she looks very angry right now, with her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish, she still looks pure and lovely. No one would want to scold her after seeing this face. During the dozen years Yi Yuncheng spent with us, there were indeed some warm and beautiful moments. But these have all vanished into the long river of time. The scars he left on us, four sisters, can never be smoothed over by a few video clips. Her voice was very gentle, not loud like the other sisters, but it was precisely this understated way of speaking that made people feel even more heartache. It makes one wonder how much injustice she suffered to be able to recount it so calmly and plainly today. Yi Yunxian has a quirky personality and is usually carefree and casual. Yet at this moment, she was clearly very insistent. My sisters are right. How could our pain from over a decade be wiped away by just these few clips? Unless our impression of him over these dozen years is fake, all fabricated by him on purpose. But how could anyone act in a play for more than 10 years? What on earth is he trying to gain by doing this? Many viewers had already started leaning towards the idea that Yi Yuncheng was a good person. But after hearing these words, they stood firmly on the side of the four women again. The goddesses are right. They spent over 10 years with Yi Yuncheng and definitely know him better than we do. They know what kind of person Yi Yuncheng is much better. Do not be fooled by the previous clips. Yi Yuncheng is just a scumbag, trash, and a piece of work. Yi Yunqi was unaware of the comments being posted by the audience in the livestream. However, the viewers' comments did not affect her at all. Holding the microphone, she spoke with conviction. Yi Yuncheng has absolutely gone astray. If anyone asks why I reached this conclusion, the reason is very simple, aside from our decade plus of time together. There is another point, a question I raised before. We have subsidies. He did not need to go out and work to make money. Not to mention, as shown in the previous memory footage, that he went to the internet cafe to earn money just to buy us food. That is right. The previous explanation claimed he went to the internet cafe not to play, but to earn money. But here is the problem. They did not need Yi Yuncheng to earn money at all. Where did the monthly subsidies go? Why did Yi Yuncheng need to earn money? Yi Yunqi's eyes flashed with a firm light. Also, I remember that after this happened, I participated in a math Olympiad competition and won prize money. But he took it all, and I even saw him going out to have fun with his group of deadbeat friends. Yi Yuncheng, he is absolutely not the person you imagine. The screen started playing. After Yi Yunqi took Zhou Qiguang as her mentor, her learning made a further leap. Zhou Qiguang had already begun leading her in studying for the math Olympiad. Yi Yunqi's happiest times recently were spent swimming through math Olympiad problems. Seeing that she had learned enough, Zhou Qiguang signed her up for a competition. Yi Yunqi, only 6 years and 4 months old, felt a bit uneasy when she heard about the competition. Grandpa Zhou, do I really have to participate in the competition? Zhou Qiguang patted her head and asked kindly, is little Yunqi worried or scared? Yi Yunqi twisted her fingers in conflict, worried. She had been by Zhou Qiguang's side for a while now. Yi Yunqi understood much more than she did at the beginning. She had been studying math Olympiad for less than a month, and now she had to participate in a competition. It would be a lie to say she had no worries at all. After all, Yi Yunqi was only 6 years old. Zhou Qiguang's tone remained very kind. No need to be afraid, little Yunqi. Just think of this competition as playing a game. Do not you enjoy doing math problems with others? Yi Yunqi's bright black eyes flickered, and this time her response was very quick and firm, yes. Ever since she saw that Cartesian heart formula, the cold calculation formulas appeared in a completely different light in little Yunqi's eyes. Children's imaginations are always rich and bizarre. Precisely because of this, many formulas were imagined and visualized by Yi Yunqi as a painting, or perhaps like a little dog sitting down. Or maybe a cat napping while lying down. These are things that many adults simply cannot relate to or understand. It is also because of this that Yi Yunqi never felt these formulas were boring. She only found them incredibly cute and colorful. Zhou Qiguang gave her a stack of practice problems. Yi Yunqi treated them like treasures, put them in her little school bag, and carried them home. Just after arriving home, she noticed an unusual atmosphere. Her third sister, Yi Yunying, seemed to have been crying. Her eye sockets were red, and when she saw her return, not only did she not greet her, but she also retreated into the corner of the sofa. Yi Yunqi walked to her side and asked with concern, "Little sister, what happened to you?" Yi Yunying did not answer and remained curled up in the corner. However, when Yi Yuncheng came out of the kitchen, her curled-up posture suddenly became very defensive. It was as if she would definitely strike back if Yi Yuncheng approached her. Yi Yunqi saw that something was wrong from Yi Yunying's state. She turned her head and looked fiercely at Yi Yuncheng. "Yi Yuncheng, what did you do to my third sister?" Yi Yuncheng took a sip of water, his tone nonchalant. "What could I do? I just had my friend come over to say hello to her. Who knew she would be like a coward, crying until her nose and eyes were red, boo-hoo-hoo. It really made me laugh to death." Yi Yunqi was so angry that her head was about to explode. "Yi Yuncheng, do not you dare bring those unsavory friends of yours home. Our family does not welcome you." Yi Yuncheng's movement of drinking water paused slightly, his long bangs covering the loneliness in his eyes. This is their home, there is no place for him. However, the look of desolation in Yi Yuncheng's eyes quickly vanished. From the moment he chose this path, he understood with absolute clarity that it was destined to be filled with loneliness and the despair of being misunderstood. He was a lighthouse watching over the sea, standing alone and radiating light so that lost ships could find their way. Yi Yuncheng turned to look at them. "You two are quite interesting. Have you forgotten that the place you are living in right now is mine? This is my home. If anyone is unwelcome, it should be me not welcoming you." Yilin was trembling with rage, but could not refute a single word from Yi Yuncheng. Yi Yunying glared at him fiercely. It was unclear if her increasingly trembling body was due to anger or something else. "Do you think we want to live here?" Yi Yunqi had been fed up with Yi Yuncheng for a long time. She had actually thought about how to leave him, but countless difficulties stood in her way. Yi Yunqi had to admit that despite Yi Yuncheng's many flaws, at least for this moment, he had provided them with a place to temporarily shelter. Yi Yuncheng looked at the burning, fighting spirit in her eyes. The corners of his lips curved into a subtle smile. "So you want to leave me? It is a pity that you have no money." Yi Yunqi clenched her fists. At that moment, she found a goal to strive for. "Who says we have no money? Yi Yuncheng, I will prove it to you. I will earn so much money in the future. I will let you know that we, whom you look down upon now, will be hundreds and millions of times richer than you." Yi Yuncheng lowered his head, hiding a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. "Is that so? But how do you plan to make money?" He looked at her, although his tone was mocking. It was more about guidance. "Do you know how hard it is to make money? Do you even know how to manage your own finances?" Yi Yuncheng began laying the groundwork again. After living together for so long, he discovered that Yi Yunqi was a person with great leadership potential. Her personality included an unyielding spirit and a stubborn streak. Once she set her mind on something, she would exhaust every effort to accomplish it. At the same time, her extraordinary talent for mathematics destined her to have more rigorous logical thinking than ordinary people. She was a perfect candidate for leadership. Although the Yi family company was gone, another one could be created. The person Yi Yuncheng chose was Yi Yunqi. Yi Yunqi could not understand the deeper meaning hidden in his words. She could only gather from the surface that Yi Yuncheng looked down on her deeply, her small face puffed up like a blowfish, looking just like a ruffled little kitten. Seeing her like this made Yi Yuncheng's fingers twitch. He could not help but reach out and pat her head, ruffling her hair. "You little fool, are not you thinking of this too simply?" He left after saying that. Yi Yunqi stared at his back and shouted, "Then I will show you. I will succeed, and I will earn so much money. Those who can serve as teachers at top institutions are naturally not foolish." Perhaps other netizens could not see it, but they had sensed something. Could it be that what Yi Yuncheng just said was another form of guidance? How is that possible? He is only 9. What does a 9-year-old child know? Have you forgotten that he mastered university-level mathematics at 9? Then he could not possibly be so meticulous as to start planning from this point. Yes. If he said this deliberately, then it was definitely a calculated move. From now on, he was intentionally or unintentionally making Yi Yunqi develop the mindset to study hard and earn money. If this were true, what kind of monster was Yi Yuncheng? Zhou Qiguang watched Yi Yuncheng on the screen, his tone and expression full of admiration. He was indeed guiding her, and he was indeed laying a plan. This could be seen from the way he followed her to the library and then guided Yi Yunqi there. His actions were not just what they appeared to be on the surface. Every one of his steps was guidance. What kind of young man is he? If he used all this intelligence for his own benefit, how terrifying would his future achievements be? Would he be even more formidable than the four sisters are now? Zhou Qiguang could not wait to continue watching the live stream. A day had already passed since Yi Yuncheng learned that Yi Yunxi was going to participate in the math Olympiad. Yi Yunxi was busy studying problems every day, so Yi Yuncheng could not have missed it. Yi Yuncheng clearly sensed her anxiety and unease. Regardless, this was Yi Yunxi's first competition. Even though she had hypnotized herself before, the closer the competition got, the more nervous Yi Yunxi felt. Yi Yuncheng lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. In the next second, he walked over, sat on the sofa, turned on the television, and cranked the volume to the maximum. Yi Yunxi was originally working hard on her books. Hearing the noise, she gritted her teeth and endured it. Covering one ear with her hand, she tried hard not to be disturbed by the outside noise. But clearly, Yi Yuncheng was doing it on purpose to prevent her from studying. He sat with his legs crossed, shaking them constantly, making it impossible for her to read properly. Yi Yunxi could not help but slap her pen on the table. Yi Yuncheng, what on earth are you doing? Cannot you see I am reading? Yi Yuncheng carelessly changed channels. Reading what? We have not bought groceries for dinner yet, you go. Yi Yunxi's eyes widened. What? You want me to buy groceries? Yi Yuncheng tilted his head to look at her. What is wrong? Is it not possible? Can you not even handle a small task like buying groceries? Yi Yunxi's self-esteem was triggered. Who says I cannot? What do you want? I will go now. Yi Yuncheng handed her the note and his wallet. By according to this, I will be waiting for your return. Yi Yunxi angrily took the items and walked out without a word. Female viewers in the live stream room, seeing Yi Yuncheng abusing their goddess like this, furiously hammered their keyboards. Yi Yuncheng is going too far. Goddess Yunxi is only 6 years old. How could he let her go out to buy groceries alone? This neighborhood is so filthy, hidden with all kinds of unseen grime. I am so worried something will happen to the goddess. Why does not Yi Yuncheng do the chores himself? Does he have the nerve to exploit child labor? So sisters, we must not be fooled by his previous actions. The goddess has lived with him for over a decade and already knows how dark and corrupt he is. He is a total piece of trash. There is no redeeming him. Provoked by Yi Yuncheng's goading, Yi Yunxi took the money and left the house. She was fuming at first, but as she got closer to the food market, her footsteps began to falter. Yi Yunxi had never gone shopping on her own before. Before her parents passed away, she had always been treated like a little princess. Whatever she wanted to eat or play with, her parents would naturally buy it for her, so she never had to go shopping herself. Consequently, her ability to communicate and interact with others was actually quite weak. By the time she reached the entrance of the market, the hand clutching the note was covered in a fine layer of sweat, soaking the paper through. The market was filled with a mixture of raw fishy odors and the bloody smell of pork. It was enough to make one feel slightly nauseated. Because it had been raining for the past few days, the market was damp, with dark, muddy water stains everywhere. Even standing at the entrance, one could hear the boisterous hawking of vendors inside. The sounds were endless, unlike the adult Yi Yunxi who wore her hair in a neat, short cut, and always maintained a cold and serious expression. The younger version of her was still a little princess with pigtails, a pink frilly dress, white socks, and little black leather shoes. Her face was soft and delicate, like jelly. Little Yunxi looked completely out of place inside the market. This only made her want to retreat even more. With her heart pounding like a drum, Yi Yunxi started whispering to herself to build up her courage. Yunxi, do not be afraid. It is just buying groceries. What is there to be scared of? If Yi Yuncheng can do it, you can too. You are the best. Yi Yunxi tried her best to psych herself up, and only when she felt ready did she dare to walk inside. As she passed a pork stall, the owner asked her enthusiastically, "Little one, do you want to buy some pork?" Yi Yunxi instinctively clenched her fists, her little face tensed up. She really wanted to say nothing and just run away, but she remembered the item for pork listed on the note Yi Yuncheng had given her. Mustering her courage, she said, I want some." The owner smiled. "How much do you need?" Yi Yunxi quickly glanced at the note. "I need 1 jin." The owner quickly cut a piece of pork and weighed it. "Little sister, is 10 yuan all right?" Yi Yunxi did not really understand how much that was, but it seemed about right, so she quickly nodded. "All right." After paying, she took the pork. The heavy weight told her that she had actually managed to buy a piece of pork all by herself. Yi Yunxi could not help but feel proud. It seems this was not that hard after all. She looked at the note and headed to the next stall. In the recording studio, Yi Yunxi felt a bit embarrassed watching her childhood experience of going to the market for the first time. Hesitant, nervous little girl on the screen and the person who could now stand in front of thousands of employees and give a confident speech were two completely different people. This is the scene of me buying groceries for the first time. Honestly, I performed quite poorly. It feels like being publicly humiliated, and that is in front of hundreds of millions of people. The host stepped in appropriately. That is already quite impressive. You were only 6 years old at the time. The other 3 women also spoke up one after another. Yes, eldest sister, you did a great job. Big sister, you have already set a great example for us. Go, big sister. The people watching the live stream also started a heated discussion. Wow, I really did not expect the goddess to be so nervous about buying groceries as a child, but she has grown up so well. This is all to her own credit. Seeing how nervous and at a loss the goddess was makes me even angrier at Yi Yuncheng. Just imagine how anxious she must have been. I really want to give her a hug. No, am I the only one who thinks Goddess Yunchi was adorable here? Help, I had no idea she used to wear frilly dresses. Little Yunchi is just too cute. I want to take her home. Loli haha. Pigtails haha. For the person above, you're talking about something criminal. 3 years to life, and a death sentence would not be an overstatement. The viewers were completely captivated by little Yunchi's nervous yet adorable appearance. They wished they could travel through time just to hug the little girl who was so nervous and helpless in the market. It was precisely because Yi Yunchi's appearance was so endearing that there was even more backlash against Yi Yuncheng. The footage continued to play silently. After buying the pork, Yi Yunchi went on to purchase the rest of the items on the note one by one. From her initial nervousness and apprehension, she gradually started to open up. She no longer stuttered or hunched her shoulders. Instead, she was able to communicate generously. After finishing her shopping, Yi Yunchi started heading home. As she walked back, she did not realize that someone was following her. That person was none other than Yi Yuncheng. Yi Yuncheng was wearing a washed-out blue shirt. The jeans that had fit him perfectly 6 months ago were now 3 centimeters too short because of his rapid growth spurt. The soles of his canvas shoes were already starting to peel. He followed behind Yi Yunchi, although he had told her to go buy the groceries on her own. In reality, he was quite worried. That is why, shortly after she left, he secretly followed her. He wanted to ensure her safety. When he saw her successfully buy the first piece of pork, his eyes filled with a joyful smile. I knew you were the best, little sister. He watched her buy all the food and saw her becoming less and less nervous. The smile on his face became increasingly radiant, just like the most beautiful ray of sunshine in the morning. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it head-on. Look, once you get used to it, you will realize it is really nothing to worry about. Little sister, I believe in you. The live stream was silent for a long time. Only after a long while did a comment slowly drift across the screen. Why do I feel like both my left and right cheeks hurt, like I have been slapped many times? After that comment, everyone else seemed to snap out of it and started frantically typing on their keyboards. So Yi Yuncheng did not make her go shopping alone just to be difficult. He was following her to ensure her safety, so he is not really the person we thought he was. He knew she was nervous about the math competition, so he deliberately let her go shopping alone to build up her courage, right? How can such a person exist? He looks uncaring, nonchalant, and completely sloppy. His words are full of sarcasm and disdain, yet everything he does is for your own good. All the hostility you thought he had was actually his love for you. Under the scorching white spotlight, Yi Yunchi's face turned pale. Time and again, she denied that Yi Yuncheng had any positive impact on her, claiming repeatedly that he must have had ulterior motives. But reality slapped her in the face over and over again. Yi Yunchi felt as if she had been split in two. A white figure in her mind whispered, "Actually, Yi Yuncheng is a good person. You misunderstood him." The black figure retorted, "Have you forgotten the pain and scars of the past decade so easily? Not just for yourself, but for your sisters too." "Could those be fake too?" the white figure insisted. "But from the beginning until now, everything Yi Yuncheng has done was for our own good." "We cannot deny that." The black figure raised a pitchfork high. "So are you going to forgive him for the torture he put us through for over a decade?" Yi Yunchi clutched her head, throwing both conflicting thoughts to the back of her mind. She stood on the side of the black figure. Just as she had said before, even if everything Yi Yuncheng has done so far seems to stem from good intentions. During those 10+ years, they endured not just that, but so much more. Yi Yunchi said to herself silently, "Yi Yuncheng, unless everything you have done over the past decade was just a disguise, just as these memories reveal. Only then will I believe you, believe that you were actually doing it all for our sake." Though I still do not understand the point of you doing that, it was not just Yi Yunchi asking herself this question. Everyone else watching the show had the same question in their hearts. A psychology professor from a top university frowned, looking completely puzzled. What is the purpose of Yi Yuncheng doing this? Why would he choose to play the villain? Zhou Qiguang looked at Yi Yuncheng on the screen and spoke slowly. "Perhaps I know why." "That is right, sometimes we say, one takes on the color of their environment. But have you considered another possibility? That he is intentionally setting up a negative example?" The The psychology professor's perspective shifted. You are right, Dean. Every action a person takes must have an internal drive. No one does anything for no reason at all. The behavior Yi Yuncheng showed earlier seemed like he was looking down on the four sisters and trying to attack them. And wallowing in depravity. But what if he was not doing it out of depravity, but because he wanted to deliberately set up a negative example? He was telling the four sisters that if you do not study hard and let yourself go, you will become just like him, a vile, filthy lowlife scum like a rat running across the street, as this hypothesis surfaced in his mind. Psychology professor widened his eyes in shock. If that is really the case, then just how great and monstrous is Yi Yuncheng? To come up with such a way to keep the four sisters from going astray, he had been intentionally using this persona since a year ago. And he was only 8 years old at the time. At just 8 years old, he had already thought of this and paved the way for the four sisters' future. He watched the screen with shock, filled with anticipation for what Yi Yuncheng would do next. Yi Yuncheng followed behind Yi Yunxi, protecting her from a distance. The environment here was truly rough. Many drunks would get dead drunk late at night, and fights were a common occurrence, although the daytime did not have these issues. There were still some delinquent youths who loved to smoke at the alley entrance. Yi Yunxi's outfit was far too delicate and felt completely out of place here. As soon as she passed the alley, she was spotted by several teenagers with wildly dyed hair. It was almost dusk. The sky had a reddish hue, looking like blood. Enveloping the entrance to the alley, several youths smoking cigarettes blocked little Yunxi. With an evil smirk, one of them said, "Oh, let me take a look. Is not this one of those little sisters who moved in a while ago? What is wrong, little sister? Why are you holding groceries? Did your brother make you come out to buy food?" Yi Yunxi was stiff with tension, pressing her lips together without answering their questions. "Move aside, I want to go home." The hoodlums could not let her go that easily. "Do not be in such a hurry, little sister. Stay and chat with us big brothers. Come on, let big brother see what you bought." One of them leaned down, trying to grab the bag of groceries from her. Yi Yunxi was so scared that she retreated several steps, her eyes reddening. She bit her lip hard and said nothing. The youth with dyed yellow hair laughed. "Little sister, what are you afraid of? Big brother is not going to eat you. I just want to see what kind of food you bought." Just as he was about to take another step forward, Yi Yuncheng rushed out from behind Yi Yunxi. Even though Yi Yuncheng was only 9, the fierce intensity he projected was stronger than all of them combined. Like a wolf targeting its prey, dangerous and bloodthirsty. His tone was cold and he looked at them expressionless. "What are you doing?" Seeing Yi Yuncheng, the youths suddenly felt their bodies tense up. They quickly straightened up and moved away from Yi Yunxi, grinning at Yi Yuncheng. Nothing, just chatting with your little sister." "Yeah, I was just curious what you all were eating tonight. It is getting late. We should head back to eat too. See you tomorrow." After throwing those words out, they ran off like mice meeting a cat. Once they were gone, Yi Yunxi looked at Yi Yuncheng with red-rimmed eyes. "You came out on purpose just to see me make a fool of myself, did not you?" "Too bad for you. I bought all the groceries anyway." Yi Yuncheng saw through her stubborn exterior to the panic and fear underneath. She was terrified. Yi Yuncheng's fists clenched involuntarily, his expression dark for a moment, before he returned to his usual mocking demeanor. "Oh, but so what? You were still afraid of my friends, were not you? My friends would not have done anything to you. They just wanted to have a chat." Yi Yunxi was so angry that her tears finally started to flow. She gritted her teeth and wiped them away. "I am not afraid. Tell your friends. Do not come bothering me ever again. Or else I will definitely make them regret it." She threw these words behind her and ran toward home. Small sobs drifted through the wind. Netizens in the live stream are absolutely furious. What are the names of those thugs? I want to find them and teach them a real lesson. Are you kidding me? How could anyone lay a hand on such a little child? The goddess is crying. It is so pitiful. My heart aches for her. Give the goddess a hug. Those jerks are Yi Yuncheng's friends. That just goes to show that Yi Yuncheng is trash at his core. If he had not brought the goddess to live here, none of this would have ever happened. It is all Yi Yuncheng's fault. If Yi Yuncheng has such rotten friends, how good could he possibly be himself? Is it possible that these so-called friends were actually sent by Yi Yuncheng to bully the goddess on purpose, and all that talk about tracking her for protection or building up her courage was just a lie? His goal was just to watch the goddess make a fool of herself. Behind the screen, everyone shed their disguises, exposing the deepest, darkest parts of themselves. They judged others through the lens of their own sinister thoughts, feeling perfectly justified. Their keyboards were their weapons, and the internet was their armor. Armed with this armor and these weapons, they charged into battle. In their eyes, everything could be struck down by them. Inside the studio, the director and countless staff members began to harbor the exact same thoughts as the netizens. I knew this Yi Yuncheng was not a good person. The netizens are right. I think he intentionally let his friends scare the goddess. So-called high IQ talent. I think he is just a dangerous person hiding in plain sight. I actually thought he was trying to build her courage so she would not get stage fright in future competitions. Bah, turns out it was all a trap. The host was also fuming with rage. He was a fan of the four sisters, so naturally, he stood on their side without hesitation. I believe all you viewers watching the stream right now have seen it, right? Those thugs are Yi Yuncheng's friends. And adding in what the goddesses said before about being harmed by him in various ways for over 10 years, what does this tell us? It means he is definitely not the good person we imagined. He did it on purpose. He intentionally ordered the goddess to go grocery shopping so his friends could scare her. It was a perfectly logical conclusion. The four sisters felt a deep sense of shared pain. These images dragged them back to those days of despair. Yi Yunchi gave a bitter smile. Now do you all understand? Understand why we still thought he was a bad person, even after seeing those clips, because he really is a person of the utmost shamelessness and contemptibility. Yi Yunchi took a deep breath. Since the memory has played out this far, I do not need to hide anything anymore. I think everyone can see how terrified I was at that moment. I was only 6 years old back then. How could he do something like this? On the screen, her eyes were red-rimmed, and her whole body was trembling. She clearly looked terrified. The live stream chat was filled with attacks on Yi Yuncheng. Only one message stood out, drifting slowly across the screen. No one even noticed it. You were scared. I was even more scared than you back then. That guy Yi Yuncheng is simply not human. The footage continued. Yi Yunchi had already run back home, but Yi Yuncheng did not follow her. Instead, with a cold expression, he turned and walked in the opposite direction. The alleyways were a maze, and anyone unfamiliar with the area would have no idea where they led, but Yi Yuncheng knew this place like the back of his hand. He chose the fastest, shortest route and soon reached a doorway. Yi Yuncheng knocked on the door with a blank expression. Angry curses came from inside. Who is it? Why are you knocking on the door like that? Yi Yuncheng did not answer and kept on knocking. The cursing inside grew more agitated, and by the sound of it, the person was walking toward the door. But then, the cursing suddenly stopped. Turned into a tentative voice, "Is that Yi Yuncheng outside?" Yi Yuncheng still did not speak and repeated the act of knocking. However, the person inside had already confirmed it was Yi Yuncheng just from that behavior. Damn it. The person inside was indeed one of the youths who had blocked Yi Yunchi earlier. He grabbed his hair in frustration and swallowed hard. His tone was somewhat pleading. "Yi Yuncheng, we really did not do anything to your sister, I swear." Yi Yuncheng's gaze was icy. "Open the door." The bleached-haired youth also had a rebellious streak. He had already pleaded this much. Why was this Yi Yuncheng still not letting it go? He gritted his teeth, cursing while opening the door. "Yi Yuncheng, I am telling you, do not think that we are afraid." Before he could even finish his sentence, he was kicked the moment the door opened. Yi Yuncheng was like an avenging demon, striking him immediately. "Who told you to touch my sister? Did not I tell you guys not to touch my sister? Are you incapable of understanding human speech? I told you I am not afraid of death. If you dare to touch my sister, you better be prepared for my retaliation." Yi Yuncheng might have been small, but he was incredibly fierce. He acted like someone who had nothing to lose. Like a parasite that would not let go, he would not stop until he tore a chunk of flesh out of you. These young punks were usually tough. But even tough guys are afraid of someone who does not care about their own life. They were truly terrified by how Yi Yuncheng would suddenly stand by their bedside in the middle of the night, staring at them coldly. "I swear we really will not touch your sister ever again. I swear on my life." "Stop hitting me." The bleached-haired youth was genuinely scared. Yi Yuncheng did not have any weapons in his hands at the time, but who knew what he would do if he wanted to. Yi Yuncheng finally stopped. "Do not let me see this happen again." He walked away. His expression was terrible. Yi Yunchi was scared back then, but how could she know that he was even more scared than her? They were his younger sisters. They were the most important family members in his heart. Since moving here, Yi Yuncheng had already guessed what problems they would face, so from the very beginning, he tried his best to minimize the risk. He did not have to go looking for trouble. The problem was that they should not have provoked him and his sisters first. After getting everything settled, Yi Yuncheng returned home. Yi Yunchi had already recovered her composure. But upon seeing him, her face turned as fierce as if she were looking at an enemy. Little Yunchi made a vicious vow in her heart. She would study hard, earn lots and lots of money, take her sisters away from here, and escape this devil. The barrage of insults from the keyboard warriors was still deeply etched in everyone's minds. This sudden turn of events once again left the livestream in dead silence. After a long time, someone finally spoke up. "My face has been slapped so many times. Is this what it feels like to be proven wrong?" I suddenly have a very ominous feeling. Could it be that Yi Yuncheng has really been putting on an act for over a decade? Impossible. How could anyone pretend for so long? I do not believe it. I am sure I will catch him at a moment when he is not being proven right. It is just over a decade of life. What could these few memories possibly prove? He is young now and wants to protect his sisters, so he can only come out and pretend he still has some humanity left, but he must have fallen into depravity in the end. In the studio, the director and all the staff fell silent. They also felt like they had just been slapped in the face. Especially the female staff member who had earlier insisted that Yi Yun-cheng was definitely trying to frame the goddess. She shrank into the corner, trying her best to make herself invisible. At that moment, she wished she could slap herself twice. This Yi Yun-cheng is just plain spooky. How is it that he keeps proving us wrong? Even the host went uncharacteristically quiet. He was wondering if something had gone wrong somewhere along the line. He even began to doubt whether there was a problem with the machine that extracted the memories. How could he keep being slapped in the face time after time? The four sisters looked equally unsettled. The way Yi Yun-cheng looked when he was looking out for them truly touched the deepest parts of their hearts. Unfortunately, this glimmer of emotion vanished as quickly as it had appeared. As they had said before, over a decade of pain and bitterness cannot be healed by a few pieces of candy. Four sisters stood under the dazzling flashbulbs, with countless lenses aimed at them. Everyone here worked only for them. The people watching the video were all there because of them, too. They were the center of the stage, the stars beneath the spotlight. They were shining brightly, surrounded by everyone. Yunchi spoke calmly, "Continue playing it. I would actually like to see if, after I won the competition, his sarcasm and belittling were also for our own good. It is absolutely ridiculous." Her success clearly came from her own efforts. This Yi Yun-cheng only did a few minor things, yet he wants to attribute all the credit for her success to himself. In his dreams, did he look at the test questions for me? Did he participate in the competition on my behalf? Did he make every choice for my future? When I was overcoming every obstacle to build my company, did he help me at all? He had nothing to do with it. Now he wants to use a few memories of being slightly nice to us to wash his reputation clean. He even wants everyone to think that we cannot function without him. Keep dreaming, a cockroach crawled across the damp, filthy floor. Yun-cheng felt his eyelids growing incredibly heavy. The emptiness in his stomach and the intense nausea made him realize he was one step closer to death. He saw the hatred in Yunchi's eyes. "My sisters, cough cough, you must all hate me so much." How could they not hate him? Throughout those long 18 years, he had been playing the villain. Can anyone keep up an act for 18 uninterrupted years? Can anyone endure having oceans of filth poured over them for 18 years? Yun-cheng could do it, and the source of all this motivation came from his love for his four sisters. Love could wash away everything. Yi Yun-cheng forced himself to perk up, struggling to keep his heavy eyelids open. He continued to watch the memory playback. The weather lately was finally not raining as often as it used to. The sun hung high in the sky, and clouds drifted lazily by. Today was undoubtedly a beautiful day. Today was the day of Yi Yunchi's math Olympiad. Although Zhou Qiguang was her teacher, he had a different role this time. He was a judge and proctor for this competition. As a judge, the most important thing is fairness. Precisely because of this, Zhou Qiguang could not enter the venue with Yi Yunchi. Yi Yunchi had to go to the competition site by herself. But when the twins found out she was going to the math competition, they clamored to follow her to support her at the venue. Although Yi Yunxian was only 1 year old, she loved being in the middle of the excitement. She grabbed Yi Yunchi's hair, babbling away. Kicking her little legs, it was clear she wanted to go along too. The final result was that Yi Yun-cheng went to the venue with the four sisters. Although this math competition was described as small-scale, many people still came to participate. Many contestants were just there for the experience. The elder twin, Yi Yunian, was visiting such a lively scene for the first time, her eyes darting around curiously. If Yi Yun-cheng had not told them not to wander off at the beginning, she would have already run off. Yi Yunian's interest, however, was not very high. Not only was she not interested, she kept leaning against Yi Yunchi, her little hands clutching the hem of her clothes tightly. She looked even more nervous than Yi Yunchi, who was actually the one competing. Yi Yun-cheng sensed that something was wrong, but Yi Yunchi thought she was just worried about her. "Do not worry, third sister. I am fine. I am not nervous, so you should not be either." Yi Yunian had long hair with straight bangs, looking as obedient and cute as a delicate doll. She pursed her lips without explaining what she was nervous or afraid of. She just nodded and whispered, "Good luck, sister." Yi Yunian chimed in energetically, "Good luck, big sister. The championship will definitely be yours." Yi Yunxian, who was being carried on Yi Yun-cheng's back, grabbed his hair, shook her little legs, and babbled. Mimicking Yi Yunian, she cheered for her. Yi Yun-cheng looked at Yi Yunchi's sweaty palms and spoke in a provocative tone. "Little idiot, I will be waiting for you to come home with a big fat 0 score." Yi Yunchi's anger immediately overcame her nervousness. "I will not score a 0. The desire not to score 0 and be looked down upon by Yi Yun-cheng had completely suppressed her anxiety. By the time Yi Yunqi entered the classroom, she had long forgotten what nervousness felt like. She threw herself entirely into the upcoming competition. The competition took place in the classroom. Yi Yuncheng and the others, being family members, naturally could not enter. He led the three sisters away to wait outside until the competition ended. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiguang also stood up with the other proctors and headed toward the competition venue. As Zhou Qiguang was chatting with a fellow proctor, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Yi Yuncheng walking toward him. He was wearing a set of clothes that had been washed white, and the pants were ill-fitting. Even the canvas shoes on his feet were peeling at the soles. Zhou Qiguang slowed his pace, his eyes fixed firmly on Yi Yuncheng. He had never seen this boy before. But he felt that this outfit looked very familiar. He felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Yi Yuncheng brought the three sisters closer and closer. Zhou Qiguang's brain was working at high speed. Finally, he remembered. Although he had not seen the boy's face back then, the child who had been writing math formulas on the ground in the garden was indeed wearing this exact outfit. Are you the child who was writing formulas in the park? Yi Yuncheng was highly vigilant and had also noticed his gaze, but upon sensing no malice behind it, he chose to ignore it. However, he was stopped by Zhou Qiguang. Yi Yuncheng subconsciously turned slightly to the side, shielding the three girls behind him in a protective stance. Zhou Qiguang spoke with surprise and probe. Are not you the child who was writing formulas in the park? Yi Yuncheng remained expressionless and replied bluntly no. He quickened his pace, pulling the three girls away and disappearing from before Zhou Qiguang shortly after. Zhou Qiguang felt a bit awkward. He had not expected to have mistaken the person. His two colleagues nearby looked at him in confusion. Deputy Dean Zhou, do you know that kid from earlier? Zhou Qiguang shook his head. No, I mistook him for someone else. But he could not help but look back at Yi Yuncheng. Was it really a mistake? The female audience in the live stream saw this scene and acted as if they had caught on to something, instantly launching an attack. I knew it, this Yi Yuncheng could not possibly be that shadow teacher. He denied it. He must be feeling guilty, that is why he denied it. There is a reason the goddesses hate him. Men really are all trash. A few audience members, however, remained calm. Hey, can you people trying to stir up trouble use your brains? The memory footage clearly shows Yi Yuncheng working out the solution step by step. Are you just criticizing for the sake of it? What is it? Seeing Yi Yuncheng is better than your goddesses, did it touch a nerve? I checked a few of those user profiles. They are all women, just pure man-hating logic. The comment section turned into a chaotic mess. But the footage continued to play slowly. Yi Yuncheng led his sisters outside. Perhaps because they were at the venue of a math Olympiad, there were various math problems everywhere. Yi Yunxian, only a little over a year old, was at the age where she was curious about everything. She tugged at Yi Yuncheng's hair, pointing at the various problems on the wall while making sounds. Yi Yuncheng took one glance and knew this was not a difficult problem anymore. It was hell mode. This was a problem that should not even be here. It belonged in a research institute, but Yi Yuncheng looked down at her curious expression. What is wrong? You like it? Since she was squirming on his back, he simply picked her up in his arms. Yi Yunxian could not speak yet, so she pointed a chubby finger at a problem on the blackboard and exclaimed, do you like it that much? Yi Yuncheng showed a warm smile. Then how about I explain this problem to you? Yi Yunxian tugged at his hair. Yi Yuncheng laughed, and regardless of whether the little toddler in his arms could understand, he began to explain with immense patience and detail. Yi Yunxian actually seemed to understand. She stopped struggling and making noises. She grabbed his hair and listened quietly. Yi Yuncheng, deep in his detailed explanation, did not realize that someone had quietly stood behind him. Who else could it be but Zhou Qiguang? Although Yi Yuncheng denied it earlier, Zhou Qiguang felt something was off. He had an excellent memory. While not photographic, it was very close. Even though he had not seen Yi Yuncheng's face clearly that day, the height and the clothes were a perfect match. So, with the intention of asking again, he told the other teachers he was going to proctor the exam later and stepped out. The moment he stepped out, he bumped into Yi Yuncheng, who was holding a little girl and explaining a math Olympiad problem intended for college students. Zhou Qiguang was shocked to his core. The problems put on the wall blackboard were certainly not simple. For instance, the problem Yi Yuncheng was explaining right now was his own masterpiece. Even his own students could not solve this problem, and you have to know, his students were the elite who could enter the top universities. Yet even those elite students were helpless against this problem. From this, one could tell just how insane this question was. However, the 9-year-old child in front of him had solved it. He solved it just as Yi Yuncheng finished the explanation. He felt an intensely burning gaze from behind, staring fixedly at him. He turned around and met Zhou Qiguang's burning eyes. I knew I was not wrong. The person I saw in the park that day was you. Genius, I am a genius. No, you are a genius. I have discovered a genius. Zhou Qiguang was too excited. He was even babbling incoherently. Logic had gone out the window. His face flushed with excitement, his eyes bright as if he wanted to devour Yi Yuncheng. Yi Yunxian was scared by his appearance. She shrank into Yi Yuncheng's arms, her little hands clutching the clothes on his chest tightly. Her little mouth pouted, on the verge of tears. Yi Yuncheng immediately glared fiercely at Zhou Qiguang, then looked down at Yi Yunxian, the murderous aura on his face instantly melting away. He coaxed her gently, "Do not be afraid, little Yunxian. Your brother is here." The effect was immediate. Yi Yunxian stopped crying, but her little hands were still clutching his clothes tightly. Zhou Qiguang also regained his senses and hurriedly tried to compose his expression. But he was so joyful that even though he tried his best to restrain it, he could not stop smiling. Consequently, his expression became extremely bizarre. Yi Yuncheng clearly did not want to talk more with him and prepared to leave after calming Yi Yunxian down. Zhou Qiguang hurriedly stopped him. "Little friend, do not go." Yi Yuncheng knew that if he did not make things clear with Zhou Qiguang, he would not be able to leave right now. He looked at him coldly. "What do you want?" Zhou Qiguang ignored his coldness and said excitedly, "What is your name? Where do you go to school?" Yi Yuncheng turned to walk away. Zhou Qiguang grabbed him in a hurry. "Little friend, I am not a bad person. I am the proctor for this competition." He quickly presented his staff ID. Yi Yuncheng had already known his identity. That was exactly why he did not want to get near him. If one must exist, why must the other exist as well? One genius is enough, and he had already given that spot to his sister. So he did not want to entertain Zhou Qiguang. Zhou Qiguang, fearing he would run off, started blabbering everything out. "Little friend, why did not you admit it was you who wrote the formulas in the park before?" "But fortunately I am smart. I still discovered the clues." "Wait, that is not the point. Point is, little friend, are you interested in being my student? A disciple is fine too. Do not go, little friend. If you do not want to be a student or disciple, you can be my granddaughter's husband." "My granddaughter is about your age. She is so cute and very smart, little friend." Yi Yuncheng's mouth twitched. He now deeply doubted whether this Zhou Qiguang was reliable at all. What kind of nonsense is this? Zhou Qiguang caught up with Yi Yuncheng. Or rather, Yi Yuncheng had stopped walking and was standing there waiting for him. He simply could not stand what this old man was saying any longer. As Zhou Qiguang gasped for air and prepared to continue, Yi Yuncheng cut him off. "I know what you want to say to me," Yi Yuncheng said calmly. "I will not agree to become your student because I have absolutely no interest in the field of mathematics. You do not need to keep pestering me. Once I have made a decision, no one can change it." Zhou Qiguang's words got stuck in his throat. He stammered for a long time before asking, "Why?" Yi Yuncheng repeated, "Because I have no interest in the field of mathematics." His gaze was incredibly firm and he stood up straight. He was not joking. And he was not just giving a random answer. After saying this, Yi Yuncheng ignored Zhou Qiguang's reaction and turned to leave. Zhou Qiguang stood stunned for a moment before shouting, "Little kid, can I at least know your name?" Yi Yuncheng. Having answered, he disappeared completely into the crowd. At the top university, the teachers watching the live broadcast were dumbfounded, questioning reality itself. It was the person before them, who first looked so pathetic, and then stood there in a daze with a look of lingering attachment like a crazed fan, really Dean Zhou. The same Dean Zhou who always wore a cold face and looked like he wanted to write "I am in a bad mood, do not talk to me" on his forehead. More importantly, he even offered to introduce his granddaughter, who was Dean Zhou's granddaughter. She was a goddess-level figure, even more beautiful than the four sisters. Besides, was not Dean Zhou known for doting on his granddaughter like she was a precious treasure? He treated her like she would break if held and melt if kept in his mouth. No, that is not right. Point was that Goddess Zhou was only 8 years old at the time. Zhou Qiguang never imagined that this memory would also be revealed. His aged face flushed red instantly. He had been too excited at the time, and his reason had temporarily left him. To stop Yi Yuncheng from leaving, he had said anything that came to his mind: social death. Faced with the intentional or unintentional gazes of everyone, Zhou Qiguang stared back fiercely. "What are you looking at?" Everyone quickly averted their eyes, tacitly changing the subject. But having said that, why did the problem Yi Yuncheng explained just now look so familiar? "Yeah, I noticed it too. It feels like I have seen it somewhere before, but it has been such a long time. I remember now. Is not this one of the problems from our research curriculum?" Dean Zhou simplified it later, but not a single student could solve it at the time. "Oh, right, I knew it looked familiar, so that is the one." In other words, 9-year-old Yi Yuncheng actually solved this hellishly difficult problem. Upon realizing this, the teachers finally understood why Zhou Qiguang had been so excited at the time, even offering to marry off his most beloved granddaughter. Yi Yuncheng was more than just a genius. If things had gone as expected, and he continued to study in this field, he was destined to be the king of this domain in the future. Yet his sisters called this future king a loser, trash, and a piece of mud, someone who only knew how to eat, drink, and play. They even threatened to put him in prison. What kind of world is this? Compared to the shocked teachers, Joe Kigwang, who knew more of the inside story, could not help but sigh. What Yi Yuncheng had done for them was far more than what was shown in the footage. Yi Yuncheng, oh Yi Yuncheng, how on earth did you make those decisions when you were only 9 years old, in the cold, dark basement? Yi Yuncheng closed his eyes in exhaustion. He was so tired right now. Outside, someone's septic tank must have clogged again, emitting a nauseating smell. But Yi Yuncheng's stomach had been empty for so long that even if he wanted to vomit, there was nothing left to bring up. He had already thrown up all his bile. I will just close my eyes and rest for a bit. Please let me rest. The viewers in the live stream could not understand the problem on the blackboard, and their keyboard warrior spirits began to ignite. What is Yi Yuncheng doing? Is he actually trying to solve a problem? Does he even understand it? Do not be ridiculous, okay? He does not know how to solve anything. I bet he is just making it up to impress Goddess Yunxian, since she would not understand it anyway back then. It is hilarious how he is actually faking it so convincingly. The chaotic and toxic comment section debated for a long time. The teachers at the top university saw this, too. They were so angry they laughed. He picked up their phones and started typing to strike back. Those mocking him, stop exposing your lack of intelligence. This problem was created by Dean Zhou of the top university. When he first said it, not a single student could solve it. Ignorance is not your fault, but being ignorant and showing it off is on you, who really does not understand anything. I suggest you figure out what Yi Yuncheng is talking about before you open your mouths in the comments. The people in the comments gradually realized something was wrong, but there was no answer to this problem online. So they had no way to verify it. They turned their attention to Yi Yunxi. Yi Yunxi was so good at math, she would surely know if Yi Yuncheng was talking nonsense. The host saw the viewers' requests in the comments. It seems the audience is very concerned about whether the problem Yi Yuncheng explained is correct. Goddess Yunxi, you have the most authority in this field. Could you explain to us whether he got it right and whether this problem is difficult? Yi Yunxi's expression had been off ever since she saw Yi Yuncheng explaining the problem. It was as if her worldview was collapsing, or perhaps something else. What he said was all correct. Yi Yunxi gripped the sofa tightly with her hand at her side. Her pupils were shaking rapidly. This is impossible. How could Yi Yuncheng solve this problem? She had also seen this problem, but it was not until she was 16 that she could understand and solve it. However, Yi Yuncheng could solve it when he was only 9. The gap between them was deeper than the Mariana Trench. So he really was a genius, but why? They never knew he had such talent, and if he had such talent, why did he end up becoming the person he is now? Gambling, drinking, a violent temper, like a piece of mud that could never be sculpted into anything. Yi Yuncheng, what else have you been hiding from us? Why did you do this? Yi Yunxi could not figure it out, nor did she want to, because none of that would change her disgust for Yi Yuncheng. Yi Yunxi retorted firmly, but so what? Does that prove he is a good person? Just because he is smart and these few scattered moments, does that mean he is good to us? Just like I asked before, why did he take the prize money I earned, and then he went and spent my money on his deadbeat friends? The female viewers in the livestream chat exploded upon hearing this. What? He actually took the Goddess Is scholarship money to go out with his deadbeat friends. God, this is so pathetic. I actually thought he was a genius and a good guy earlier. Sisters, do not be fooled by men like this. Do not let his occasional acts of kindness make you think he is actually a good person. Exactly, he says not to bully his little sisters, but then turns around and does it himself. What a disgusting man. Host was also filled with indignation. Well then, let us take a look. Let us see how this trash Yi Yuncheng bullied the goddess. On the big screen, the memory began to play. Yi Yunxi finally finished her exam. The moment she walked out of the exam room, her face was one of complete relief. She knew almost all of the answers. Unless something unexpected happened, her competition results would not be bad at all. Seeing her come out, the twins immediately swarmed her. Big sister, are you done with your exam? Big sister, how do you feel? Yi Yunxi patted the twins' heads with a confident smile. I feel great. Yi Yunyan immediately added, Big sister must be the best. You will definitely win first place in this competition. Yi Yunyan tugged at her sleeve, speaking softly. I think so too. Yi Yunxian had already fallen asleep, but hearing their voices, she squinted her eyes open. Her eyes brightened, and she waved her little hands happily, making little noises. When Yi Yunxi saw Yi Yuncheng, her expression dropped instantly, but she quickly looked away from him, turned to Yi Yunxian in his arms and lit up with a smile. Xiangxian, come here, let sister hold you. She did not want to see her little sister in the arms of this useless trash for 1 second longer. Yi Yunxian did not understand anything. Seeing her sister wanted to hold her, she reached out happily. After taking her, Yi Yunxi told the other 3 sisters it was time to go home. 4 sisters then left Yi Yuncheng behind and walked away on their own. Not a single one of them asked Yi Yuncheng to follow. It was sunset now. The sunlight cast a dim, yellowish hue. The clouds on the horizon were painted with a shade of dark gray. Most of the people there for the competition had their parents with them. Everywhere there were groups of 3 or 5, filled with laughter or parents fussing over their children, yet Yi Yuncheng was all alone. He was the only one left behind, consumed by the fading light. He was cloaked in shadows, merging into the darkness. He was the one abandoned by them. To their eyes, he was nothing but useless trash. At only 9 years old, a time when he should have been at his most vibrant and spirited, he seemed to have been ground down by the long years. Those eyes that should have been bright were clouded with gray. His shoulders seemed weighed down by the burdens of life. Yi Yuncheng lowered his gaze and suddenly smiled. It was a warm smile. Yi Yuncheng, this is the path you chose for yourself. A man should keep his word. What do the thoughts of others, their opinions, or even my sister's misunderstanding of me matter? I'm willing to spend my lonely life in exchange for the 4 of them being happy and surrounded by flowers, applause, and warmth. So all of this before him was a necessary path. He was destined to never be understood, and he was destined to never be forgiven. But as long as his conscience was clear, he would keep walking. I suddenly feel my face getting hot and wet, and when I touch it, it is tears. I could not help but cry. Yi Yuncheng's final words were just too touching. I thought I was the only one crying, but look at all these people crying along with me. God, willing to use my lonely life in exchange for their happiness. That line really hits home. I am getting more and more confused. What kind of person is Yi Yuncheng exactly? Is he a good guy or a bad guy? Help, I think I am falling for Yi Yuncheng. Someone slap some sense into me. To the person above, how much have you had to drink to get this wasted? Yi Yuncheng is just scum, okay? Scum does not deserve love. To be honest, watching this, I really do not think he is scum. Instead, I think he is very responsible. When you were attacking Yi Yuncheng before, did you consider that he is only 9 years old? So what if he is 9? Does being 9 mean you can just bully people? That is how spoiled brats are made. But the point is, Yi Yuncheng is not a spoiled brat. The chat in the livestream was about to erupt into an argument. Everyone had different opinions. The livestream was a mess of conflicting arguments. Meanwhile, the footage continued. The timeline skipped ahead a few days. Straight to the moment, the competition results were released. The results had to be viewed on-site. Without a doubt, all 5 siblings went to the venue together. By the time they arrived, a crowd had already gathered. They were all waiting for the results to be posted. Relying on her excellent memory, Yi Yuncheng had quickly checked her answers against the books when she got home. But now, arriving at the moment of the announcement, she was still incredibly nervous. The twins grabbed her hands on either side. Big sister, you will definitely get first place. Big sister is the best. Yi Yuncheng tried hard to steady her breathing. Finally, it was time for the results to be posted. A crowd of parents rushed forward. Checking the rankings of their own children, Yi Yuncheng, looking at the crowded scene, quickly stepped up to protect his sisters. Fortunately, although the parents were eager and crowded, they kept their composure and no stampede occurred. Hey, my kid only got 18th place. How is my kid only second? Who is this Yi Yuncheng who got first place? Why does the name Yi Yuncheng sound like a girl? A girl can get first place. There was no need for them to squeeze to the front now. The parents had already read out Yi Yuncheng's name. Yi Yuncheng was the most excited, grabbing Yi Yuncheng's hand immediately. Big sister, did you hear that? You got first place. Now everyone's attention was focused on them at the same time. Zhou Qiguang led several teachers onto the stage. His gaze followed the parents and caught sight of them as well. He recognized Yi Yuncheng immediately. Yi Yuncheng felt someone watching him, so he turned his head to meet their gaze, but they quickly looked away. He was not the protagonist and did not need to steal the spotlight, but even if that was what he thought, he still had to ask if Zhou Qiguang felt the same way. Zhou Qiguang's first reaction upon seeing Yi Yuncheng was to rush over and catch him, but as soon as he started moving, he realized his role for the day. Even if he wanted to catch up, he could not do it in front of so many people. He suppressed his excitement and his trembling hands, forcing himself to stay calm. Only then did he notice Yi Yuncheng beside Yi Yuncheng, and a look of pride could not help but cross his face. She was his student. She had just taken first place in the math Olympiad. It brought him so much honor. The awards ceremony officially began. Only the top 3 students could receive awards, and the host began announcing their names. When Yi Yuncheng walked onto the stage with the other 2 students, the parents in the audience looked at her in surprise. It was simple. Yi Yuncheng was just so young. She was by far the youngest child in the competition. Most of the participants here were at least in the 3rd grade. Most of them were 8 or 9 years old, while Yi Yuncheng was only 6. Standing on the podium for the first time with dozens of people below her, Yi Yuncheng could not help but feel a bit nervous. She tried hard to compose herself, telling herself there was nothing to be afraid of. She was already capable of going to the market to buy groceries and coming home all by herself. There were far more people at the market than here, so there was no reason for her to be nervous now. After giving herself that pep talk, Yi Yunxi felt much less nervous. Zhou Qiguang took the certificate and the prize money, then personally handed them to her. Suppressing his excitement, he spoke formally. "Little Yi Yunxi, congratulations on winning first place. You must not slack off in the future, keep working hard." Yi Yunxi blushed as she took the prize and replied, "Yes, I definitely will." She would definitely keep working hard. She had to be number one. She would earn lots and lots of money, then take all three of her younger sisters away and far away from that despicable piece of trash, Yi Yuncheng. After the ceremony ended, Zhou Qiguang snuck over to Yi Yuncheng's side. His expression was even happier than when Yi Yunxi won first place. "Little Yi Yuncheng, long time no see." Yi Yuncheng simply hugged Yi Yunxian and turned to leave without a word. Zhou Qiguang quickly blocked his path. "Hey little guy, I am not here for anything in particular, I just wanted to say hello." He looked at Yi Yunxian, who was staring at him with wide eyes. "Is she your sister? Your sister is so cute." As soon as he mentioned Yi Yunxian, Yi Yuncheng's expression softened slightly. Seeing an opening, Zhou Qiguang was about to continue when he saw Yi Yunxi trotting over toward them. "Teacher Zhou, why are you here?" Zhou Qiguang was about to speak, but Yi Yuncheng cut him off first. "He is just passing by." Yi Yunxi did not want to engage with him. "I was not asking you. Give my fourth sister to me." She wanted to keep her fourth sister as far away from him as possible. Watching the atmosphere between them, Zhou Qiguang clearly sensed that something was wrong. He tentatively asked, "Little Yunxi, who are they?" Yi Yunxi did not want to acknowledge Yi Yuncheng's status. She replied with a harsh tone, "The one in his arms is my sister, and he is just someone my parents adopted from the orphanage." She refused to even call him brother. Zhou Qiguang instantly realized that their relationship was not good. He had once heard Yi Yunxi say that her parents had passed away long ago in a car accident. No wonder he never saw any parents whenever he saw Yi Yuncheng, so they were a family. He frowned, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Yi Yuncheng again. "Teacher Zhou, I have some questions I would like to ask you. Could you come over there with me?" Hearing this, Zhou Qiguang understood that Yi Yuncheng had some private matters to discuss, so he immediately agreed. The two walked to one side. Yi Yuncheng's expression was very calm. "If possible, I hope you can pretend not to know me, Teacher Zhou. And please do not say anything about me in front of my sisters. Please act as if you have never met me." Zhou Qiguang did not understand. Why? Yi Yuncheng stared at him silently with his pupils. "If I do not answer that question, will you promise to help me keep it a secret?" Zhou Qiguang had never seen such an expression in a child's eyes. It was as if he was enduring a lot and carrying a heavy burden. That was not a gaze a 9-year-old boy should have. He should not have asked further. Against his better judgment, he replied, "I promise." Yi Yuncheng's expression remained calm and his tone carried a hint of sincerity. "Thank you." Then he left. At the prestigious academy, Zhou Qiguang watched Yi Yuncheng leave and let out a deep sigh. Surrounding teachers were burning with curiosity because of the mystery the two had kept, so they could not help but ask, "Dean Zhou, what happened later? Did you find out why Yi Yuncheng said that? Why did Yi Yuncheng want to pretend you two did not know each other? What exactly was on the mind of a 9-year-old child? Those eyes were just too lonely." It looked like he was carrying so much. It was truly heartbreaking. "Dean Zhou, satisfy our curiosity." Zhou Qiguang looked quietly at Yi Yuncheng on the screen. "Actually, at the time, I did not know why he did it either. But I gave my word, and whenever I mentioned things to Yunxi afterward, I never mentioned his name. I only said that such a person had existed, someone who was even more of a genius than she was. But now, after seeing these memories, I understand. I even grasp his intention. Since there is a Zhou Yu, why must there be a Zhu Liang? One genius is enough." He was willing to give up what he deserved just so that everyone would focus their attention on Yunxi. He truly did so much for her. In the studio, Yi Yunxi stared at the big screen in disbelief. "So Teacher Zhou knew him all along. He did not tell me because Yi Yuncheng would not let him." Yi Yunxian lowered her head and muttered to herself. "Why would he do that?" Yi Yunian said with a look of fury. "Why else would he do it? It must be because he did not want the dean to know what a despicable and shameless person he is. Big sister, have you forgotten? As soon as he got back, he stole your prize money and spent it all on his group of good-for-nothing friends. He is so despicable and shameless." Of course, he did not want to expose that ugly, low-life side of himself in front of the dean. Was that really the case? Yi Yunxi quickly looked back at the big screen. Just arriving home, Yi Yuncheng reached out his hand toward Yi Yunxi. Yi Yunxi quickly protected her certificate and prize money, shouting, "What are you doing?" Yi Yuncheng replied coldly, "Give me the prize money." Yi Yunxi ignored him and said, "Why should I give it to you? I will not." Yi Yuncheng chuckled with disdain. Do you think you have a choice? Yi Yunchi, I have countless ways to make you regret this in the future if you do not hand over that money right now. His eyes were icy. Do you believe me? Yi Yunchi clenched her fists tightly. She believed him. Because something like this had happened before. Yi Yuncheng was a man of his word. He truly had countless ways to make her regret it. Yi Yunchi handed over her prize money. Yi Yuncheng opened the envelope. The prize was quite generous, amounting to 500 yuan. You have to realize that in this day and age, 500 yuan was almost half a month's salary for an ordinary worker. After taking the money, Yi Yuncheng left. Yi Yunchi was so angry her eyes turned red. Even the certificate in her hand could not warm her heart. She locked herself in her room and cried. How could she have run into such a person? Why did she have to stay here, to be bullied by someone like him? Sob, mom, dad. If you are watching us from heaven, can you please punish this devil, Yi Yuncheng? Oh my God, the goddess is crying so miserably. It is so pitiful. Goddess, please do not cry. My heart is breaking for you. A second ago I wanted to marry Yi Yuncheng, but now I want to beat him to death. He is too much. See that? This is the true face of Yi Yuncheng. Everything about him is a lie. All that talk about loving and protecting his sisters. He just wants to keep stripping the goddesses of their money. There was no one left in the live stream defending Yi Yuncheng. It had turned into a chorus of insults. A cockroach scurried past Yi Yuncheng's feet. He clutched his stomach, breathing with great difficulty. In the cold, dark basement, he stared at the screen showing his 4 beautiful sisters. Memories washed over him from the past. Why did he take Yi Yunchi's prize money back then? Because he was afraid. The thugs in that alley were not kind people. He was afraid that one day he would truly be done for. If he died back then, what would happen to his 4 sisters? They were still so young. They had no idea how to make a living and did not really have a clear concept of money. So it was not so much that he was stealing her money, but rather that he wanted to keep it safe for her, in case one day. If he were to unfortunately die, his 4 sisters would have money to get through the rest of their days. But naturally, these things could not be said out loud. He could only pretend to be cruel. He still remembered that after he got the money, he went straight to the bank to deposit it. But he encountered some trouble on the way to the bank. Livestream memory sequence. The weather was overcast today, cloudy with a chance of rain. Although the rain had stopped, the ground was still wet and filled with muddy puddles. Yi Yuncheng walked along the damp road, his pant legs splashing with dirty water with every step. He had just made it halfway when everything went dark before his eyes. 5 people had blocked his path. Yi Yuncheng recognized them instantly. They were the same thugs who had stopped his sister previously and had been taught a lesson by him. Yi Yuncheng watched them warily. The young punk he had beaten up stepped forward, his face full of provocation and triumph. Yi Yuncheng, I am telling you, you're finished. If you dare hit me, my brother will not let you get away with it. Yi Yuncheng looked at the leader, who bore a striking resemblance to the punk. So this was his older brother. Yi Yuncheng showed no emotion on his face, but his body was already in a fighting stance. One by one, or all at once, he knew there was no point in talking to these people. Since a fight was inevitable, why waste time and breath? Yi Yuncheng's attitude provoked them greatly. Ha, you little brat, you are so arrogant even before you have grown up. Do not blame your big brothers for bullying you then. Get him, all of you. Teach this brat a lesson and show him that there are people out there stronger than him. They cursed as they charged at Yi Yuncheng. Damn it, acting so wild at such a young age. I will show you wild. So what if we blocked your sister? It was an honor for her that I noticed her. You treasure your sister so much, do you? Then I am going to go have some fun with her. My God, although I do not like Yi Yuncheng, the kid has guts. A real man stands his ground. Yi Yuncheng is too arrogant, trying to take on 5 nearly grown men with that small frame. That trash stole the goddess's money. He deserves to be beaten down. Wait, that is not right. If they beat him up, why did Yi Yuncheng end up treating them to dinner? The goddess said the people he treated to dinner might not be these 5. Damn, these 5 guys have such dirty mouths. Talking about playing with my goddess, play with yourself. Goodness, I am so angry, daring to fantasize about my wife. You are looking for death. I think you are the one fantasizing, calling my wife yours. Oh my God, stop arguing. Yi Yuncheng actually knocked them all down. Wow, what happened in the short time it took me to make instant noodles? Plot suddenly twisted. Was Yi Yuncheng possessed by something? How did he suddenly become so fierce? The viewers in the livestream could clearly see the 5 people who had surrounded him go from being high and mighty to being completely beaten to the ground. Yi Yuncheng was covered in injuries himself. His tattered, ill-fitting clothes were splattered with filthy mud. His arm had been slashed, and blood flowed down, mixing with the dark, grimy mud to drip onto the ground. The prize money envelope, which he had treasured in his pocket, had fallen out during the intense fight. It landed in the mud nearby. Yi Yuncheng quickly stepped forward and crouched down to pick it up. The envelope was completely soaked and ruined. Yi Yuncheng opened it to check the money, and upon seeing it was not damaged, he let out a huge sigh of relief. This was the first prize money his sister had ever earned. He would not allow it to be tarnished. The 5 youths groaned on the ground. His eyes were cold, like a wolf locking onto its prey. You know why some people lose their tongues? Because they talk too much, their tongues get tangled. In those cases, you have to cut their tongues out to restore the silence. Yi Yuncheng stood before them, exuding a chilling, murderous aura. The dragon's reverse scale, touch it and you die. He would never allow anyone to insult his sister. I am not afraid of death, are you? At this moment, it occurred to these people that the person standing before them was no mere child. He was nothing less than a wolf. A wolf viciously eyeing its prey, if they made even the slightest wrong move. He would surely unsheath his sharp claws and fangs to sever their arteries. None of them dared to say another word. The pain in their bodies forced them to simply nod. The 5 of them helped each other up, struggling even to catch their breath. Just as Yi Yuncheng ignored them and prepared to leave, the figure of Yi Yunchi appeared around the corner. A flash of surprise crossed her eyes when she saw Yi Yuncheng. She had absolutely not expected to run into him here. Very quickly, Yi Yunchi noticed the envelope in Yi Yuncheng's hand, soaked through with dirty water, as well as the 5 young men behind him. Aside from one she did not recognize, the others were familiar faces. They were the friends Yi Yuncheng had told her about. Seeing that opened, mud-stained envelope, how could Yi Yunchi not understand what had happened? Her eyes turned red like a wounded little beast. She glared fiercely at Yi Yuncheng. So you took my money just to mess around with them. Yi Yuncheng, you are truly a despicable person. You are not my brother. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. I will hate you for the rest of my life. She cried as she lunged at Yi Yuncheng, slamming straight into him. Yi Yuncheng was completely caught off guard. Having just knocked down 5 nearly full-grown youths, he was now sent sprawling to the ground by tiny Yi Yunchi. He sat on the icy ground, the muddy water in the puddle soaking through his pants. Yi Yunchi ran off without looking back. The 5 young men looked at each other. Once they came to their senses, they took the chance to scramble away. They dared not linger. What if Yi Yuncheng felt humiliated by them seeing him in such a state, and decided to vent his anger on them even more viciously? Everyone was gone, leaving only Yi Yuncheng sitting alone on the ground. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. The rain hit Yi Yuncheng, quickly soaking him through. Yi Yuncheng finally seemed to come to his senses. His fingers twitched slightly as he carefully tucked the soaked envelope and the 500 yuan into his chest, safe and secure. He kept them out of the rain and tried to get up. Only then did he realize he had sprained his ankle when Yi Yunchi pushed him. He could not even stand up when he tried. He fell back down again. A woman walked past him with a child. The child pointed at him. Mommy, look, there is a little beggar here. The woman quickly pulled the child's hand back, looking extremely nervous. Sweetheart, let us not get too close to beggars. Let us go. The mother and child walked away. The rain grew heavier and heavier. The torrential rain blurred the world. The live stream was quiet for a moment before it was flooded with a barrage of comments. I just want to say that Yi Yuncheng deserves this. HMPH. That serves him right for stealing the goddess's money. Stop pretending to be a caring brother. You stinky beggar, get away from our goddess. I want to give that kid a like. He really is just a beggar. Every foul word and every dark thought from the depths of the human heart was unleashed through the screen. The broadcast continued. After sitting there for a good while, Yi Yuncheng finally stood up. His foot was already a bit swollen, but he could still walk. Yi Yuncheng hobbled to the eaves of a nearby building, looking up at the intensifying rain, his expression unreadable. Because he was covered in filthy sewer water, passers-by avoided him as if he were a plague-ridden god. Yi Yuncheng chose to walk under the eaves where he could avoid the rain. Finally, he reached his destination. Bank, he went to an ATM, skillfully entered the card number, and deposited the 500 yuan he had been so carefully protecting. The name on the account was clearly Yi Xi. Yi Yuncheng, who had remained expressionless, finally broke into a smile. Even if I die, my sisters will not have to worry about not having money for the future. The large screen in the studio captured this smile of his. All the viewers who had been cursing Yi Yuncheng just seconds ago were rendered speechless by his words, as if their throats had been gripped by fate. This was not just a slap in the face, it was a beating that left their faces swollen. Damn, what kind of earth-shattering twist is this? Yi Yuncheng did not steal the goddess's money to spend it, but to save it for her. What is this? I do not believe it. Damn, my face is burning from this slap. I do not even know how to type on my keyboard anymore, so we are back to the start. Is Yi Yuncheng actually a good guy after all? Based on the memories being shown right now, it seems that really is the case. Knowing the truth, I suddenly feel that the scene where Goddess Yunchi pushed Yi Yuncheng is so infuriating. Please do not flame me. Damn, I am thinking the same thing. The viewers in the live stream were tearing themselves apart, going crazy. At the top university, some female teachers were already in tears, their eyes red. Sob, Yi Yuncheng is truly too pitiful. Everything he did was for his 4 sisters. How could those goddesses do such a thing? He was only 9 years old at the time. Why did he have to carry so much? Those 4 goddesses will never know what their brothers shouldered for them. Zhou Qiguang, meanwhile, continued to question aloud. Yilin, you did so much yet were misunderstood like this. Do you really think it was worth it? In the spacious and bright studio. Yi Yunchi, dressed in a black professional suit, stared blankly at the large screen. Everything she had previously believed was shattered by the exposure of these memories. The bonus money she thought Yi Yuncheng had taken to fool around with his friends, it never happened. He just wanted to keep the money safe for her. And that group of so-called friends, they were just looking for trouble with him. Everything was completely different from what she had assumed. How could it be like this? How could it be? Yi Yuncheng, are you good or bad to us 4 sisters? She had no way to tell anymore. Eldest sister, are you okay? Yi Yunian looked at Yi Yunchi with concern, holding her hand. Yi Yunchi took a few deep breaths to suppress her churning emotions. I am fine. It was not just Yi Yunchi who felt her worldview shattering. The other 3 sisters also felt that the Yi Yuncheng in these memories was completely different from the one in their impressions. Had he truly been doing all this in silence? Why would he do that? The host broke the silence. Goddess Yunchi, do you happen to know about this card? Yunchi shook her head. I do not. The host slapped his thigh. That is right. Although it shows Yexi, it does not necessarily mean that card belongs to you, goddess. Perhaps it is Yi Yunchi, or some other name entirely. Yi Yunchi was dazed. Is it really like that? Xian, woohoo. Thanks to all my brothers and sisters for the gifts. 6,000 words delivered. If you like this, could you help Xian recommend it, if you are in a book drought? Host quickly brushed past the topic, setting the pace. Besides, that is only 500 yuan. Yi Yuncheng knows the password. If he wanted to take it, he could have taken it anytime. Goddesses, you absolutely must not be deceived by a hypocrite like him. The 4 sisters looked at each other, feeling that the host made a lot of sense. Seeing this, the host immediately continued, taking a step back. Goddesses, everything you have now is all because of your own hard work. So, Goddess Yunchi, you are actually no worse than her. These 500 yuan mean nothing to an outstanding goddess like you. As long as you want to, you can earn it back in minutes. A hint of confusion appeared in Yi Yunchi's eyes. Is that really the case? Is everything she is now truly independent of Yi Yuncheng, with absolutely no connection to him? No, that is not right. How could she doubt herself? Anyone else could doubt her. Anyone could deny her, but she of all people must not. As a leader, one can reflect on their shortcomings, but they must never waver. Yes, Yi figured it out and said coldly, I do not need his handouts from that bank card at all. Because I can earn money on my own. This company of mine was built by my own hands. And it was through my own efforts that it grew to its current scale. Yi Yunchi's face regained its confidence. She lifted her chin slightly, the scorching stage lights hitting her cold, stunning face. This only made her eyes look like bright stars, her skin fairer, and her red lips like fire. The form-fitting black and white suit perfectly showcased her hot figure. What Yi Yunchi was most proud of was not her talent for mathematics, nor anything else. It was the company she led, now worth tens of billions. A company worth billions built from scratch without relying on anyone. This company, Daoying, which started with short videos, was the highest value of her personal achievements and the foundation of her status here. Netizens in the live broadcast room were also typing comments. That is right, Goddess Yunchi does not need Yi Yuncheng's bank card at all. She can earn plenty of money herself. Thank you, Daoying, you helped me get rich. Daoying is just incredible. I watch short videos every day and accidentally spend hours on them. Plus, the streaming software the goddesses are using for this show is also Daoying. What if Yi Yuncheng is capable? Can he create something like Daoying? Ha. No matter how good Yi Yuncheng is at math, it does not make money. Daoying is better. Let me just say, it would not be an exaggeration to call Daoying the greatest invention of the century. Compared to the goddess is Daoying, whatever Yi Yuncheng did is absolutely worthless. Yi Yunian happened to be looking at the comments. She saw every single word the netizens typed. First, she also thought that Daoying was an idea her eldest sister had come up with, and a result of her hard work in research and entrepreneurship. However, she suddenly remembered a sentence she had overheard Yi Yuncheng say when she was 4 years old. The future will be the era of short videos. It is time for that software to appear. At that time, she was too young to understand what he meant. She only remembered it because the sentence left such a deep impression on her, then linking it to everything today. Yi Yunian suddenly had a terrifying suspicion. Could that Daoying also have been something Yi Yuncheng guided her eldest sister to do? If that was true, when did he start guiding her? Yi Yunian hurriedly looked at the big screen. She wanted to know if her guess was true. Yi Yunqi was 7 years old at this time. A year had passed since that math Olympiad. In that competition, Yi Yunqi had undoubtedly taken first place. Because of this, 7-year-old Yi Yunqi skipped from the 2nd grade to the 5th grade of elementary school. After the new semester began, she became the youngest student in the 5th grade. Yi Yunqi felt like she did not fit in with them. It was not because of her age. It was that she could not integrate. She had absolutely no interest in their topics of conversation. She only found them boring and superficial. She would rather hold a math book than communicate with them. Another day after school, Yi Yunqi packed her books and left the school. Other students walked out in groups of 3 or 5. Only she walked out of the school gate alone with her small backpack. Golden sunset spilled onto her, adding a touch of loneliness. She crossed the road and walked through a few streets to get home. Once home, her slightly cold expression melted, and she smiled at Yi Yunxian. Has little Yunxian been a good girl at home today? Yi Yunxian, who was just over 2 years old, could already give simple responses. She was sitting on the floor playing with blocks, waving her little hands. Been good, hug from sister. Yi Yunqi bent down and picked her up. Yi Yunxian tugged at her clothes, looking around as if she was searching for something. Yi Yunqi noticed. Little sister, what are you looking for? Yi Yunxian stared with her round eyes in confusion. Sister's badge. Yi Yunqi looked lost. What badge? Yi Yunxian made a big gesture. Class leader, badge, shiny star badge. She gestured for a long time before finally making Yi Yunqi understand what she meant. Yi Yunxian meant a class leader badge. Yi Yunqi was amused. There is no such thing. Even if you are a class leader, there is no such thing. Yi Yunxian's small hands, which had been waving happily, stopped instantly. Her eyes showed grievance. No badge. Sister is not a class leader. Her pink, tender face was full of disappointment, and even the single strand of hair standing on her head seemed to lose its vitality and wilted. Yi Yunqi could not bear to see her little sister like this. Little Yunxian wants a glowing badge. Yi Yunxian nodded and shook her head. Want sisters. Yi Yunqi translated. You want the class leader badge that belongs to your sister. Yi Yunxian nodded happily at this. Yi Yunqi thought over and over again and finally promised her. Then how about I run to be class leader and get the badge for you, okay? Yi Yunxian clapped happily. Okay, want the badge. After Yi Yunqi put her down, Yi Yunxian ran into the kitchen on her short legs. In the kitchen, Yi Yuncheng was making dinner. Yi Yunxian pulled his pants with bright eyes. Brother. Yi Yuncheng stopped what he was doing and looked at her gently. What is wrong? Yi Yunxian giggled and gave a salute. Sister said yes. I have a bad feeling about this. No way, it cannot be. I hope it is not going to be the same as before. Do not tell me Yi Yuncheng played a part in this again. My focus is different. Are not we supposed to see how the goddess created Daoying? This does not seem to have anything to do with it, does it? No, did you all forget what the goddess said? She first had the idea for Daoying when she was 7 years old, and before that, the goddess also mentioned that something had a huge impact on her, which was running for class monitor. Running for class monitor, how does that relate to creating Daoying? A thick fog of mystery hung over everyone's heads. So what actually happened at this time that made Yi Yunqi think about creating Daoying in the future? The audience in the livestream room could not wait to keep watching. Yi Yuncheng patted Yi Yunxian on the head. Little Yunxian is so great. Once your sister gets the class monitor badge, you must keep it safe. Yi Yunxian nodded heavily. I will. Yi Yuncheng took a book and a candy out of the bag beside him and handed them to Yi Yunxian. This is your reward for being such a good girl, little Yunxian. Yi Yunxian happily took the candy but not the book. I want the candy, not the book. Yi Yuncheng smiled, his eyes as bright as stars. If you do not want the book, you can give it to your sister. Yi Yunxian blinked, then understood. Give it to sister. She took the book, ran out of the hall, and found Yi Yunqi immediately. Sister. Yi Yunxian trotted over with her short legs and held the book up high in front of her. Book for sister. Yi Yunqi took the book. Learning management every day. What is this? She was about to ask Yi Yunxian how she got the book, but she only saw her running away quickly with the candy. Yi Yunqi had to put the thought aside, and as time went by, she forgot about it. After she finished all her math problems for the day, she curiously opened the book. The next day. Class 5-1, a new semester naturally brings a fresh atmosphere. The head teacher decided to re-elect a class monitor. The teacher had mentioned this a week ago. But until yesterday, Yi Yunqi had never thought about running for class monitor. The reason was simple. She only wanted to immerse herself in a sea of books. Running for class monitor was too much trouble. Not only would she have to manage people, but she would also have to spend extra time on other things. Yi Yunqi just wanted to read quietly. But after yesterday, that thought changed, because little sister Yunxian wanted her to run for class monitor. Whatever her fourth sister wanted, she would strive to get for her. So, when the teacher said to start the election, Yi Yunqi bravely raised her hand. She no longer had the nervousness she felt a year ago during her first math competition. After participating in multiple competitions, she was now able to face everyone with calm confidence. Yoonshi had strong logical thinking skills. Coupled with the fact that she had inadvertently read that book the night before, she had already drafted her speech for the class election. But when she took the stage, she was very clear and organized. After she finished her speech, she received warm applause from the whole class. In the end, there was no doubt that she won the class monitor position. Yoonshi became the class monitor of class 5-1. Head teacher followed the usual procedure and said, "Yoonshi, if you encounter anything you need help with while you are serving as monitor, feel free to tell me." Yoonshi's eyes lit up. "Anything at all. Teacher, as long as it is within my power." "Yoonshi, I want a class monitor badge that lights up." "Teacher, what is that?" Eventually, the teacher actually managed to buy a badge from somewhere and handed it to Yoonshi. A few hours after getting it, Yoonshi gave the badge to Yoonxian when she got home. Yoonxian treasured it dearly and pinned it on her little dress. She ran over to Yooncheng, wanting to show off her new badge, but she happened to see Yooncheng holding a small notebook, seemingly recording something. She was still young, and even after tilting her head to look, she could not understand a single word. The thick notebook was filled with various plans. Yooncheng checked off the item that read, "Step 1. Teach Yoonshi how to become a manager." He then looked at Yoonxian beside him. "Did you get the beautiful badge?" Yoonxian looked up from the notebook and showed her little white teeth. "Mem," she puffed out her little chest to display the badge. Yooncheng praised her at the right moment. "It is beautiful." Yoonxian smiled even more brightly. "Sister really got the badge. Brother did not lie to me." Yooncheng patted her head. "Excellent people will always receive honorable badges. Your sister is a very outstanding person." So, Yooncheng whispered in a voice that only he could hear, "Become the most dazzling person of all, top university." The teachers understood now, so it turns out all of this was a setup by Yooncheng. The last thing Yoonxian said proved that her previous actions were all prompted by Yooncheng, maybe not an explicit instruction, but definitely an implication. That is why she went to ask Yoonshi for the class monitor badge, which stimulated Yoonshi's desire to become the monitor, and then Yooncheng gave Yoonxian that management book to pass on to Yoonshi. Hiss, one ring after another. I have goosebumps. The psychology professor beside them, equally excited, was analyzing his actions. Also, everyone pay attention. Yoonshi was completely uninterested in the class monitor position before, and she used to be very withdrawn, always keeping to herself. A great leader does not have to be friends with everyone, but they must know how to identify and use talent. Yoonshi's previous behavior was not that of a great leader at all. If it had continued like that, she would never have grown into who she is today. So, becoming a class monitor was the foundation for her to become a great manager and leader in the future. That is why Yooncheng set it all up. The teachers were tingling with realization as they thought about this deepest layer of the plan. How could Yooncheng possibly think so far ahead? Every time they thought they understood him a little bit more. The next thing he did would shatter their imagination. Yooncheng, what else is there about you that we do not know? Everyone stared at the livestream screen. They were waiting with bated breath to see what kind of surprise Yooncheng would bring them in the next second. It was a sunny day. The sun in the sky was scorching, making people's faces sting. Yoonshi took a sip of water to soothe her dry throat. The deputy monitor next to her picked up a popsicle and confirmed again, "Monitor, are you really not going to have a popsicle?" Yoonshi shook her head. "Thanks, but I will pass." The deputy monitor gave up, paid for the popsicle, took a bite, and let out a satisfied sigh. Nothing beats having a popsicle on a hot day like this. Yoonshi pursed her lips, trying hard not to show her longing. The truth was, it was not that she did not want one, it was that she could not afford it. Her family was too poor. To distract herself, Yoonshi looked toward another part of the science museum. How about we go check that side out? Today was the school's field trip to the science museum. Yoonshi had not wanted to come, because everyone had to pay 150 yuan for the trip. She had no money, but when she went to explain the situation to her head teacher, she was told that the fee had already been paid. Although she did not know who had paid for her, she figured she should not let it go to waste, so Yoonshi came along. This was her first time at a science museum. There were so many things inside that opened her eyes. By the time the day of exploration ended, Yoonshi was still captivated by the stunning starry sky she had seen at the Science and Astronomy Museum. Once she got home, she shared everything she had seen with her 3 younger sisters. The twins looked on with longing. Yoonion's eyes lit up immediately. Wow, that must have been so much fun. Yoonion chimed in softly. Yeah, Yoonxian was 3 years old now, and she understood much more than before. She blinked her curious eyes. Do you sisters want to be astronauts when you grow up? Yoonshi asked. 4th sister, why do you ask? Yi Yunxian said innocently, because if you are an astronaut, you can see so many stars. Her brother had told her that. Yi Yunxian was the first to shake her head. I do not want to be an astronaut. Once they fly up into the sky, it takes such a long time before they can come home. Yi Yunxian did not say anything, but her eyes revealed a hint of longing. Could she be by herself? That would be the most wonderful thing in the world. Yi Yunxi remained silent as well. Because she suddenly realized one thing deeply. What kind of person did she want to be in the future? Astronauts, you guys really can come up with anything. Yi Yuncheng walked over at some point and looked at them with a provocative expression. You visited a science museum and suddenly think you can be astronauts. There are many things in that museum that transcend reality. Do you think you can achieve those too? His eyes were sharp. For example, being able to talk to family thousands of miles away just through a mobile phone, or being able to share what you see and hear through a mobile platform. And another example, sitting right where you are but letting the whole world see what you are doing. Yi Yuncheng curled his lips in a mysterious smile. You cannot do any of these things, and you still want to be astronauts. Yi Yunchi really thought he was so annoying. Whether we want to be astronauts or not, what does it have to do with you? Why do you care? You have not even been to the science museum. What do you know? Oh, right, I know nothing. Yi Yuncheng crossed his arms. I cannot be bothered with you. Even if you turn into a pile of mud in the future, I would not even give you a second glance. I'm just mocking your naivety. Yi Yunchi clenched her fists tightly, the resentment and anger in her eyes palpable. I do not have time for you. Yi Yuncheng yawned, looking sleepy. You lot keep on dreaming your big dreams. It is much simpler to achieve them in your sleep. He entered his room and slammed the door shut. Leaving the four sisters outside, looking at each other in bewilderment. Yi Yunxian had basically been raised by Yi Yuncheng. She was very close to him. She tugged on Yi Yunchi's hand. Sister, do not be mad at brother. Yi Yunchi tried hard to suppress her temper. I'm not going to be mad at him. He is not worth getting angry over. Yi Yunxian smiled brightly. I'm glad you are not mad. So sister, you still have not told us, what kind of person do you want to be? What Yi Yuncheng had just said suddenly flashed through Yi Yunchi's mind. Being able to meet people thousands of miles away. Sharing what one sees and hears for the whole world to see. A rough blueprint for the future suddenly formed in Yi Yunchi's mind. I want to be a reformer of the future. Perhaps because she was young, Yi Yunchi did not fully grasp the concept. But this seed had already been successfully planted in her heart. It was just waiting for time to take root and sprout, growing into a towering tree. My mom is shocked. Those words Yi Yuncheng just said. How are they so similar to our modern video calls, Weibo and live streaming? Cut the similar top art, be sure about it. That is exactly what they are. So when Yi Yuncheng was only 10 years old, he had already envisioned this grand landscape. No, this is too monstrously talented. This is more than monstrous. If he really knew the future would develop this way, with his previously shown superintelligence, would not he be one of the three tech giants? What kind of person is Yi Yuncheng exactly? Help, I have been to the science museum too, but at that time I just thought, wow, that is impressive, that is cool. I never even thought of these things at all. My brain compared to Yi Yuncheng's is like a deep-sea trench apart. If Yi Yuncheng had so many ideas, why did not he do it himself instead of telling the goddess in such a roundabout way? Brother Yi, do you still need a younger sister? I am actually your long-lost little sister. Mom asked me why I am watching the computer while kneeling, because I am in total awe. The audience in the livestream room exploded. Information revealed in those few sentences by Yi Yuncheng was just too massive. If they were in that environment back then, they probably would have been just as confused as Yi Yunchi. But now it is the era of internet live streaming, so they understood exactly what Yi Yuncheng meant with ease. Yi Yuncheng was at most 10 years old at the time, yet he could foresee the landscape of over a decade later. How could he possibly be the waste and trash the four sisters described? While some were hyping up Yi Yuncheng, there were naturally still die-hard fans of the four sisters. They absolutely could not accept that the achievements their goddesses had attained relied on that trash, Yi Yuncheng. Do not be ridiculous. Yi Yuncheng just said a few random things. What are you all hyping up for? Daoying Company was founded by the goddess herself. That has nothing to do with him. Help, is this Yi Yuncheng trying to debut? He is buying armies of online trolls like crazy. The live stream chat was quickly turned into a mess by them. Both sides held their own ground, and neither could fully convince the other. Inside the studio, the spotlight hit from above, emitting a scorching and intense light. Countless cameras were aimed at the four women, capturing every slight change in their expressions. On screen, Yi Yunchi shook her head subconsciously, her pupils trembling, unwilling to believe what she was seeing. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. What exactly was the meaning behind those words Yi Yuncheng said? Could it be that he was really guiding her? The host looked at the young boy on the screen, who was only 10 years old yet already showing immense talent, and naked jealousy flashed through his eyes. His own journey as a host had been bumpy. His brain was not as sharp as those academic geniuses either. Everything he had achieved so far was just ordinary. The only reason he was able to host such an important live show was because of all the hard work he put in at night. That fat old guy almost squeezed him dry. He felt like he was about to sing a song of misery himself. That is why he hated smart people more than anything. He took the lead in steering the conversation, although what is playing in the memories looks like Yi Yuncheng was guiding her. But everyone, you must not forget, saying something and actually taking action are two completely different things. Host spoke indignantly, as if he were seeking justice for Yi Yunchi. Even if the goddess thought about creating Daoying because of his guidance, her first startup fund was earned by her own hands. Goddess is not that right. The veins on Yi Yunchi's hand, holding the microphone, were popping, and she gripped it so hard her knuckles turned white. At this moment, she was desperately trying to hypnotize herself, giving herself psychological suggestions. Everything she had was achieved through her own hard work. It had nothing to do with that scum, Yi Yuncheng. Yes, that is right, exactly. She did not even need to give herself any psychological suggestions. Because it really was her who learned the software and C programming language later on, and the first bucket of gold was also earned by her. Yes, Yi Yunchi replied with firm and resounding conviction. What I said earlier, I still do not intend to take it back. Even if he did guide me to think about those things, could he influence my studies? Could he force me to absorb the content in the books? He could not. Yi Yunchi wore a cold and glamorous expression, crossing her long legs in silk stockings as she changed her posture. There is an old saying, only what you have learned truly belongs to you. Everything I possess was won through my own hard work. It has nothing to do with him, with Yi Yuncheng. Even those who do not know Yi Yunchi well are aware of her legendary life. She started trying to design software at the age of 13 and kept improving it constantly. By the time she was 14, she successfully earned her first million in startup capital, a teenage girl who earned millions through her own efforts at just 14. She was the only one. From the age of 14, Yi Yunchi began her legendary path. Although she had experienced one failure along the way, she still got back on her feet very quickly. As the memories were gradually exposed, another point that many viewers were looking forward to had arrived. How was the then 13 or 14-year-old Yi Yunchi able to take that monumental step? Outside, it started to rain. The drain leading to the sewer was clogged, causing rainwater to pool. The sewer surged with a disgusting stench, mixed with the smell of a cesspit. It was truly nauseating. Yi Yuncheng had originally closed his tired eyes, falling into a half-sleep, but he was forced awake by the stench. His head ached as if it were splitting. A burning sensation flared in his stomach. He gasped for air with great difficulty. He struggled to open his eyes and looked at the four sisters dressed in glamorous clothes on the screen. They were surrounded by spotlights, worshipped by countless people as idols. They were the models of the era. They were the reformers of the age, and at the same time, the four greatest women. They lived glamorous lives a massive distance away from him. Cough, cough, cough. Does it really have nothing to do with me? It should indeed be like this, because only if you think so, cough, cough, you will not be sad or cry when I die. Little girls are not pretty when they cry. He recalled the first time Yi Yunchi failed after starting her business. She cried like a child. It broke his heart to watch. So he turned the tide, paid a huge price, and finally salvaged that failure of hers. He looked at the screen. Will the memory of that time Yi Yunchi failed also be shown? He did not want to see Yi Yunchi regret it. He just did not want to see Yi Yunchi crying in pain ever again. Yi Yunchi was already 13. Compared to before, she had grown quite a bit, and she had cut her pigtails into a short bob. Her style of dress was no longer the Lolita look she had as a child. Instead, it was a very clean and crisp style. At this moment, 13-year-old Yi Yunchi was sitting in the library. A thick C programming book lay on the table. It looked very mismatched with her youthful face. Since she was 7, she had secretly had a goal in her heart. Although she did not know how that blueprint would develop at the time, she already had a firm belief that she needed to study hard. 3-year-old Yi Yunxian used to always bring her books about computer software from somewhere. Because of her mindset after the trip to the science museum, Yi Yunchi did not throw these dry and dull books away or leave them idle. Instead, she worked hard to read and understand them. At first, she could not understand them. She did not know what any of those things meant, but she was smart. She soon gradually grasped what they were talking about, and that vague notion from back then, which was just a single thought, gradually became clear because of the knowledge she had acquired. Although right now, due to the limitations of technology, mobile phones could only simply make calls and take pictures. At most, they could play small games like Tetris, but what about the future? What would mobile phones look like in the future? Would they still be like they are now? Intended only for making calls, or could one imagine boldly? Yi Chen picked up her phone and clicked on a contact named Dust. She quickly typed in her thoughts. Dust, I suddenly have an idea. Do you think our mobile phones could have other uses? For example, being able to ignore physical distance and see family and loved ones on the phone. Dust is Yi Yunqi's pen pal. Shortly after she bought her mobile phone, she received a text message sent to the wrong contact. According to Dust, this number previously belonged to his brother, but the line was disconnected after he passed away. He never expected that she would end up with this number. Dust felt it was fate and shared many things about himself with her. Yi Yunqi discovered they had a lot in common. As they kept in touch, they grew closer and became pen pals who communicated through text messages. To Yi Yunqi, Dust was both a mentor and a friend. Whenever she encountered problems in her daily life or had new ideas, she would run to him. Dust was always able to perfectly teach her how to solve them and provide excellent advice. So now, as soon as Yi Yunqi had this idea, she rushed to tell Dust. He replied quickly, I think this idea is great. Little she, this idea of yours is truly ingenious and fantastic. Yi Yunqi held her phone, the corners of her mouth curling up involuntarily. Dust really knew how to praise people. Every time he complimented her, she felt incredibly embarrassed. No, it is nothing. I was just randomly thinking about it. Many brilliant ideas may start out as nothing more than a delusion. Then do you think this idea of mine can be realized in the future? No one can say for sure what the world will be like in a dozen years or so, but I believe if it is you, you will definitely be able to do it. Yi Yunqi blushed at the praise. She was about to tell Dust to stop complimenting her, but he sent another message. So little she, if it really can be achieved, then does not this matter require a carrier? Carrier, Yi Yunqi frowned in confusion. After thinking for nearly 3 minutes, she had a sudden realization. Right, it definitely needs a carrier. A mobile phone is one such carrier. But if one wanted to make calls or video chat with family, that would require another carrier, another piece of software. She typed on the keyboard excitedly. Yes, I got it. How about we make another software program? A software program that can be installed on a phone, Dust replied back quickly. That is a great idea. Then, is this application only for making calls or video chats with family? Yi Yunqi instinctively wanted to say yes. But suddenly she felt there was a deeper meaning to Dust's question. Yi Yunqi fell into thought once again. What was the hidden meaning behind Dust's words? But this time, she thought for a long while without coming up with an answer. Just as her train of thought hit a dead end, Dust sent a few messages. Seeing you have not replied, I guessed you must be busy, so I am heading to the department store to buy some things. You do not have the other thing I wanted at the department store, so I have to go to other shops. Being an old man, I really do not want to go through all this trouble. These messages were very mundane, and Yi Yunqi was used to it, because this was just Dust's typical style. Yi Yunqi smiled and was about to send a message telling him to be careful on the road. However, just then, her eyes fixed on the words department store, and it was as if her brain suddenly cleared up. Right? Why should the application only be for calls or video chats? Could it have other functions, for example? For example, what, besides calls and videos? What else could be put into this application? She briefly explained her confusion to Dust. You asked me what else it could do. You are asking me such a profound question. Well, if it were me, I think I would want to share my happiness. Yi Yunqi was bewildered again. Share happiness? How do you share that? I do not know either, but I believe you will definitely think of a way, little she. Good luck, I am going to cook now. Dust did not reply again. Yi Yunqi sat in the library, racking her brains. Share happiness. How should one share that? The sunset outside shone through the glass window onto her youthful face. She did not know how much time had passed. Yi Yunqi's eyes suddenly lit up. I know. Host looked at the big screen with immense excitement. Everyone guessed it right. This memory is exactly the beginning of when Goddess Yunqi first thought of designing the Daoying app. From this day on, Goddess Yunqi embarked on her legendary path. It was not just the host who was excited. Even the staff and the director behind the scenes were equally thrilled. Daoying app is just too amazing. It is so addictive, and such a great application was born in the mind of a 13-year-old girl. How could this not be shocking? How could this not be worthy of worship? In this memory, Yi Yunqi regained her initial confidence. With a smile of certainty, she straightened her back. Calling it a legendary path is a bit of an exaggeration, but this turning point indeed had the deepest impact on my future. And the person I especially want to thank is my nameless friend, Dust. A nostalgic look appeared on Yi Yunqi's face. He really helped me a lot. You have all seen that although I had the initial idea in my mind, it was just a vague prototype at the time. I did not have much of an idea about what kind of skeleton needed to be added to it. It was Dust who sparked my thinking. Yi Yunqi was truly grateful to Dust. Perhaps without him, she still would have thought of some things later on. But she would definitely have taken many detours. It absolutely would not have been as smooth as it is today. The host felt there were many stories behind this. Has Goddess Yunchi ever met him? Yunchi shook her head, looking a bit disappointed. I never met him because shortly after that he passed away. The host passed away. Yunchi nodded, her eyes turning red. Yes, Dust was an old grandfather in his 70s, and we were friends despite the age gap. Although we were in constant contact, we never met because we were too far apart. Later, when I wanted to find him, his family told me he had passed away. I originally wanted to pay my respects at his grave, but from that day on, his family disconnected the phone number. Until now, I have had no way to contact him. Yunchi was truly devastated. The grandfather and friend who had accompanied her for so long had just passed away like that, and she could not even see him once. The audience in the live stream felt sorry for Yunchi after hearing this. It is such a pity. Old Man Dust never got to see his goddess reach the success she has today. If Old Man Dust knew she was this successful now, he would surely be very happy in the afterlife. I really want to know who he was. He spoke so gently. He must have been a very kind old man. Thank you, Old Man Dust, for keeping our goddess company. Fans of Yunchi flooded the chat with messages. Mixed in were a few comments that stood out from the adoring crowd. Based on the memories shown so far, is it possible that this Old Man Dust is actually Yuncheng again? For the person above, that is a huge stretch. If Old Man Dust was actually Yuncheng in disguise, well, I am just waiting for those people to get slapped in the face by reality. The host saw these comments and felt quite annoyed inside. He read the provocative comments aloud, saying, someone in the chat is questioning how Goddess Yunchi could know he was an old man if she had never met him. I do not think Goddess Yunchi needs to answer that. I can answer it myself. Have you not been watching the memory footage carefully? The host said with a look of disdain. The text message Old Man Dust sent to her clearly mentioned his old bones. Yuncheng was at most 16 at the time. What kind of old bones could he have had? There were still people in the chat questioning this. How can you be so sure that this was not a disguise by Yuncheng? Yunchi was also paying attention to the chat. She felt extremely disgusted with Yuncheng at that moment. Ever since she was little, this person had been like a demon, standing right behind her. Always plotting when to drop the sickle, Yunchi really hated Yuncheng. Defiance welled up within her. Then let me answer the questions from the netizens myself. The reason is simple. Every time Dust chatted with me, he provided so much detail that it was impossible for it to be made up. Whenever I asked him about things, he would patiently reply to me like an elder. From the tone of his voice, his attitude, and his vast knowledge, I can judge for sure that he absolutely could not have been Yuncheng. And there were many more important things. For instance, Old Man Dust knew many big shots in the business world. Strictly speaking, her first venture capital had everything to do with him. To keep the viewership high, the host teased, if you all want to know whether this Old Man Dust is actually Yuncheng, keep watching. Since that day, Yunchi had read many more books. She wanted to work hard to improve herself. Only then could she achieve her dreams. And as Yunchi studied hard, a new technology began to gradually change people's lifestyles. The smartphone was born. From the moment she learned about it, Yunchi could not stop thinking about it. It was not for entertainment, but because she wanted to study the principles behind it. She used the scholarship money she had saved for years to buy a smartphone to research. She even asked if Dust knew about it. Dust replied to her text message as quickly as always. I know I bought one too, but these icons are so dense. My old eyes can never find the app I am looking for. Yunchi began to visualize Old Man Dust in her mind. At this moment was Old Man Dust wearing reading glasses and tinkering with his phone. She typed back with a smile. You can enlarge the font in the phone settings. You should try that. Dust replied with a grumble. This big brick is not easy to use at all. Why can it not be categorized? It is really giving me a hard time. Categorized, Yunchi suddenly thought of something. Right. If you compare the phone to a department store, each app is a product in this store. Then why cannot these products be placed into their own little grids, organized according to one's own preferences? Yunchi's mind was racing faster and faster. An idea sprang into her mind. Yunchi locked herself in her room, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Is this memory seen the moment the goddess wrote the code for the desktop organizer master app? I bet it is. Goddess Yunchi relied on this app to earn her first million in venture capital. I lived through that era. I have to say, the desktop organizer master app was truly amazing. Although every smartphone can organize its own apps now, back then, it was indeed the very first. Are you all just shocked, or am I the only one crying? Others earned millions at 14. What was I doing at 14? Being a loser is my fate, I know it. In the live studio, the host frowned slightly but quickly relaxed, suppressing the disdain in his eyes. Because just moments ago, he had received word from the director backstage. They had invited a special guest. But the host did not like this special guest. He made him feel the disparity in the world. But there was no choice, he had to bring the guest on. The host put on a fake smile. You would never guess, we have a special guest on set today. This special guest has a very close relationship with our goddess Yunchi. Everyone can try to guess who it is. The live stream instantly began to speculate about who the guest might be. Someone close to goddess Yunchi. Could it be Yi Yun Cheng? Can we stop mentioning that dirty thing? Could it be Chen Ming, the boss of Hulong Mobile? That is possible. As far as I know, goddess Yunchi's app was bought by CEO Zhang. The host said, "It seems you have all guessed it, so let us welcome CEO Zhang Ming." He led the applause. The entire audience joined in enthusiastically. Under the expectant gazes of the four sisters, Zhang Ming, wearing a suit, walked onto the stage. Zhang Ming bowed to the camera. "Hello everyone, I am Zhang Ming." Yunchi could not hide her excitement. "CEO Zhang, I did not expect it to really be you." Zhang Ming laughed heartily. "Long time no see, CEO Yi." The two exchanged a polite hug. Yunchi said, "It has indeed been a long time." The host frowned again, then quickly composed himself and continued with his fake smile. "CEO Zhang, you are not just here to give goddess Yunchi a surprise, are you?" Zhang Ming chuckled while holding the microphone. "Indeed. I heard the production team invited CEO Yi, so I have been looking forward to coming to the scene. Because I am truly curious, how could CEO Yi, then only 13 years old, have had such a great idea and concept? And have the ability to make it a reality?" Zhang Ming was genuinely impressed. Yi Yunchi was only 13 back then. How could she have thought of that angle and successfully implemented it? "Chi Yun, I have already updated 6,000 words. I am not short." After all, that was back when smartphones had just been released. You could say it was a time when everyone was still finding their way. But there was one person, or to be precise, one child, who already knew the path to take. How incredible and commercially visionary that is. Yi Yunchi said quite embarrassedly, "Actually, I did encounter a difficulty, a problem that nearly stumped me and made it impossible to proceed further." Zhang Ming asked curiously, "Oh, how did you get past it back then, Ms. Yi?" Yi Yunchi also learned to build suspense. You will see as you keep watching. On the big screen, the memory sequence began to play. It was not Yi Yunchi's first time writing code, but in the past, she had only written very simple things. This was her first time working on something like this. She shut herself in her room for several days. Yi Yunchi looked at the lines of code in front of her, biting her lip and frowning, lost in deep thought. She had encountered a very tricky problem. This problem kept her from continuing to type. The code kept throwing errors, and the software could not be finished at all. Yi Yunchi knew she had hit a technical barrier. "I do not believe it. I will definitely conquer this." Where exactly did things go wrong? Yi Yunchi bit her nails, her thoughts tangled like a mess of hemp. She could not make heads or tails of it. Subconsciously, she pulled out her phone and found Chen Ai's number. "Porsche I have hit a wall." EPK explained the problem she was having to Chen AI. For the first time, Chen AI did not reply to her text immediately. It was not until nearly 10 minutes later that Yi Chu received his message. "Sorry, I was busy earlier and could not reply right away. Little Shi, you're too tense. You should play a game to relax. Here's a little link. This game is quite interesting." Yi Yunchi was in no mood to play games. But she really could not figure it out right now. "Forget it. I will listen to Chen AI and relax for a bit." She trusted Chen AI deeply and did not suspect anything was wrong with the link he sent. She clicked on it directly. After clicking the link, it was a very small web game. The game looked very crude, as if it had been thrown together in a few minutes. Yi Yunchi tried playing it according to the game instructions. At first, she did not feel anything special. But after playing for a while, Yi Yunchi's eyes suddenly lit up. The way this game runs is exactly what I was looking for. Some codes are interchangeable. From this little game program, Yi Yunchi found the running method she needed. Her fingers tapped on the keyboard, and soon the source code for this simple and crude web game unfolded before her eyes. It was so simple and easy that it felt like the game was left open just to be hacked. Just as Yi Yunchi thought, the game's code was not very complex. It looked very simple and easy to understand. Yi Yunchi grasped it instantly. Sometimes the basics are the hardest, but once you understand the fundamental principles, no matter how it evolves, it can never escape its origin. Yi Yunchi's brain raced, and her eyes grew brighter and brighter. That is it, so that is how this code can be written. Yes, just like this. Yi Yunchi grew more and more excited. Her hands returned to the keyboard, and she quickly started typing again. Lines of code poured out from her fingertips. Soon she finished typing the final line of code. The entire application was declared complete. Yi Yunchi jumped up in excitement. Great, it is done. The audience watching in the livestream felt as if they themselves had achieved a success. They also started jumping in front of their screens. Amazing, our goddess succeeded. The goddess is just too amazing. Others play games and find success. I play games and just waste time. Is this the difference between me and a genius? I am exhausted, boohoo. In the studio, Zhang Ming had a look of sudden realization. I never imagined that you, Ms. Yi, broke through your bottleneck because of a game. Who could have guessed that? Yi Yunqi smiled reservedly. I was indeed in a bind at the time, so I am truly grateful to Chen AI. Although he might have just done it unintentionally at the time, just wanting me to relax. If it was not for that game he sent me, it might have taken me a long time before I figured out how to overcome that difficulty. Yi Yunqi truly felt that Chen AI was the benefactor in her life. He really helped her so much, intentionally or unintentionally. Zhang Ming flattered Ms. Yi, you are too modest. Not everyone can be like you when playing a game. Yi Yunxian could not help but interject proudly, of course, my eldest sister is definitely the best. Yi Yunian, however, was still struggling with that sentence she had heard earlier, so she did not say a word. Was that game really sent to my eldest sister by Chen AI unintentionally? Is that Chen AI really just an old man who has nothing to do with us? Yi Yunian suddenly recalled her own childhood, her brows furrowed tighter and tighter. She felt they had entered a thick fog. Before reaching the center of the fog, everything they encountered outside might just be a protective layer. The video continued to play. Yi Yunxi's heart was pounding. Although the software was finished, she did not know if it would work. She transferred the software to her phone and began the test. Once the software was running, the apps on the phone's home screen could be neatly organized into folders. The test was a complete success. The software ran very smoothly. Once Yi Yunqi realized she had succeeded, she did not run to tell her three sisters first. Instead, she sent a text to Chen AI. Chen AI, my software worked. Before this, she had told Chen AI what kind of software she was making. Congratulations, I knew little she was the best. Yi Yunqi's face turned red with excitement. To tell you the truth, I have to thank you for that web game you sent. It was because of it that I got the inspiration. You do not have to thank me. I just wanted you to relax. I did not expect you to use it for study. Chen AI, I am sending you the software. Once you install it on your phone, you can organize your apps exactly how you want them. Did you design this software for me? Thank you, little she. Do not mention it. Yi Yunqi was worried Chen AI would not know how to operate it, so she kept sending him messages to teach him what to do. Only when Chen AI said he had installed it, and it was running successfully, did Yi Yunqi stop the text bombardment. After a long while, she finally dared to send a cautious message. Chen AI, how is it? Do you think it runs smoothly? Runs very smoothly. My aging eyes are finally saved. Little she, you really are a genius. Once this software comes out, it will definitely make life much easier for people like me. Yi Yunqi froze for a moment. Making it easier for more elderly people like Chen AI. She had never had such a thought before. Chen AI had guessed right. At first, she designed this program just for him. But now, it seemed this program could bring her much more than just that. However, Yi Yunqi soon put this idea to the back of her mind. She decided to first share the joy of her success with her three younger sisters. 11-year-old Yi Yuning had neat, bang-style long hair. With her delicate palm-sized face tilted up, she looked at her with admiration. Big sister, you are amazing. Yi Yunqi replied modestly. Not really, I actually ran into some difficulties during the process. But thankfully, I solved them smoothly. Come to think of it, if it had not been for Chenai, she probably would not have been able to solve that problem. Chenai held an increasingly important place in Yi Haha's heart. At the same time, she had also fully conceived an image of Chenai in her mind. Kind-looking elderly gentleman with gold-rimmed glasses, well-read and profoundly knowledgeable. Yi Yunian asked, Sister, this software is not just for your own use, right? Yi Yunqi nodded, Yeah, I just decided that I am going to sell this software. All three sisters were stunned. Sell it. Yes, Yi Yunqi scratched her head, a bit embarrassed. Actually, at first, I wanted to upload it for free so everyone could use it, but in the end, I gave up on that. Success of this application made Yi Yunqi even more determined about the blueprint for the blue ocean she had in mind. But if she wanted to develop that software and carry out her plan, the money she had on hand definitely would not be enough. That was about more than just a few lines of code. She needed more money. Therefore, selling this software was the best move for her, but who exactly should she sell it to? Yi Yunqi fell into deep thought. Hulong headquarters. Meeting room. Having just turned 14 not long ago, Yi Yunqi sat in the meeting room, although she tensed her little face to make herself look calm and serious. But her actual age was there for all to see. The baby fat on her face had nothing to do with looking calm and serious. With sweaty palms, Yi Yunqi held her phone and secretly sent a message to Chenai. Chenai, I have arrived at Hulong headquarters. I am so nervous. Chenai always replied to messages immediately. Do not be nervous. I have already spoken to Mr. Zhang about your project. He appreciates your talent very much, so do not be afraid. Xiaoshi, you are the best. Besides, you have a lawyer with you. If there is anything about the contract, he will tell you, for some unknown reason. Even though she was incredibly terrified in her heart, the moment she saw this message from Chu, Yi Daepeng felt completely at ease. Right, she was the best. Relax, be calm. After Yi Yunxi took another deep breath, the door to the meeting room opened. Zhang Ming, who was just in his early 40s at the time, walked in. He scanned the meeting room and his gaze fell on Yi Yunxi. You are Yi Yunxi, live broadcast at the studio. Zhang Ming looked at his younger self in the memory footage, sighing with emotion, but more than anything, he felt nostalgia. This was my first time meeting Ms. Yi. My thought back then was that geniuses always break people's conventional perceptions, a 14-year-old girl. Yet she was already capable of independently developing a very impressive software application. She even started talking business with him. No matter which aspect you looked at, she was worthy of the word genius. Host shifted focus to the other side. I just noticed that in the messages Goddess Yunxi sent to Chennai, it seems to imply that you and him are close. Zhang Ming nodded, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Actually, it is not just me who knows Chennai. I believe everyone present here should know him too. This answer left everyone watching the live stream and the people in the studio stunned. What, we know Chennai too? How is that possible? How come I do not know who that is? What's going on? Yi Yunxi was very anxious and excited at that moment. Mr. Zhang, you know Grandpa Chennai. Can you tell me who he actually is? I really want to thank him in person. Even if he cannot hear me, I want to offer incense at his grave. Hint of an indescribable shadow appeared in Zhang Ming's eyes. Who exactly he is? Please allow me to keep you in suspense for now. Moreover, I also have a question I want to ask him. What on earth happened that could make him give up the golden goose he held in his hands? Chennai, I do not believe that you, at that time, did not know how valuable what you held in your hands was. So what went wrong that made you give it up? Zhang Ming looked at the big screen. Perhaps the answers to all of this could be found in the memories of the four sisters. Negotiation went smoothly. After the lawyer confirmed that there were no other issues with the contract, both sides signed it. From this moment on, that application had nothing more to do with Yi Yunxi, and in the blink of an eye, Yi Yunxi became a girl with $1 million in assets. Yi Yunxi kept her face tense until she left the Hulong headquarters. Once she was by herself, she could no longer contain her excitement and joy and jumped up on the spot. Yeah, that is awesome. She threw a few punches in the air to calm her inner excitement. Excitedly, she sent a message to Chennai. Chennai, I sold it. I never expected that I could actually sell it for $1 million. Yi Yunxi still lacked experience. Although she wanted to sell it, she did not know how much it could fetch. Subconsciously, she turned to Chennai for help. Just like always, Chennai quickly provided her with a solution. Not only did he introduce the buyer, but he also provided a lawyer. Finally, he instructed her that this software could definitely sell for $1 million. Do not even discuss it if the price is lower than that. That was why Yi Yunxi was so successful in the end. I knew you could do it. Looking at Chennai's reply, Yi Yunxi's face turned red. It was a mix of excitement and gratitude. She wanted to repay Chennai. Chennai, everything I have now is thanks to you. I want to invite you to dinner. Can we meet up? When Yi Yunxi sent this message, she felt incredibly nervous, yet carried a sliver of expectation. She really wanted to see Chennai. To thank the person who had been helping her all along in person. Finally, Chennai replied. I would also like to meet Zioshi, but I am abroad right now, so I can only apologize. Yi Yunxi could not tell if she felt regret or something else in her heart. Alright, do not be sad, one day we will meet. Have you thought about what you want to do next? Seeing the question, Yi Yunxi felt energized again. She instantly forgot the disappointment of not being able to meet Chennai. I have a rough idea. I want to make that video software. She spoke at length. Chennai also gave a lot of useful suggestions. After Yi Yunxi returned home, she went straight into her room. She wrote down all her ideas and future plans. This was something Chennai had told her to do. Have a plan for your future and execute it step by step. After Yi Yunxi finished writing everything down, she put down her pen. Resting her chin on her hand, she unconsciously let her thoughts drift. Chennai, what kind of person are you really?